Muito boa noite, pessoal. Sejam todos bem-vindos hoje para a segunda tentativa de lançamento da Falcon 9 com a Dragon Spacex aí para a missão CREW-8, né? Hoje lá no complexo de lançamento número 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos, né? Lembrando que hoje, então, aí, segundo aí a expectativa, né, para Segundo a expectativa, então, aí para o lançamento, hoje, né, estamos aí com 75%, né, de chance para ter lançamento hoje lá no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos, né? Desculpe um pouquinho aí pela minha voz, né, aí que conta do ar-condicionado, esses dias aí fiquei meio rouco, né? Mas vamos que vamos, então, aí nessa cobertura especial aí durante essas 4 horas aí de transmissão. E vamos aí curtir juntos, então, aí esta transmissão para a missão CREW-8. Lembrando que ontem, né, infelizmente não tivemos aí a transmissão, mas é o lançamento, por conta justamente aí do mau tempo, né, que estávamos aí com ventos, né, em elevadas altitudes, né, e hoje tudo indica que vamos ter lançamento, né, estamos aí com 75% então de chance de ter lançamento hoje lá na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos, né? E lembrando que tivemos aí pequeno ajuste aí de horário, né, por conta da chegada da tripulação na Estação Espacial Internacional. Será então aí na terça-feira, né, dia 5, na madrugada do dia 5. Nossa transmissão começando aí, então, a partir das 3 horas da manhã, no horário de Brasília, para aí a chegada então da tripulação da CREW-8. Tá, mais uma vez aí, desculpa aí pela minha voz. Deixa eu tomar só um pouquinho de água para ver se melhora, tá? Já volto. Né, então hoje o horário do lançamento então está previsto aí para acontecer às meia-noite e 53 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília, do dia 4 de março, tá? E aí, então, pelo horário de Brasília, agora são 20 horas e 44 minutos. E vamos então estar iniciando ao vivo aí a nossa transmissão em conjunto com a NASA, né? Nossa cobertura especial aí, então, para a missão CREW-8. E pelo nosso relógio, né? Falta aí 4 horas e 8 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. Lembrando que ainda esta semana teremos missão Starlink, teremos também a missão da Rocket Lab, né, no sábado, e provavelmente mais uma outra missão Starlink. Então teremos 2 missões Starlink ainda essa semana, aí lá no Cabo Canaveral, e mais a missão da Rocket Lab neste sábado também, no dia 9. Dentro de instantes, então, estaremos entrando ao vivo em contato lá com a NASA, no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida. Nesse momento, sim, agora estamos iniciando a nossa transmissão oficial, né, juntamente com a NASA. Lembrando que essa transmissão também, em conjunto com a SpaceX, e a Roscosmos.
Good evening and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we have 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut.
E aí estamos com imagens, né, da plataforma de lançamento 39A, aí com o Falcon 9 e a Dragon, já apostos aí para o lançamento, né? Faltando então 4 horas e 7 minutos, só vou ajustar então o nosso cronômetro, para que tudo então aí fique certinho.
We are trying to launch these 4 folks again after the launch team chose to stand down from yesterday's attempt due to weather. We had elevated winds along the ascent corridor, but today things are looking much more promising. Today's T0 is 10:53 and 38 seconds Eastern Time, and the weather, while still a watch item,
lembrando que hoje então as
better than
condições
yesterday.
climáticas aí estão melhores do que
75% go here
ontem,
at the launch site,
né? Estamos aí
and the
com
conditions have also improved along the ascent
75%
corridor.
então de chance
The
para
teams will be
termos o
keeping a close
lançamento.
eye on that corridor through
Só
the
estou ajustando aqui o nosso
T-1
cronômetro.
hour weather brief. CREW-8 is a continuation of regular crewed flights from U.S. soil to the International Space Station as part of
Para que tudo se ajeite
NASA's Commercial Crew
direitinho aqui.
Program. The crew's ride to space, again, what you're seeing there on your screen. Dragon Endeavour will fly for a 5th time with this launch, and over the next 4.5 hours,
cronômetro
we will show
ajustado.
you all the action live and in 4K. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is the official launch broadcast of CREW-8's launch. And with me to help commentate to what's happening tonight is NASA astronaut Rajachari.
Hey, thanks, Megan. Glad to be back. So I'll own the first scrub from yesterday. We kind of joked that I may have jinxed it, and I think I may have. But I think
Já estamos aí então ao vivo novamente aí pela missão CREW-8, né, para quem está chegando aí na transmissão. Ontem, né, tivemos a primeira tentativa, mas foi frustrada aí por conta de ventos fortes em elevadas altitudes. E hoje então aí estamos com 75% então de chance para ter lançamento, né? O horário de lançamento então previsto aí para acontecer por volta aí das meia-noite e 53, pelo horário de Brasília, no dia 4 de março, né? Então vamos aí continuar com a nossa cobertura completa aí desta missão tripulada CREW-8 em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando então que se tudo der certo hoje, né, a chegada da tripulação aí será então no dia 5 de março, terça-feira, na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, com nossa transmissão se iniciando aí a partir das 3 horas da manhã. Faltando aí 4 horas, 4 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento, né? Então aí vamos acompanhar todos os momentos aí então deste lançamento de hoje aí do Falcon 9, então a Dragon Endeavour.
And that turtle, of course, is Matt.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Matt Dominick, the commander. So right now we are T-minus 4 hours, 4 minutes and counting until liftoff. In just about 4 minutes, we expect to take you all inside the suit-up room. So the suit-up room is a room
lembrando que vamos aí acompanhar de novo novamente aquela a parte então aí do teste dos uniformes, né? Aí da pressurização, né? Para ver se está tudo em ordem, né? Com os uniformes, para ver se não tem nenhum vazamento, né? Para não prejudicar, né, os astronautas, né? Estamos aí então acompanhando isso aí, a porta por onde então a tripulação irá sair, né, se dirigir para encontrar com seus familiares e amigos e depois seguir para a plataforma 39A. 4 horas e 3 minutos e 34 segundos para o lançamento. Lembrando então que a nossa tripulação é formada por 3 astronautas americanos da NASA e um cosmonauta russo. O nosso comandante é o Dominick, nosso piloto é o Michael. A nossa primeira especialista da missão é Jeanette Epps e nosso segundo especialista da missão é o Alexander Grebenkin, da Rússia. 4 horas 3 minutos. Lembrando que após a separação então do primeiro estágio do Falcon 9, esse primeiro estágio então irá fazer o pouso na zona de pouso número 1 no Cabo Canaveral. E este primeiro Falcon 9, este estágio do Falcon 9, o primeiro estágio já participou de missões como a Demo 2, a missão de demonstração número 2, a CREW-8, Axioma 1 e CREW-6, e o nome da Dragon, da nave Dragon, hoje então aí se chama Endeavour. Então lançamento lá no complexo de lançamento número 39A do Centro Espacial Kennedy. 4 horas e 2 minutos para o lançamento.
Decades worth of us trying to avoid getting pathogens.
E não se esqueça, de deixar o like aí na transmissão, de se inscrever no canal e de seguir também o canal nas redes sociais. Estamos aí, então aí a tripulação já se aprontando, vestindo então seus uniformes. Então vocês aí podem acompanhar. Essa parte então aí já vestindo seus trajes. Lembrando que os trajes então da SpaceX, são trajes aí únicos, ou seja, não tem separação de camisa e calça, é um traje único, tipo traje normal aí, para quem trabalha em laboratório, nessas coisas assim, E aí eles vão fazer novamente a verificação aí da pressurização dos seus uniformes, para ver se está tudo em ordem, e para que eles possam então ser liberados para a decolagem. Para seguir então para a plataforma.
There's a white tooth, and that's how you know it's completely sealed, and so that's what they're visually looking at. And then Maddie, who's the SpaceX tech there with the iPad, is kind of running the show here in the suit-up room.
Now, as we see Alexander and Jeanette taking a seat, question, how long does it take to
E aí estamos vendo na imagem o cosmonauta russo,
so we
o
actually
Alexander.
train for one of the emergency scenarios we
4
train
horas
for
para
is
o
what's called
lançamento.
a mask to suit transition. So the crews are able to do that pretty quickly on the order of single-digit number of minutes, because in the capsule there's times when a lot of the time you'll have the suit off.
Estamos revendo então aí todo o
but you will
procedimento que a
have to
gente
potentially
viu
put it on for some if
no
there's
início da
a
transmissão de ontem,
with a T
na
minus
primeira
4-hour
tentativa.
situational awareness briefing. We are currently counting down to a teaser of 03:53:38 UTC, 22:53:38 local, with an instantaneous window. The crew has started suit donning and lead checks in preparation to begin ingress activities, and the advanced team is currently on the way to the pad. Vehicle gases are at me up, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed.
4 horas para o lançamento.
Weather overall looks much better than yesterday, with launch weather at a 25% probability of violation for flight through precip and anvil clouds. Current trends over the last hour appear to be more favorable. Ascent risk winds are much better than yesterday, but we'll continue to monitor precipitation in the staging area up until L-1 hour. In the event of scrub, the next available launch attempt will be tomorrow, March 4th. Procedure 52.911 is open in the event of a crew contingency from ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar access will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will last until the spacecraft separation or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete. And CE, do you have a report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon 9 is healthy and tracking no issues at this time, ready to proceed.
Então, como o pessoal do controlador lá da SpaceX falou, que estamos aí então com 75% então de chance de ter lançamento hoje, As condições dos ventos estão melhores do que ontem, mas eles estão de olho lá também na questão do tempo, ainda continuando aí na questão do tempo. E se caso então aí der algum problema, nova oportunidade então será dada amanhã, dia 4. Se caso der algum scrub, nova chance então será amanhã, dia 4.
but they will be watching precipitation and other conditions there until the
Lembrando que hoje de manhã, lá na Flórida,
Falcon 9 is
né,
healthy,
chegou a
Dragon
chover,
is healthy, so
né, a
right
gente
now I
viu
think we're in a good
imagens,
spot.
né, quem
Roger, what do you
acompanha aí
think?
pelo
Sounds
Twitter, né,
good. As
pelo
you heard
X,
there, the precip and the
né?
staging areas.
Aí o pessoal filmando lá que como teve chuva, né, de manhã na Flórida, né, mas aí hoje para agora à noite, né, aí só temos de olho então nas condições aí dos ventos, né, em elevadas altitudes, né, que foi ocasionado esse problema ontem, né, por isso que não teve lançamento ontem. Então nesse momento aí estamos vendo o teste novamente aí dos uniformes, né, aí da pressurização, né, para ver se está tudo em ordem aí sem ter vazamento, né, para que eles possam então aí seguir com o cronograma, né, do lançamento. Né, então após esse teste aí dos uniformes, né, aí eles vão seguir as seguintes etapas, né, eles vão depois deixar esse prédio onde eles estão, na Centro Espacial Kennedy. Aí eles vão se encontrar pela última vez aí com seus familiares, né, se tudo der certo, se for tiver liberação, né, confirmada a liberação. Se caso contrário não tiver liberação, aí para seguir, né, com o cronograma hoje, aí eles voltam aí para a quarentena, né, eles ficam isolados. E aí depois eles seguem de carro, viagem de carro aí com os carros da Tesla, né, da Spacex, aí até a plataforma de lançamento 39A, e aí eles vão aí para o embarque então no Falcon 9. Então aí temos aí a nossa tripulação de hoje, aí o Maxwell Dominick, né, nosso comandante da missão, da CREW-8, né, então está sendo então apresentado novamente a tripulação. Pelo horário de Brasília, agora 20 horas e 57 minutos. Menos de 3 horas e 56 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos juntos aí, então, acompanhando esta cobertura especial e da segunda tentativa de lançamento da Falcon 9 com a Dragon Endeavour pela missão CREW-8.
So there'll be 3 of them on board, but great to see Matt flying. He is always one of the most hilarious people.
E lembrando, né, sempre aí de deixar o seu like, de se inscrever no canal
just knows how to get the job done. So I'm excited to see him commanding this mission and heading up to join the rest of the crew
já
up on the
estamos chegando
ISS.
aí próximos de 1.260 inscritos,
completed,
né, quero agradecer a todos aí
Michael Barratt sitting next to him.
pelas suas inscrições e pelos likes. Então temos aí o nosso
He was
piloto,
selected by NASA in 2000.
Michael
He's the only one of
Barratt.
CREW-8 who's been to space
Barratt.
before. He was part of Expedition
piloto
1920
da missão
in
de hoje, da
2009
CREW-8.
and STS-133 in 2011. In total, he's spent 212 days in space. He is board certified in internal and aerospace medicine. He has actually been awarded numerous times for his contributions to space medicine research. Michael lives in League City, Texas, with his wife Michelle, and they have 5 children. Personal and recreational interests, we talked about this yesterday, include sailing, boat restoration, writing, and cooking food in harsh or remote places. He said austere, specifically.
Yeah, Mike and Michelle are great, and you mentioned he's the one on the crew with previous spaceflight experience and couldn't have a better mentor for the rest of the crew. And I know that because he was my mentor during ASCAN training, so he's just a great human. I'd be curious to see if the suit techs would unzip one of his zippers for us, but I'm guessing he's got snacks hidden in one of those pockets, because as you mentioned, he is infamous or famous as it may be for both cooking in austere conditions, but for also being consistently supplied with snacks. Yeah, you mentioned if you Google him, he is the person that writes the book on flight medicine, space flight medicine. So if you are a space flight medicine student, you surely know his work because that's the book you're studying from.
So he's very prepared, will be very valuable up there for snacks and also if anyone gets sick.
21 horas pelo horário de Brasília.
All right, and now this is Mission Specialist Jeanette
Hoje, então,
Epps.
3 de março
Taking a look at.
de 2024.
This will also be her
E aí
first
temos a
space
nossa
flight.
primeira especialista
The
na missão,
Syracuse, New
astronauta
York
da
native
NASA,
was a NASA fellow
Jeanette
during graduate
Epps.
school and then worked for Ford Motor Company, where she received a U.S. patent for her research into auto collisions and countermeasure systems. After leaving Ford, she joined the Central Intelligence Agency for 7 years, and she worked as a technical intelligence officer before becoming an astronaut in 2006. She has a Master of Science and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering. And Raja, she's also a twin.
She is indeed, yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's her, though, in the suit-up room. I don't think they would have been able to get it this far. But yeah, Jeanette's actually, I can't talk about much of what she did before she showed up at NASA, but based on where she worked. But since she's been at NASA, she's actually got some pretty unique experiences in the sense that she's obviously flying on a Dragon tonight, but she actually worked a lot with a Starliner. So she's one of the few people in the office who's seen both of our new vehicles.
Lembrando que então o horário do lançamento é previsto para acontecer às meia-noite, meia-noite e 53, quase 54 aí pelo horário de Brasília.
One thing I can talk about her background, she's an amazing innovator. So we had a T-38 flight, and I'll keep it short, but basically we had to figure out a way to get something. There was really windy, so something got blown down the intake while we were in outbase, and she helped with the tech out of an outbase figure out a way to get it out from inside the engine. So we can talk more about it later, but we'll.
Temos imagens aí da nossa primeira especialista da missão, a Jeanette.
Yeah, really accomplished. Our whole team actually, and let's introduce you to our last CREW-8 member here. So this is
Alexander nosso segundo especialista da missão, Alexander
graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering Institute in 2002, majoring in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow Technical University of Communications.
Menos de 3 horas e 51 minutos e 50 segundos para o lançamento.
Broadcasting and television. He was accepted into the Cosmonaut Corps in 2018. And will serve as flight engineer while on board the space station. We're getting a close-up view of him right there. Visors up, so I believe his pressure check was also completed.
Yep, yeah. So Alexander is
temos imagens aí então do nosso cosmonauta russo.
Just a testament to the continuing partnership. Laurel's up on the space station now. She got up there via Soyuz. Alexander will be heading up via Dragon, so continuing to learn from him and work with one another.
And so right now, we talked about this a little bit before, but for those who might be joining us for this broadcast and they weren't with us yesterday, so right now, it seems like they have some downtime here and they're kind of hanging out.
Tripulação então devidamente apresentada, né, para vocês aí, então estamos acompanhando a nossa cobertura especial, né, da segunda tentativa para o lançamento da Falcon 9 com a Dragon Endeavour, né, para a Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que o horário do lançamento está previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos do dia 4 de março. O horário de Brasília agora são 21 horas e 3 minutos. Você está assistindo então ao canal UPTV, trazendo tudo o que acontece aí ao redor do mundo para vocês. Lembrando que ainda esta semana teremos aí 2 missões Starlink. Também teremos aí a missão com a Rocket Lab no sábado, dia 9. E ainda também teremos a missão de transporte, né, de satélites, a Transporter 4, Transporter 10, que será amanhã. Mas nesse caso, por conta do horário, né, que será o lançamento da Transporter 10, não vai ser possível a transmissão ao vivo. Como vocês sabem, a maioria de vocês, né, estou trabalhando então no período da tarde, fora aqui do canal, e aí por conta do horário então do Transporter 10, aí não será por enquanto, de princípio, né, a transmissão ao vivo. Aí eu farei então a reprise na íntegra para vocês. No mesmo dia.
Every one of those families is special. They've been working with these people for about 18 to 24 months, and specifically, Rick, Maddie, and Haley are ones they see a lot.
Então, para quem está chegando na nossa cobertura, né, sejam todos bem-vindos. Estamos aí na cobertura especial pela segunda tentativa de lançamento então do Falcon 9 com a Dragon Endeavour pela missão tripulada CREW-8. Faltam então 3 horas e 49 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aí na fase então aí de testes, né, aí da verificação, né, dos uniformes. Então aí para ver se está tudo em ordem e com a parte então da pressurização dos uniformes da SpaceX. Hoje então Então estamos aí com 75% de chance de ter lançamento. E se tudo correr bem hoje, né, a chegada da tripulação na Estação Espacial Internacional será então no dia 5, tá? Então tivemos um ajuste de horário, né? Antes tinha sido anunciado dia 4, mas foi ajustado para o dia 5 na madrugada e nossa transmissão iniciando às 3 horas da manhã. Isso, né, se caso ocorrer tudo em ordem hoje, né? Caso tudo ocorrer bem hoje.
After so many sims, you kind of have a scan, or we call it a cockpit cross-check, and it's very kind of particular of where you want all those different things, where you want maybe, like I said, like a timer located, as you can see, where you want your watch.
Então não se esqueça de deixar sempre o like aqui na nossa transmissão, de se inscrever e também de compartilhar. E siga também o canal nas redes sociais, os links então estão na descrição aí da nossa transmissão e também acompanhar as notícias aí no blog, aí tudo que acontece, tudo que aconteceu, né, aí das missões, né, no nosso blog, aí então também o link se encontra na descrição.
Other folks in the room, so that they're in crew quarters, and they're basically just watching the clock at this point.
Yeah, and you were saying that it is more comfortable for them to be sitting because the suits kind of scrunch them down.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me of that. Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday, but forgot to bring it up again tonight. So they're not just lounging; it's actually a physical reason they're laying there. So you saw when they did the pressure checks, the helmets expand, and the reason they are very tight is because you want to have expansion, and you still want to be able to see out of the visor when it's pressurized, but that means when it's not pressurized, like right now, if you were to stand up, it kind of hunches you over, and you'll see that both when they stand up here, and it's really obvious when they go out to the pad and they're trying to look up at the rocket. You have to lean backwards, and so it puts pressure on your head and on your shoulders and back. So the longer you can be in a reclined position, the more comfortable it is.
Right, because they're in this room until about 3 hours and 24 minutes, so they have quite some time. They're ahead of schedule. Again, no problem there.
Yeah, which is great news. You can see that little blue thing that was dangling outside Jeanette's helmet is her earpiece. And so the reason they haven't popped out is since they're not getting comm through the umbilical, they're talking to people in the room. So they have one out, one in most cases, so they can hear the conversations of people talking to them. But they still usually will have one in so that if there is anything, when they do the umbilical checks, when they're doing those suit leak pressure check techs,
como vocês podem ver, até o momento tudo em ordem aí com os trajes, né, sem nenhuma avaria.
Really cool inside. I didn't know that. I did know that they got comms, but all right. So I have a question for you as we take a look at Matt and Mike there. How long has this crew trained together?
Menos de 3 horas e 45 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento.
It depends on whether you're doing a backup flow or not, but it's not just the Dragon training. So as you're seeing some different shots here, that's the SATA chamber, so you can see Mike and Jeanette suiting up Matt, so practicing all the ops that would go along with that. We use the T-38 as a great analog because it involves talking to another person, having to work together as a crew, talking to a ground control station. This is the ISS simulator in Building 9 at Johnson Space Center, where we spend a lot of time doing space station training for both nominal and off-nominal scenarios. Jeanette's working on some of the science payloads they'll see, so that's part of it, is anticipating what science we're going to be doing on the space station, because that's the whole
Lembrando que na Estação Espacial Internacional eles vão fazer lá mais ou menos cerca de 300 experimentos, né, científicos lá durante esse período de 6 meses que eles vão ficar a bordo na estação. E se tudo ocorrer bem, esse será o lançamento número 20 da SpaceX neste ano de 2024.
But also just learning about each other, right? Like the camaraderie, but also like learning maybe what people like to do, don't like to do, how they respond to things, right?
Exactly, and that's probably the biggest piece of it. There's the technical side of the training, but there's also the soft skills and the team building that happens. And at this point, knowing how to read when someone's stressed or has bandwidth to deal with something if it's an nominal situation. So you spend a lot of time in sims kind of debriefing how things went and then trying to adjust going forward. You see some of the other folks in there in the top center of the screen is Shannon Walker and Norm Knight. So Shannon's the deputy chief of the astronaut office and then Norm's the chief of the flight operations directorate. And so they also have been in quarantine this whole time to the left of Denise is Piotr, who was on the space station up with me, spent a year up there.
Pelo horário de Brasília agora são 21 horas e 10 minutos. Faltando então aí 3 horas e 43 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento.
And those mobile cooling units are those blue boxes that we see tethered to them, right?
They are, yep. They're very similar technology to what
Você
was
está
used
acompanhando todos
early
os
in the space
detalhes
program.
aí da cobertura
Kind of rebuilt
especial
on the
da
inside,
missão
but it's,
tripulada
it was a good concept then, it's still a
CREW-8.
good concept now, but that allows them to continue to get cooling as they go, as they start walking out and go on to the Teslas.
You can tell everyone that Raja is very knowledgeable. And so we are inviting you to challenge him with your questions over the next 4.5
Estamos aí aguardando
hours.
então o
Jump on
término
X,
dessa
Facebook,
fase de etapa aí
YouTube, or
da
Twitch.
checagem então dos
Send in your
uniformes,
question with the hashtag AskNASA.
para que eles possam então
We look forward
seguir
to hearing from you
para a
and answering
plataforma
as many
39A.
questions as we can live. We got some good ones yesterday.
Yeah, let's see if we can come up with any stumpers.
And one other programming note. So right now, you'll notice that Raja and I are just commentating off camera, just audio commentary for now. But about an hour before launch, we plan to expand our coverage. We're going to introduce you to more commentators from SpaceX and NASA. And then at that point, we're going to come on camera. And for that last, again, hour before liftoff, and then until our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut are in orbit, we will walk you through all that action.
So I should say, so at 4 hours, you heard the voice of, well, I'll hold off here. So there's getting up.
Essa etapa de checagem de
You can
uniformes
see what I
já
was talking about
terminou.
before. You can see Mike is hunched over from the helmet weight and the suit weight.
Então foi concluída aí a etapa então da
So at this
checagem
point,
aí
the
dos uniformes.
suits themselves,
Tudo em
their
ordem.
gloves their hands are still in the gloves. When you've done the pressure checks, you can see the visors can go up and down. They are allowed to take their hands in and out of the gloves as well because they are going to do another pressure check, and so that's just kind of crew preference if they're getting warm or not. What they generally don't want to have to do is get out of a suit completely because that would then raise some concern of whether the leak check they did, anything could change. The other thing they're doing now is, we talked about a little bit yesterday, there's some Velcro tabs and hooks underneath different parts of the suit, and so those allow them to basically make it flush so that as they get into the spacecraft, straps don't get caught, cords don't get tangled, and anything like that. So it's mostly just a half ergonomic, half just to keep things clean.
Está saindo do prédio.
And while it looks like they're posing for some photos there in the suit-up room, why don't we talk a little bit about their day so far before they got in here? So after yesterday's scrub, we talked about this, Raja, in the interest of sleep shifting, and we'll talk a little bit about that after I
Lembrando
go
que
through
hoje
this.
estamos aí com
They went to bed at 2 a.m.
75% de
Eastern
chance para
time
ter
and then woke
lançamento,
up at
mas
11
ainda estamos continuando de
a.m.
olho
today.
no
They had
clima
breakfast,
hoje, então
like
para ver
lunch,
se não
again,
tem
sleep
nenhum
shifting,
problema
followed by a
aí com o
workout and some
scrub, né?
family time. And
Chega
then
de
lunch and
scrub
dinner
hoje,
moved
né?
up 22 minutes from yesterday. They had that about 4:10.
E aí
Medical
novamente, né,
checks,
como
other flight
ontem,
day preps.
aí eles
Now they're suiting up
agora
and
então
are
aí
about
estão
to play
fazendo
a card game.
seu momento então de
So
distração,
it's a
né, jogando um pouquinho de
the
baralho.
astronaut office playing with the crew.
3 horas e
heading
40
out to
minutos
launch.
para o
Deputy
lançamento.
today.
Deputy chief, yeah. And I think we talked a little bit yesterday. I think the really important part about this is the fact that the leadership is there. And you might say, well, why is the deputy there? Where's the chief? So the chief of the astronaut office, Joe Akaba, is actually coming back from the Pacific Ocean. So he was out there doing a massive training event with the U.S. Navy with the Artemis II crew, practicing and recovering them. So
it looks like she split the deck.
Yep.
She's now dealing. And the point of this card game is so that the commander loses, to use up his bad luck, so that he proceeds with good luck. The whole team proceeds with good luck through launch and their whole mission. I think he did not lose.
Não,
So
não era
we're
pouco que
redealing.
eles estavam jogando ontem, né? Era pra ver quem tinha carta maior.
Do you recognize this card game, Raja?
So it can change from crew to crew. So I'm not exactly sure. It looks like maybe they're going high card.
3 horas e 39 minutos para o lançamento.
And I think Mike won.
And this is really a moment of
Agora,
levity,
pelo horário de Brasília,
right? Like
são
before-
21 horas e
Yeah,
15
especially
minutos.
if everything's on timeline, like the case tonight, they didn't have any suit issues.
Estamos aí então na nossa cobertura completa, aí especial, a missão tripulada CREW-8 em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional.
Not just these last few weeks, but really the last 18 to 24 months.
If it is high card, I thought it looked like he lost, but.
Well, you can tell by the fact he's laughing, which is not unusual for Matt. I think at this point they're just having some fun.
Estamos aguardando então o momento da liberação, né, para que eles possam então se dirigir para o lado de fora do prédio, né, se encontrar com seus familiares e amigos que estão lá, os aguardando, né, para fazer então a despedida, né, para a sua viagem. Esse caso então der scrub, né, alguma coisa assim como aconteceu ontem, né, aí eles voltam novamente para a quarentena. Se caso acontecer, mas eu espero que não aconteça, espero que hoje suba lindo, né? O nosso Falcon 9.
But there were cheers. It's a very counterintuitive, but the idea is a really nice one, and again, a nice moment for the crew to do something with each other before they really get into the motions of this timeline and counting down to liftoff.
You can see the camera behind Matt, their patches on the wall there. So one of the other traditions they would have done probably yesterday, since it would have been before they suited up, is sign around that patch on the wall back there, and then you can see the stickers out just kind of off to the left that are the stickers of the previous crews, the signatures of them around there.
Yeah, we actually have video of them doing that.
Oh, gotcha.
You jump.
There you go. Sorry, I should read the script.
So this is Matt. He's holding the CREW-8 patch, like you said. He stuck it onto the wall there as part of a tradition that's been happening. That's why you see all this number of patches that Raja mentioned. And then there's all their signatures. Also patches line the outer rim of the doors that they will soon walk out of. That's scheduled for T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes. So still a little bit to go.
You can see a lot more patches, a lot more history coming out that door. Like you mentioned earlier, Megan, been doing that since Apollo 7, walking out of that door. And so if you ever get the chance to go out there, you'll see shuttle patches, and a long lineage of patches. And there's a wider view of the folks that are waiting for the walkout.
And when we get a live shot, we're going to see 3 Teslas lined up. And we will have Matt and Mike, commander and pilot. They'll get into the second Tesla, and then we will have the mission specialists in the last Tesla. So this is a gathering of media that are here to cover the crew walkout, obviously, but also family and friends. Select family and friends, though.
Yeah, and you can tell there's kind of like 3 rows, if you will. So the aftmost one is the people who haven't been in any kind of quarantine, the general public, press. That intermediate one is extended family who maybe weren't able to go into hard quarantine. And then the furthest up one, closest to the crew, are the immediate family who've been in quarantine with them, and then their escorts. And so you can see there's some blue flight suits down there. To the far right, it's Jessica Watkins. So she's escorting Matt's family. Jess Whitner is just to the left of her.
E aí estamos aguardando então o momento da saída dos astronautas aí do prédio, né, para que eles possam então, se dirigir para fazer então aí dar último adeus aí a seus familiares.
Steve Bowen, who's escorting Mike Barratt's family members. And then further right, you'll see later
dá um tchauzinho aí para nós aí.
The NASA administrator and some other senior leaders who
3 horas e 35 minutos para o lançamento. Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 21 horas e 19 minutos.
So let's pull up our first Ask NASA question. This is from Sebastian Baquero on YouTube asking, do you have a cooling garment under that suit? Your suit? I'm assuming the CREW-8 suit.
I'm assuming you're talking about the IV suit. So yes and no. So the suits you're seeing in the room they're in, there's no cooling garment in that. So it's basically like a black spandex, like dry fit type material that they're wearing. And there's the shot. You can see Administrator Nelson he's the one with the jeans with his back towards us. Jim Free is the senior civil servant at NASA. He's in the
Associate Administrator of NASA,
glasses. And then Pam Melroy, just to the right of the administrator, is the deputy administrator. So they're in. Once the crew comes out, Administrator Nelson would go behind that first stanchion and then forward of them is where the immediate families will be at.
Yeah, it's always nice to see NASA leadership here supporting, again, this continuation of NASA's Commercial Crew program, a very successful program that's sending astronauts to the International Space Station really every 6 months from U.S. soil.
It's pretty impressive. And yeah, to answer the suit question, so in the SpaceX IVC, which stands for in-vehicle suit, there's not a cooling garment. There is airflow, and so it's basically the convection of that airflow that takes heat off the body, and then I mentioned before that the air actually comes out, and so that's what keeps you cool. In the EVA suits, or the extravehicular activity suits that we wear for spacewalks, those do have liquid cooling garments, and so in that case it's water that's actively going through tubes in the suit and then going through a sublimator to vacuum to chill it. And it just has to do with the workload and the met rate. So in the IV
e aí, portanto, né, 21 horas e 21 minutos pelo horário de Brasília, estamos aí na cobertura especial na segunda tentativa para o lançamento da missão tripulada CREW-8 no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos. Você está então assistindo ao canal UPTV. Vamos aí acompanhar juntos esta jornada na segunda tentativa para o lançamento. Estamos só aguardando então o momento da saída da tripulação aí deste prédio lá no Centro Espacial Kennedy, né, para que eles possam então aí seguir de carro até a plataforma 39A. Parece que eles possam aí embarcar para a estação para o Falcon 9, né, e seguir viagem para a Estação Espacial Internacional, onde eles ficarão lá por 6 meses.
Hooked me up last night when I had my own senior moment and couldn't remember my own license plate, and sent me a photo of ours. So ours was send it, with the 3 being the E.
Yep.
E se tudo der certo hoje, né, a chegada então da tripulação na Estação Espacial Internacional será feita então no dia 5 de março, né, na terça-feira, na madrugada de terça-feira, com nossa transmissão iniciando às 3 horas da manhã.
His license plate was Dragon. The G was a 6, and then for Crew-5 it was Blast Off, and a 5 for the S. So, again, fun moments.
Aí, pessoal, ali no momento de descontração, né, com os outros astronautas ali que
And here we have Jessica Watkins, NASA astronaut, playing with, I think those are Matt's daughters, right?
Yeah. And so it's not just the crew that's having to sleep shift, it's families that have to sleep shift. And so I know from my own experience that sleep shifting 3 kids, or 2 in Matt's case, can be challenging. So
and actually,
Waddy is helping out, I'm sure, with that.
The youngest daughter there who's playing with Waddy, as you said, it was her birthday on Thursday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's her birthday on Thursday, sorry.
The person to the right of Waddy, Morgan, has the mask hanging down. So there's a whole team of family support folks in the astronaut office that also help as well, and they just do an amazing job with the coordinating all this. You can imagine, like, keeping track of who can be where and who can get so close to the crew or not close to the crew. So this whole week, actually, she and a team have been
esse momento, então, pela contagem regressiva para o lançamento, 3 horas, 30 minutos e 30 segundos. Estamos só aguardando o momento da liberação aí da tripulação, né, para que eles possam seguir aí para os carros da Tesla, né, e seguir em direção aí à plataforma 39A.
Yeah, there's no question, it's probably the most important job we have in our office, other than being on the rocket. The next most important thing is taking care of
lembrando, se caso der algum problema, de Scrub, hoje, né, a nova tentativa será realizada amanhã.
About 6 minutes until we expect to see the astronauts again, but they will be walking down the hall into an elevator and then out the doors under the sign.
Parece que tudo indica que hoje vai dar bom, né? Hoje vai dar bom.
Middle of your screen, the back of it. People are actually walking out of those doors right now.
Yeah, so they'll start setting up the cars. You'll see some of the SpaceX folks start coming out. You'll see the flight docs probably come out, so they'll be wearing blue flight suits and head to the aft vehicles. Like we mentioned before, so at this point, Denise, the ASP, is actually helping do all that final configuration for them.
Né, por onde eles vão passar.
Getting things arranged in their pockets.
Que eles possam então aí seguir aí no dentro dos carros aí para embarcar então na Falcon 9, a Dragon Endeavour.
We have a camera ready, so we won't miss it, and we'll be bringing you that walk live.
Yep. And so for context, you're staring down basically half of the hallway of crew quarters. It goes behind the camera as well, but this view the suit-up room is about halfway down the left-hand side.
3 horas 29 minutos para o lançamento.
That's the medical area, and then beyond that are essentially like the hotel, like little hotel rooms, dorm room type things. And then on the right side, there's a conference room along the way. That's where they would have got the weather brief earlier this evening.
Yeah, I've never been in there, but I did look it up, and I was like, wow, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty large. I mean, it's maybe half lodging, and the other half is workspace, conference facilities. You need to have your own washer and dryer, because you can't send your clothes anywhere else. You have to wash it all in quarantine since you can't leave. A pretty sizable set of refrigerators and kitchens because, again, you have to pack for at least 14 days worth of quarantine. So it's kind of like a giant camping trip where you can't go, you can't leave.
Sizable crowd out here as we take an aerial shot from our flight ops team here at Kennedy.
Yeah, and the other folks you're not seeing with the NASA administrator leadership that are on hand and got a chance to meet with them yesterday after the scrub were some FAA folks who are on hand, and huge kudos to the FAA and all the work they do for the licensing and all the deconfliction that has to happen. If you think about the fact that this rocket's going up,
estamos aguardando aí o momento da liberação aí da tripulação, lembrando que ontem, né, aí quando chegou nessa fase aí, né, tivemos aí o momento que foi anunciado então o Scrub, por conta então de ventos em elevadas altitudes, né, no caso foi no momento de ontem, né, estamos aguardando aí então o momento da liberação, né. Aí, 2 astronautas.
So you have it for that. You have it. Yeah, I think Megan's got the answer for them, and I can talk about what we had for Crew 3.
Aí para cumprimentar aí seus familiares e amigos que estão aí presentes.
Which is unusual since we had a
e aí se dirigir para os carros e seguir o rumo, então aí de carro para a plataforma 39A para que eles possam fazer o embarque na Dragon Endeavor.
That sounds yummy.
Yeah, it was delicious. Now I'm actually pretty hungry.
I'm very hungry, yes.
No more questions about food.
I have a banana. That's literally all I have for you. You said ultimate meals. I do just want to talk a little bit about that. Why is it called the ultimate meal?
So we avoid calling it the last meal for obvious reasons, because it's not your last meal, and it's just your ultimate meal before you leave. And really the difference when that meal from the other meals you have in crew quarters, all of them are made by the staff, and everything has to be checked before it can come into the facility since we're in quarantine. But the majority, well, all the meals
lembrando que ainda para esta semana teremos então a missão Transporter 10, 2 missões com Starlink e também a missão com a Rocket Lab no
specific thing they want, and then they'll make that for that particular meal.
And so for pilot Mike Barratt, his ultimate meal was grilled salmon and veggies. Commander Matt Dominick, he said he'll have whatever Mike's having because he trusts Mike's culinary expertise. Then we have mission specialist Jeanette Epps. She asked for butter chicken. And then Alexander asked for nothing special, soup, meat, and veggies.
I'm even more hungry.
All right, we are now looking at 1 minute and 43 seconds away from
aí falta menos de 1 minuto, né, para a expectativa para que eles saiam aí do prédio.
We'll take an elevator down and then out the ONC doors to this crowd of folks wanting to wish them good luck for their 6-month mission to the International Space Station.
Just to the left, to Jim Free's left is Vanessa Weish, who's the Center Director at Johnson Space Center. And then you can see Pam Melroy talking with Mike Barratt's family.
E aí estão eles, boas notícias, e aí estão eles, deixando então aí o prédio aí no Centro Espacial Kennedy, e aí estão eles, né, vão deixar o prédio daqui a pouco, eles vão aí pegar o elevador, né, para fazer a descida. Né, então aí boas notícias, né, aí eles estão fazendo aí o momento da sua saída do prédio para que eles possam aí se dirigir então para a plataforma 39A. Boas notícias, hoje então não teremos Scrub hoje, hein?
And actually,
princípio, tudo em
yeah,
ordem.
that's a good note to point out from yesterday. So yesterday, they decided to stand down from the launch attempt right before this moment, actually. We were waiting
Lembrando
for
que ontem,
CREW-8
né,
to walk,
devido ao scrub, não
down the
tivemos
hallway
este
when
momento.
the launch director came onto the mission audio loops, and you guys heard that live for yourselves, and that's when they said that they were standing down from yesterday's launch attempt because of elevated winds of the ascent.
3 horas
But again,
24 minutos para o lançamento.
much better today, and I think we're going to see a launch. The launch weather officers telling the team a little bit before the T-4 hour mark that it's looking like a good day to fly. Now we are expecting the crew to walk out in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It doesn't take them that long to get there, right, Raja? But again, we're sticking to a very strict timeline.
Right, everything's got pad built into it, and then
Então, em menos de 3 minutos, né, para a saída aí da tripulação, né, deste prédio aí do Centro Espacial Kennedy.
That pad, and so you build that in, so if there was a problem, then you don't have to rush on the end, because as you heard him call it at the very beginning, it's an instantaneous launch window, and that comes out of the fact that the Falcon 9 is fueled on the pad, and if the fuel immediately starts to boil off due to the temperatures. And so unlike some launch vehicles where you can sit there for a while and have launch holds, that's not something you do with the Falcon 9. So at the time it's got to go, it's got to go. So they build these pads in. Instead of having launch holds, they build this pad in, and that's essentially the equivalent. It gets you the equivalent effect without actually stopping the clock.
Sure. And this is unique to SpaceX.
It is, yep. Yeah.
You said this yesterday, but it looks like we might be running out of space on.
The right-hand side of the door frame there is, you can see it's the recent SpaceX mission, so I can spot mine easily, but so it's 3 down from the top right, there's 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and yeah, I think we got maybe 2 spots left, then we got to go below the railing or jump over to the left side, so I'm sure they'll come up with something. We might have to add another NASA meatball sign on the door.
It's a good
3 horas e 22 minutos para o lançamento. Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 21 horas e 32
minutos. Yeah, we talked about yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of the Demo 1 mission. Right. And so it's kind of mind-boggling when you think about how much has changed in human commercial spaceflight here in the United States in the last 5 years, where in that short period of time, we went from not having the ability to get our astronauts to space on our own to now we're on the 8th operational rotation of a commercial vehicle. It's pretty amazing. One where the booster flies itself back, one where we reuse the capsule, reuse the
na
booster.
expectativa aí, menos de 1 minuto para a saída então da tripulação por esta porta que vocês estão vendo.
Just amazing.
Nós estamos aí então na cobertura especial aí da missão tripulada CREW-8, aí em conjunto com a SpaceX, NASA e Roscosmos. Você está então no canal UPTV.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And it has been a partnership from the beginning.
Lembrando que o horário do lançamento então está previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos pelo horário de Brasília, aí no dia 4 de março. É bem, quase um pouquinho depois da virada aí, entre o dia 3 e o dia 4.
As you can see, our camera is focused in on the doors.
Estamos aguardando então o momento da saída.
Because in less than 30 seconds we expect CREW-8 to walk out.
Menos de 30 segundos aí, momento de expectativas aí para a saída.
Here hoping to wish them well on their trip.
Menos de 10 segundos agora.
You can see some faces behind the window there, so it looks like they're on time.
E aí estão eles, menos de 3 horas e 20 minutos pelo tempo regressivo, estão eles aí, deixando o prédio aí no Centro Espacial Kennedy. E aí estão eles. Estão aí Dominick, Barratt, Jeanette Epps e Alexander Grebenkin. Então, 3 astronautas americanos e um cosmonauta russo.
Então,
nesse momento, eles estão aí se dirigindo aos seus familiares e amigos, né, presentes aí na NASA, né, para ir fazer o seu último adeus, né, antes do momento então do embarque. Lembrando que eles não podem aí, né, diferente do que acontece em outros lugares, né, aqui eles não se cumprimentam, né, aí, conta aí de contaminação.
Well, the ones he's right in front of right now are the administrator. I can see the administrator Nelson. I think he's went to talk to them. He's going back by his kids.
Because I know he has adult children.
He does, yep. Yeah, Mike's kids are adults. And I think I can see Steve and his wife, and I think his adult kids are behind Steve in the second stanchion there.
We're getting some audio from the feed. Let's see if we can listen in to...
E aí estão eles aí no momento então do seu último adeus aí para antes do momento então do embarque lá no Falcon 9 na Dragon Endeavour. E aí agora eles vão dentro de instantes, né, se dirigir então para os carros da Tesla, né, embarcar então nos carros da Tesla para seguir aí viagem de carro por volta aí de 30 minutos, né, viagem de carro aí para a plataforma 39A.
Yeah, we are expecting them to leave the ONC here at around T-minus 3 hours and 15 minutes. Another great cheer from the crowd as we see Jeanette Epps taking her seat in her Tesla. She'll be joined by Alexander Grebenkin.
Então, exatos aí 3 horas e 20 minutos para o lançamento, né? Tivemos aí então a saída da tripulação deste prédio aí da NASA no Centro Espacial Kennedy.
The SpaceX ninjas, and usually there'll be a suit tech and then either a flight dock or two suit techs, just kind of the mix.
Agora nesse momento então eles embarcam aí no carro da Tesla.
Always ready to respond if anything is having problems with the suits.
And so they're also going to attach them to
e aí eles vão seguir viagem aí de carro aí para a plataforma 39A.
Correct. Yeah. So that's
esta viagem demora cerca aí de 30 minutos.
Too hot as it is. Not as bad tonight, but some nights can be pretty hot and humid. Once they're in the vehicles, those cooling units are there, so they can plug back in and start getting cooling flow again. And like we mentioned before, it's much more comfortable for the crew to be sitting than it is to be standing. It offloads the weight of the suit off their shoulders and head.
And so the folks who are at the cars right now, they've been in quarantine.
Exactly. Yep. Those are there's other extended family, but those can't actually come up to the window because they haven't been in hard quarantine the whole time.
Looks like Matt's wife is.
Yep.
And the two daughters. Wadi's taking a picture of them with Matt in the car there.
So it looks like Mike's adult children were able to go to
você está aqui
the
na
front of the
melhor
car, just not up to
cobertura
the window. You can see his wife's over there by the window.
da missão tripulada
Which is pretty
CREW-8
standard.
e no YouTube, no canal UPTV.
Only the folks that are actually in quarantine.
Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 21 horas e 38 minutos. Faltando então 3 horas e 16 minutos para o lançamento.
Since we did see that Matt has younger children, I know you had younger children when you flew. How did you prepare them for this moment, or how was that moment with them?
It's interesting. I think each family kind of
então, nesse momento, os carros da Tesla deixam aí o prédio da NASA, no Centro Espacial Kennedy, e eles seguem então em direção à plataforma 39A, às 3 horas e 15 minutos para o lançamento.
Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. In the words of their license plates, yay space. Now, we again want to invite those who are watching to participate by asking.
Lembrando que esse trajeto leva cerca então de meia hora, mais ou menos aí aproximadamente.
They're going to be driving through Kennedy Space Center. Just hop on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or X. Send your question, #AskNASA, and we will answer as many as we can. And as they begin their drive out, it's usually less than 20 minutes. But as we begin the drive, let's again hear from Commander Matt Dominick. Again, first space flight, but he has more than 1,600 flight hours and 61 combat missions as a naval aviator.
I am most excited
E aí agora estamos vendo aí um histórico aí de cada um, né, nesse momento, então aí eles seguem viagem. Aí estamos vendo aí o comandante Matthew Dominick, né, um pouquinho então da trajetória dele.
S-133 in 2011.
E agora vamos ver aí um pouquinho do nosso piloto, Michael Barratt.
The ISS, as I was
Michael Barratt. Pelo horário de Brasília, agora são 21 horas e 42 minutos, faltando então 3 horas e 11 minutos e 10 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos aí na cobertura especial, aí então aí da missão CREW-8, né, missão tripulada em direção aí à Estação Espacial Internacional. E não se esqueça, né, de deixar o like na transmissão, de se inscrever no canal e de compartilhar. E também seguir o canal nas redes sociais, todos os links se encontram aí na descrição da transmissão. Lembrando, né, provavelmente tudo der certo hoje, a chegada deles na Estação Espacial Internacional então será na terça-feira, dia 5, na madrugada, com transmissão iniciando às 3 horas da manhã. Nesse momento, então, para quem está chegando agora, né, a tripulação já se encontra em viagem de carro até a plataforma 39A.
Lembrando sempre, depois dessa transmissão, né, nós teremos aí os melhores momentos, né, do que aconteceu aí no nosso canal também. Aí nos vídeos, né, dos melhores momentos. E lembrando sempre, né, que após o lançamento, né, aí por volta das meia-noite, dos 53 minutos, aí pelo horário de Brasília, né, no dia 4, aí o tempo de duração desta primeira fase será mais ou menos em torno aí de 12 minutos e 42 segundos, né, onde teremos aí o momento então da abertura do nariz da Dragon. E aí estamos vendo então aí o trajeto, né? Já chegando então aí já na plataforma. Já estamos nos aproximando então aí da plataforma 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy. Lembrando que para o próximo ano, né, em 2025, né, em setembro, aí teremos a expectativa, né, aí para a missão aí Artemis 2, né, missão tripulada para o Artemis 2, né, que eles vão aí fazer, aí vão circundar a órbita da Lua. E vamos acompanhar aqui ao vivo, né? Então fiquem ligados.
You can't miss that building here.
On a dry day when you're flying here in a T-38, when you hit the west coast of Florida, you can actually see it if it's clear and dry.
E aí estão eles, né, se aproximando então aí da plataforma 39A.
Yeah. And we have a former technical intelligence officer for the CIA and U.S. patent holder flying with CREW-8. Here's more on mission specialist Jeanette Epps.
What I love about
E aí estamos vendo aí um pouquinho então da nossa primeira especialista da missão, astronauta da NASA, Jeanette Epps. Agora pelo tempo regressivo, 3 horas, 6 minutos e 10 segundos para o lançamento. E horário de Brasília são 21 horas e 47 minutos. Estamos aí acompanhando ao vivo esta cobertura especial pela missão tripulada com a Spacex Dragon Endeavour em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Você está então assistindo o canal UPTV. Né? Lembrando que aqui vocês acompanham tudo que acontece ao redor do mundo, aí na parte então, aí das missões espaciais e também na parte de conteúdos aí de matemática e programação em Python. Então não se esqueça, né, de se inscrever no canal, de deixar o like, comentar e compartilhar. E também siga o canal nas redes sociais, todos os links se encontram aí na descrição da nossa transmissão. Lembrando que ainda para esta semana teremos missão Transporter 10, né, no caso amanhã. Só que para esta missão, então eu não vou conseguir fazer a transmissão ao vivo, né, que como a maioria de vocês já sabe, né, meu horário de trabalho então é durante a tarde. Eu trabalho fora aqui também no canal, né? Então aí eu não vou conseguir fazer a transmissão ao vivo amanhã, né, dia 4. Mas no mesmo dia, né, mais ou menos por volta aí das 20 horas, teremos também missão Starlink, né, inclusive. E aí, logo após então esta missão Starlink, né, teremos aí também a reprise da missão Transporter 10, né, se ocorrer amanhã, dia 4. Teremos também mais uma outra missão Starlink e também aí a missão com a Rocket Lab no sábado. E agora vamos ver aí um pouquinho sobre o nosso segundo especialista da missão, cosmonauta russo Alexander Grebenkin. Três horas, 4 minutos para o lançamento. Lembrando que hoje, então, a expectativa aí de previsão para o lançamento é de 75%, né, de chance de termos lançamento, diferentemente de ontem, que foi de 40% de chance, né? Então, ontem não tivemos lançamento, ontem foi scrub. E hoje, então, tudo indica que está tudo em ordem aí para o lançamento, mas estamos, né, ainda continuando de olho aí nos ventos e também no clima lá na Flórida. E aí estamos vendo que eles estão chegando já na plataforma 39A, lá no Centro Espacial Kennedy, nos Estados Unidos. Tá faltando aí 3 horas, 2 minutos e 50 segundos. Então a tripulação nesse momento chega aí à plataforma 39A.
CREW-8's convoy arriving at launch pad 39A. They'll be driving around the back, right, Raja?
Yep, yeah, they kind of take a circuitous route.
E passamos já 2.260 inscrições aqui no canal. Quero agradecer a todos aí pelo apoio, né, aí no nosso canal, o UPTV. Muito obrigado então aí pelo seu apoio, pelos likes. Já estamos aí com bastante like aí na nossa transmissão de hoje. Muito obrigado aí a todos pela companhia.
Right. I mean, they've got what's called MAGs, maximum absorbency garments, which is a fancy acronym for a diaper. But yeah, this is the last chance to not use a diaper.
And you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience.
3 horas, 1 minuto e 40 segundos.
Just check out our CREW-5 astronauts as they explain how you can
nesse
get
momento,
a
então,
virtual guest
na plataforma 39A, os astronautas da tripulação CREW-8 chegam aí, então, à plataforma para o lançamento. Lembrando que durante as transmissões aqui, eu não sou muito de aparecer, né, nas transmissões ao vivo, né, mas vocês podem me achar aí, aí nos vídeos aqui do canal. Lembrando que nós temos aí vídeo de matemática, né, já que eu sou professor de matemática, né, para quem ainda não me conhece, tá chegando novo aí, né, meu nome é William Pessoa, né, então eu sou professor de matemática, e nós temos vídeo também de matemática aqui no canal, e também aí de programação em Python, né, para quem curte aí e quer aprender mais um pouquinho então, sobre programação, né? Nós temos aí então a parte de programação em Python. Três horas para o lançamento. 3 horas menos 3 horas para o lançamento. Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 21 horas e 54 minutos.
It's really important for us here at NASA to include as many people as possible to really bring you into what we hope to accomplish by heading into space.
Yeah, it's obviously only so many people can get on site here at KSC. It's
então estamos vendo então imagens ao vivo já da plataforma 39A.
Virtually and from home, the better. And hopefully the next generation of kids out there who's going to solve all the problems we need to solve to be able to live on the moon and Mars. So I know we don't have all the solutions.
Aí com o nosso Falcon 9 posicionado e com a Dragon Endeavour.
2 hours, 59 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. The crew arrived early to the pad. That was
Então,
scheduled
nesse momento, a
for
tripulação
T-minus 2 hours and 55
já se
minutes.
encontra na
Right
plataforma
now, as Roger
39A.
said, they are taking their
Eles chegaram agora há
last
pouco aí de
real
carro
bathroom break
na plataforma.
before they're
Estamos
going
aguardando o momento do
to
seu
get into
desembarque
the launch
e
tower there,
aí a
walk
subida
across
deles
the
na
crew
torre
access arm that you see
da
at the top
plataforma
of
de
your screen
lançamento, né,
there,
para que eles possam então
and
fazer
into their Dragon
o momento do
spacecraft,
ingresso
Dragon Endeavour.
aí na pra parte do procedimento de embarque.
And there's also some time here. More than likely, they're probably getting some updates on the weather. We mentioned before the ASP had kind of set up their equipment. Different crew members have different ways of setting up things on their legs and on their suits.
Lembrando também que esse primeiro estágio então do Falcon 9 já participou então de missões anteriores como a Demo 2,
any of these free moments you
Axioma
have
1
are times
e
you're sort of going
Pro
through that mental rehearsal or kind of configuring things, making sure your notes are where you want them.
Right.
So it's always nice to be a little bit ahead as opposed to feeling rushed to have that stuff set up.
Então, lembrando que o Falcon 9, então, hoje, veículo de
Just
2
to set
estágios,
expectations
mais a
for
Dragon
what
Endeavour.
we will soon see. So, in pairs, right, Raja, we're going to see
2 horas e
Commander
58
Mac
minutos
and
para o
Pilot
lançamento.
Mike. They'll be the first to take a look at their
Agora,
rocket
pelo horário
and
de
then head up
Brasília,
the
são
launch tower, yeah?
21 horas e
Exactly, yeah, and
56
it's
minutos.
mainly
O horário do
driven
lançamento
by,
está previsto para
when you
acontecer
get to the
às
strap-in
53
part,
minutos.
trying to have all 4 people
Pelo horário
strap
de
in at the same
Brasília do
time
dia
would be
4
kind
de
of
março.
to speak, get crowded. And so, for that reason, they
Tudo
do
correndo
take the
bem.
time,
A
and they
chegada
do
então da
middle seats
tripulação na
first.
Estação Espacial
Like you said,
Internacional
Matt and Mike
será
will
aí
get
no
in,
dia
and then
5
the
de
2 outer
março.
seats. So that's the reason they split it
Início
up
da
into
nossa
2v2.
transmissão na madrugada, a partir das
Yeah, we're
3
going to
horas
take our viewers
da manhã.
inside the crew access arm in the white room, which is the room that's at the end of the crew access arm just before they get into the Dragon spacecraft. I mean, they're going to see that it's tight.
Yeah, and it's and the reason it's tight was partially just because you're on the top of a giant tower, but also because it's essentially a clean room. They call it the white room, which harkens back to original days of spaceflight, the terminology that was used then. But it's basically it is a mobile clean room, so you can see all that black.
Então tá o momento da
Those are seals, and so it is.
Estamos
And you
vendo
can
então a
see the air hose running
escotilha
into the cabin.
aí da
So
Dragon.
it is not hot and humid in there like it is outside that area, and so they're temperature controlling,
Guardando, então,
humidity
a
controlling it,
tripulação.
but most importantly, what we call foreign object debris, controlling
então,
for that,
procedimento
because
de
even
embarque.
something like a human hair across that hatch could keep it from sealing, and so you'll see that's why they wear those black ninja outfits. They'll have the masks and everything on to keep anything. They'll have booties on. You can see that white square thing before the hatch is sticky material, so that catches any lints, little pieces of pebbles or whatever that might have been picked up as they go from the elevator, but the crew will have booties on their boots until they get to the outside the crew access arm and then take those off and they go through the clean room, but that catches anything else. And then you can see there's like a little piece of Kapton tape over the hatch seal, so everything is protected to maintain the integrity of that hatch. And here they are coming to take a look at the rocket.
E aí estão
That's right.
eles.
There's
E
Matt
aí
and
estão
Mike.
eles. Estamos aí vendo o Matt
Walking
e
over
o Michael, né? O
to
comandante
get
e
a
o
good
piloto,
look
né? A primeira
at their
dupla.
ride to space.
Então subir aí na,
Like I mentioned,
na
it's hard to see
torre
because the helmet's
da
heavy and not
plataforma
to tilt
39A.
backwards, so you gotta
Lembrando que
kind
eles
of
sempre
lean
sobem
back.
Yeah.
em pares, né? Então primeiro
You
aí
see
nosso
he's bracing his
comandante
chin,
e o
trying
piloto
to
e logo
tilt
depois
the helmet up.
os especialistas.
Taking a nice long look.
And as you mentioned, the capsule is being used for the 5th time, but a brand new booster. And
One more
SpaceX has
recline back.
pioneered the reuse of both the booster and the capsule, so pretty amazing with the.
Yep, 5th time Dragon, 1st time Falcon 9 today. And now here they are. They're getting into an elevator that will take them up the launch tower. We won't be joining them inside the elevator, but we do have a picture of the buttons inside there. If we can pull that up as they walk inside, as you can see, the bottom floor is Earth. And where they'll be going to is space.
Makes it very easy to know which button you have to push.
Yeah, no
Aí a
confusion
foto
there,
então
huh?
dos
Was it like
botões
that
aí do
for you, or is
elevador,
that a
né?
new
I
edition?
think the space is a
Indicando
new
aí em
addition.
direção ao
I think
espaço.
for ours it was still the other numbers correspond to the feet off the ground. is what those
Lembrando aí
numbers
que
are.
tem aí o
And
indicativo,
so you
né,
can imagine
de
with the Artemis, it's
feet,
going
né,
to be an even
de
bigger number.
pés,
They actually come up
aí
here.
da
There's actually
altura, então, aí
kind
da
of 2 floors.
plataforma,
There's
né, da torre.
they come out here and then wrap around and go up another very short set of stairs that goes up to the actual level where the crew access arm is at.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw that since they're going into the clean room, you saw the ninjas have the additional.
E aí
have
estão
the,
eles.
the hoods on for their hair as well, like I mentioned. So
É um elevador bem
21,
rápido,
like we
né?
mentioned before, that's
Aí estão
Denise,
eles
who's the
chegando.
asp. It's a little hard
Agora
to
eles
tell
vão
that now
fazer
that
então a
everyone's got
subida aí nesse lance de escadas
That's why the numbers are
para a
probably
passarela.
Exactly.
important.
Yep.
All right, so we have Matt and Mike walking up, like you said, a set of stairs.
Agora a segunda dupla, né, chegando aí, né,
Yep, and
os
those yellow
especialistas.
chevrons you see on the ground, if they have to egress, they don't actually have to go back down those stairs. There's slide wires that go from the top of the
Agora
tower down
vem
to
aí
the
os
ground. And so
especialistas da missão.
those chevrons are meant that if
Salve,
there's
Renato, seja
bad visual
bem-vindo
conditions,
aí,
you
meu
can look
amigo.
down
Como
and
é que
know
você
which
tá?
way to
Seja
go.
bem-vindo aí à transmissão.
So they'll be walking against it to get into the
Hoje
correct
estamos aí
arm,
acompanhando a
but if
missão
there were an
tripulada da
emergency, they'd be
CREW-8.
going with the chevrons.
Right, you can see over their right shoulder is the access arm, and then you can see Alexander and Jeanette down at the bottom of the
E
elevator.
aí agora
getting
estamos
their
vendo aí
time
então
and their chance to
a
take a look
dupla
at
de
the rocket.
especialistas da
The
missão.
rocket recline, and then we
É
saw
a
some
Jeanette
waves from
e o
Alexander.
Alexander.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool view with all the lights on it
Que
at
vão
night.
também fazer a subida aí, subir aí na torre da plataforma.
I wonder how they're feeling in this moment to see their ride. I mean, and to also be at the base of this rocket. Like, we've been seeing beautiful views of it, but to really be at the bottom of
Estamos
it,
nos
looking up,
aproximando então
that's
para o
when it
momento do
becomes
lançamento,
really...
hein?
It's pretty exciting, and I think that's why I think
2 horas e
100% of the people you
53
see,
minutos.
even though it's uncomfortable on your head and shoulders, still tilt all the way back because it is a pretty impressive sight to look straight up and just see
E aí estão
the
eles
rocket,
aí, né?
and
Pode
actually get
observar.
a sense of scale.
Se aguardando
It's
então o
really
momento aí
hard
do
for us when we see it from a distance.
da autorização então para atravessar a passarela.
You kind of lose that sense of how big it actually is.
To the left side of your screen, that's a great shot from, again, our flight ops team here. That's a helicopter that's orbiting the pad right now, giving you that beautiful shot of Mike and Matt. They're making phone calls.
Yep, so you can see in the left-hand picture is the view of where they're at on the pad arm, and the right side was the
E aí estão chegando a dupla de especialistas da missão.
number 21 Denise there operating
Aí na torre
the pad
também,
phone
topo
there,
da torre.
call to their family before they actually go into the crew access arm.
Yeah, the mission specialists are about to catch up right now with, there you go, with Matt and Mike there. So this phone call, you mentioned that Denise helps them, and it's because of the gloves they're wearing, right?
Yep.
To dial.
2 horas
Yeah,
e
exactly.
51 minutos.
And
e
also,
50
again,
segundos.
we're just super conservative about anything getting contaminated or
E agora é o
touching
momento de
anything.
encontro aí deles aí
yeah, it's mostly
novamente,
just using
né?
the gloves. It's hard to
Da,
actually
do comandante
probably a
e o
high
piloto
likelihood
com os
of misdialing
especialistas
from
da
a
missão.
dial phone.
And this is an opportunity maybe to call some of the folks that you did just see at Crew Walkout to say, hey, I made it,
Right, it
but
could
also
be,
others,
Yeah,
right?
it could be that. It could be people that maybe couldn't travel here for whatever reason, maybe aren't well enough to travel, but are still pretty important people in their life. So that's the other, I think, common thing that people might do. You see they're getting rid of the cooling units there. So they left them. You can see like the bottom, like middle is one of those blue cooling units, because as now they transition into the crew access arm.
And there we have Commander
E
Matt
aí
Dominick,
estão eles, o comandante
Michael Barratt, walking down the crew
e o
access
nosso
arm
piloto da missão, Mikael.
towards
Aí
the Dragon
estão
Endeavour.
fazendo então essa travessia
Walked into the camera.
da passarela em direção ao Falcon, ao embarque então aí da Dragon
Here they are
Endeavour.
now into that white room, like we were saying. So it looks like they are removing their gloves now.
Né, o momento aí então da assinatura, aí no mural aí,
So this is another tradition.
da torre,
We have the NASA
é
meatball here,
tradicional
and
aí,
starting
momento de
with demo
tradição
2
aí
with Bob Hurley and
da NASA.
Bob Benkin and
Bob
Doug
Benkin.
Hurley.
Yeah, oops, I was like, whoop, wait. You say their names often, all the time together, and then, but so they
Então aí
sign
todo mundo
their
que
names around
faz
the meatball.
Yep, and then that's
aí o embarque então na Dragon, né? Eles fazem então as suas assinaturas, tanto aí no, em volta do logo da NASA, quanto em volta aí do logo da SpaceX.
Running out of space there too.
We're gonna need another meatball.
And right next to the meatball was actually the SpaceX logo. And that is signed by the crews of Axiom 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
Axiom Space is the first commercial company to transport private crews to and from the International Space Station. And they launched all 3 missions with SpaceX. And the logo is also signed by the Inspiration 4 crew, so the first all-civilian crew to orbit the Earth. So again, this is like a physical representation of all that we've been doing in the last few years, 2020.
And like a perfect representation of the partnership too. Right? You can see the public and the private right next to each other, and it just indicates that enabling private space by utilizing government infrastructure. I mean, it's the same pad, the same facility is the same. Kennedy Space
Quem está
Center,
chegando agora,
doing
estamos
both
acompanhando então o
things,
momento do
working
embarque,
in
né,
tandem
do
with one another to
início
make
do
it all
procedimento de embarque,
So what's happening now?
então aí
Pod
da
checks,
tripulação
what's
da
happening?
CREW-8,
Foreign object debris
né,
check.
que vai em
I think so. It
direção
looks
à
like
Estação
these,
Espacial
they're putting their hands back in the
Internacional.
gloves, so they took their hands out
A Dragon
to
Endeavour.
sign. It's crew preference on whether you want
Temos
to
aí a
invest with
primeira
your hands in
dupla
your
de
gloves or not. So
astronautas
it looks like they
americanos,
both are electing to put them
né, o
back
nosso comandante,
in their gloves now.
Maxwell,
So that's what they're
Dominick
doing now is
e o Michael
redoing that, and then like we talked about
Barratt,
before, once
né,
Mike
então aí
gets his
fazendo
back in there, they'll re-verify
guardando, né,
visually that
a
it's a
autorização aí
good, the
para
zipper's
o
closed.
embarque na
Maddie there, who's got the
Dragon
white cup
Endeavour,
checklist on,
né,
number
que está
11,
então
is
acoplado ao
also
Falcon 9.
watching the time all the time, and keeping them
O horário do lançamento está previsto
timeline.
para acontecer aos 53 minutos pelo horário
You were
de
talking
Brasília.
about FOD again, foreign object debris. I mean, it is as small as something like a hair, which
Exactly,
actually got into the seal for Crew 5's launch, and they had to reopen the seal, remove that hair before they could close the seal for launch, or close the hatch for launch.
Yeah, and that's why the last thing
É
you
isso,
saw the
estamos
suit
aí,
there pull off
a
that
dupla
umbilical
de
cover off their right
especialistas da
leg. That
missão,
was that like
a
plastic piece that took
Jeanette
off because you're also trying to prevent any
Epps
FOD
e
from
Cosmonauta
getting into
Russo,
the cooling loop
Grebenkin.
or into the connectors there until you're actually in the, because the spacecraft is essentially kept completely sanitary and clean. So once you're in there, in theory, there should be nothing else that can contaminate the suit. And like we mentioned, they've got their booties off now.
E aí, momento então do embarque,
That's the last
né, o
thing
primeiro a
before they go
embarcar.
past that
Aí
piece.
estão eles,
Jeanette
os
and
especialistas
Yep,
da missão.
Jeanette and Alexander, Jeanette Epps,
O Alexander
Grebenkin
e
are two mission
Jeanette
specialists for Crew 8,
Epps
walking across the crew access arm
fazem então aí a
about to
caminhada
join
da passarela
their
para
crewmates
em direção ao veículo
in Dragon. You saw some
para então
waves,
fazer o
thumbs
embarque
up,
na Dragon Endeavour.
chatting as they make their way across the crew access arm.
Vimos também então o momento do embarque aí do comandante, o Maxwell.
Do the signing of the meatball here while
E aí
the other
também
two are
nesse
getting
momento
strapped
eles vão
in.
fazer aí
Yeah, the other
as
two are already both in.
assinaturas.
So we have Matt and Mike already inside
E aí já
Dragon.
temos nesse momento já dentro da
Going
Dragon
into Dragon,
Endeavour,
that's
o
called
nosso
ingressing.
comandante
They
e o
just
piloto, né? O
ingressed into
Michael,
Dragon.
o Maxwell e o Mike.
This crew is moving.
It's better to be ahead than behind, that's for sure.
Exactly. So that's Alexander signing right there. And now Jeanette.
And you can see, like you alluded to earlier, like why they don't all four try to get in at the same time. In microgravity, it's easy to do because you've got the vertical and three-dimensional space you can use when you're not constrained by 1G. But here on the ground, trying to have four people and the suit techs and the hatch techs, all those people all in the same spot, it gets pretty crowded.
Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 people either in the capsule, at least 8 people, either in the capsule or in the white room right now. So as you said, removing their boot coverings, essentially. Walking on that sticky tape to grab anything off of the soles of their shoes before they ingress as well.
Yep, and you can see the techs are making sure their helmet is protected on the way in, just so you don't accidentally bump either the hatch seal or damage the helmet.
Mm-hmm. How big of a space are we talking about? Can you give us an idea for how wide it is in their Dragon?
Inside the Dragon?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, you can see that the 4 seats across, and then below the seats, it gets a little wider. So it's wide enough that you can lay head to foot pretty comfortably. You can probably fit 2 people down there. And then it narrows as it goes up. So above
E aí,
the
então,
displays
embarcando
that
neste
Mike's using
momento,
right now,
aí
you
tá
could
os especialistas
fit
da
one
missão,
person laying
né? Jeanette Epps e
horizontally.
o Alexander.
So it's actually pretty comfortable.
Actually, Dragon is configured for 7 passengers if needed, right?
Right, the original outer mold line design was built so where you see the cargo bags underneath Mike and Matt's feet. That
Faltando então aí
at
2
one
horas
point,
e
early in the
45
design,
minutos
was
para o
considered,
lançamento.
for extra seats.
Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são
That
22
wasn't,
horas
that's not what it's
e
certified
9
for now, but
minutos.
that was originally part of the original concept. You can see number 22. There was those products I was talking about earlier that each crew runs a little differently. Some have what we call like lineup cards. Some use the iPad. Some maybe have wave for Matt
waving,
there.
yeah. finding the camera. He sees us. Thumbs up. I think that's for you, Raja. From a turtle to another turtle.
Então agora oficialmente, né, todos estão aí dentro aí da Dragon.
So as we can see,
Endeavor,
Matt
se
and
preparando
Mike
aí, né,
have their
ajeitando então
harness
agora
on. It's a
os
5-point
seus
harness.
cintos.
Yep, yeah, so there's a harness, and then also where their boots are at, there's a connection in the sole of their boot that locks their feet into the footrests. And then, yeah, you're seeing that they're helping. You can see a good view of Alexander's thing. It's like a rotary knob that those 5 straps go into.
And it looks like on Mike's right leg, that's where the umbilical will be connected to, right?
Right, they're all connected right now. You can see it on Jeanette's, on all their right legs. You can see it's connected. So at some point, I would assume they'll start doing
Então, mais uma vez aí, já ali no lado direito, né, para vocês, imagens aí estão do Falcon 9, com a Dragon Endeavor.
Yeah, comm checks are
They'll usually probably wait for the text to get out of there.
Estamos aguardando então aí o momento do
Yeah, so explain what the umbilical
acionamento então dos
system
sistemas
does. What
da
do they get
Dragon.
through these umbilicals that they're now
Aí
attached to?
para a primeira comunicação aí com a via rádio.
For cooling and the breathing air, and then also it's the comm link.
Com a central aí de controle lá na
two big
Califórnia.
things. It's so environmental control and then communication. And then on the armrests are the actual controls for talking, for volume, what's called Vox, which is a setting of how loud you have to talk for the other people to hear you, because you don't want to hear people breathing. So it's a sensitivity setting. So that's what on their hand rests, they have buttons that control that. You can see, kind of like I mentioned, this is now where they're putting on what we call the crew configured items. So it looks like
eles ligaram aí então os sistemas, né, aí da Dragon, né, então fazer o primeiro contato com o pessoal da Califórnia, com a sala de controle da SpaceX. Lembrando mais uma vez que o horário do lançamento então é 53 minutos pelo horário de Brasília.
And right now, launch weather here at Kennedy is 85% go.
Nice. Great news.
And we have that up there.
Estamos agora com 85% de chance então de termos o lançamento, né? Boas notícias, os ventos estão bons, né? Então a velocidade dos ventos, como vocês podem observar, né? Entre 7 e 12 milhas por hora, né? Velocidade boa, né? Os ventos se acalmaram, né? Estamos indo bem, né? Estamos então com 85%. Estamos aí com o primeiro contato, então aí com a Califórnia, aí com o centro de controle aí da Dragon.
We're almost
da SpaceX.
Real time check here in a minute. Copy.
So you heard that call out? They're getting ready for comm checks. That was just
então aí para o nosso primeiro contato.
So real
então boas notícias e também inclusive com a relação aí do clima, né? Estamos agora com 85% de chance para o lançamento. Né? Quando a gente inicia. Então já estão prontos ali, como vocês podem observar, né? Os cintos já estão aí conectados, né, de todos eles. E agora eles estão fazendo então aí ligando, né, os sistemas da nave.
Also potentially hail that can be in the uplift part of the anvil. That's as the air circulates, the nasty stuff usually gets pushed up higher. So avoiding flying through that is usually something we try to do.
E aí agora nossa próxima etapa aí do procedimento para o voo da Dragon, né, será aí o momento então aí da pressurização, né, do fechamento da escotilha e da pressurização da Dragon.
Today we will see CREW-8 launch to the International Space Station.
I'm looking forward to it. So it looks like they're configuring the straps on those what they call the satchels, those crew satchels that have a mix of basically like some of the product, like lineup cards. They have some emergency egress cards and some other things like that. Some quick, basically things if you need to get to checklist quickly, you've got in there. You can see next to Mike's right arm, another tradition of putting the crews that have been in that particular Dragon capsule in Endeavor, their patches along the bulkhead to his right.
Desde as 20 horas e 40 minutos.
It's a really tight space, but I really appreciate the camera teams there giving us these great views of our crew.
Desde ontem estão transmitindo para vocês.
They're in their seats, strapped in, We expect
Então
comm checks
aí na
soon,
primeira imagem,
followed by suit
né? Aí já
rotation,
eles
and then
aí
suit
prontos
leak
para
checks.
o lançamento.
They're ready. Thumbs up for all those things coming up from all 4 crew members.
E aí estão eles. Lembrando que temos 3 astronautas da NASA e um cosmonauta russo.
Ready to go. And pretty good view there of the stuff below Mike and Matt's feet. You can see not just the people going up there on the CREW-8 vehicle, but also cargo. And so the white canvas bags are called CTVs.
Então aí da esquerda para a direita, né, temos aí o Alexander
probably science that
da
needs
Rússia,
either cooling or heating or some
nosso
or air
piloto
circuit, something to preserve whatever it is that
né,
needs
nosso
power.
comandante da missão,
The
Dominick,
Dragon has
e a
the
nossa
ability to take
especialista
really
da
high
missão,
value
astronauta da
and
NASA,
high-end science to and
Jeanette
from the space
Epps.
station because we can bring it back to Earth for further analysis. And so things that are
Então essa aí é a nossa tripulação da CREW-8.
we can't necessarily don't have all the tools on the space station to analyze. You can bring back, which is a pretty
Lembrando que eles vão ficar
amazing
então
capability
na
that
Estação
we now
Espacial
have with the
Internacional por 6
Commercial Crew Program.
meses.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why they're going up to the
Right,
International
yeah,
Space
it's
Station.
all about science. So that if you can actually, keep the
Também nós
science
vamos
preserved,
acompanhar a sua
that's
chegada
huge.
na Estação
If
Espacial
you're just joining
Internacional.
us, it is T-minus 2 hours,
Aí na
38
terça-feira,
minutes,
dia
until
5, a partir
CREW-8,
das
you see
3
there,
horas da manhã.
launches to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Matt Dominick, pilot Michael Barratt, and mission specialist Jeanette Epps, Alexander Grebenkin, strapped into their seats inside Dragon Endeavour, waiting for comm checks, as well as their seats to be rotated into the launch positions.
Yeah, so what you're not seeing in this view is all the activity in the white room as the
Então
techs
vamos
are starting
acompanhar
now
no
to
momento aí
clear out
também
those
da
hatch seal
rotação
covers
aí
and prepare the hatch for
das
closure
cadeiras,
and
né,
start
para o
working
momento
all
então
of the white
do
room
posicionamento
ops.
para o
There you can see
lançamento.
it there. And then, as you mentioned, so they're getting ready for comm
E
checks,
a nossa próxima etapa, então, aí será o momento do fechamento da escotilha
You can set up different
e a pressurização da
relative volumes
Dragon.
between different loops. So kind of like if you were talking to me and someone else was talking at the same time, I can vary that mix, and more than likely the crew kind of has an idea over time of how they like that setup. So that's probably what they're configuring. And then, like I mentioned, doing checks amongst themselves one at a time with one person talking and make sure you're not getting bleed over into someone else's comm, as it can be pretty annoying to hear.
Yes, Jack, and ready for comm checks, 1.4.
So now we'll listen in here as they run through all
Copy,
the
let's
different
do
loops.
it. Let's go left to right across the vehicle. MS1, Commander, Pilot, MS2, comm check.
MS1, comm check.
Jeanette, loud and clear.
Loud and
Agora
clear
nesse
as well.
momento estão aí verificando todos os sistemas de contato aí com os
Matt,
astronautas.
Keep same.
Comm check.
Mike, 5x5.
The same.
Full comm check.
And Alexander, loud and clear. Thanks all. Good evening, CREW-8.
Same.
That's the umbilical comm check. And next up is seat rotation. Report when ready for that.
Então nesse momento eles vão iniciar agora a rotação para posicionamento para o lançamento, a rotação das cadeiras.
Ready for rotation.
Copy, standby 1.
So you mentioned that as the umbilical comm check, meaning they'll still have to do what's called RF comm checks later, which we'll hear later on.
Yeah, there's different kinds of comms, right?
Exactly.
Ground stations,
Different-
TDRS.
Different pathways, exactly. So they're getting ready to rotate the seats. So what the crew's probably talking about now is making sure they have all their hands and legs inside,
Salve,
restrained,
Walter,
nothing's
seja
out and
bem-vindo,
about,
meu
so
amigo.
that
Boa
when the seats
noite.
rotate, you don't want to get anything stuck.
And why do we want to rotate the seats?
So the position they're in now is much more convenient to ingress in 1G. It's you're able to easily get in and out of the capsule. You saw they could kind of stand as they did that.
Estamos
But it
aguardando
wouldn't
então o
be the
momento
best to
do
be in this position for launch.
procedimento da
Dragon,
rotação
SpaceX,
das
initiating
cadeiras.
seat rotation.
Rotação iniciando. Rotação então dos assentos sendo iniciada neste momento.
If they were to stay in that same position they're at now, as the vehicle goes up, the force of the acceleration, or the gravity vector and the acceleration vector will pull the blood down towards the bottom of the capsule. So in the position they had been in, that would pull the blood out of their brain. So very similar to when fighter pilots fly and do G-strains to keep they're conscious, it would be the same thing. And to avoid doing that, since this is a much longer ascent, it's a multi-minute thing, we rotate them onto their backs, and that way, when that acceleration vector pulls the blood down, it's still staying in their head. It's mostly staying in their chest and head, which is a much more sustainable, basically, body position to have.
Rotação
Yeah, basically
concluída.
they're saying that if they were to stay in the position that they were in, they could pass out.
Yeah, they definitely would pass out. Yeah.
How much G-force are you
Dragon
experiencing?
SpaceX, we see 4 seats in the launch position.
Então, rotação para o posicionamento de
How
lançamento
much force
concluída.
are you seeing at launch?
And with that,
Experiencing?
your go for section 2, suit leak check prep.
All right.
It's about 4 to 5 Gs, Megan and peak, and it builds right before first stage cutoff and second stage ignition, and then the second stage kind of builds slowly from about 2 to 5 Gs by the time the second engine cuts off. So about 5 Gs peak.
Wow.
Lembrando mais uma vez que o horário para o lançamento previsto então para acontecer às 53 minutos do dia 4 de março. Estamos hoje aí então já com melhorado então a probabilidade então para o lançamento de 85%. Nós iniciamos hoje a transmissão, né, com 75%, né, de chance para ter lançamento, e agora já estamos com 85%.
Exactly, and the reason we're having to redo it is you saw them open the gloves up before. Presumably, they didn't have to use the restroom. They would have to open up the bottom part of the torso zippers. And so, since they broke that seal, they now have to recheck it. But what we did rule out by doing the leak checks in the suit room is there's probably nothing mechanically wrong with the suit.
Aí no nosso, aqui também no nosso canal.
Copy, we see it. Your go for section 3.
There you go for 3.
Agora, nesse momento, eles estão iniciando o procedimento aí para
o
lançamento, né? Iniciando todos os sistemas aí da Dragon.
And there's different ones where you want to verify
quero agradecer já os likes, né, de vocês, né? Muito obrigado. Já passamos aí, estamos com 24 likes, né, na transmissão, né? Muito obrigado, né? Sempre pelo apoio de vocês, né? E já passamos também dos 1.260 inscrições aqui no canal. Cada dia mais, sempre crescendo, né? Mais e mais.
It's checking both the pressurization and, like you mentioned,
muito
the
obrigado
depressurization,
sempre aí pelo
the rate
apoio.
it comes out.
Lembrando também de seguir o canal nas redes sociais, né, lá no X e também no Instagram. Né, os links também se encontram na descrição.
You can actually also test out your ability to see the displays. It's like you mentioned, Megan, the helmet kind of expands up on your head, and so you want to make sure that you've got your chin and that helmet kind of interface into the pad and the foam around it, such that you can still see the displays.
Entendi, amigo. Não, tudo bem, sem problema. Obrigado aí pela sua companhia sempre aí, né? Aqui no canal, né? Muito obrigado aí. Hoje vai, né? Hoje tem que ir.
And so, unlike before,
não, hoje vai não, hoje tem que ir. Desculpe mais aí, mais uma vez aí pela minha voz, né?
Because if there are any unforeseen
delays onde eu tô trabalhando agora, né? Ar-condicionado forte, né? Aí
So on the right hand of your screen, we're seeing again inside the White Room. Talk to us about what the SpaceX ninjas are doing right now. We see them shining a light on the seal.
So yeah, they're doing hatch seal inspections right now. So more than likely visually inspecting them as well as probably photo documenting it and running video over it. So they've got documentation of what that seal looks like before they close it. And then once they've done that and actually close the hatch, they'll also start running through hatch leak checks, very similar to the suit leak checks, except on the hatch. The reason they're not doing that is because they don't want to start that process until they knew the suit leak checks are good. So some of the folks up there are suit techs. So if there was a problem with the suit leak check, you have the expertise on hand, already in the clean room, ready to go to basically.
Estamos aí então aguardando o momento do fechamento da escotilha da Dragon, né, que é a nossa próxima etapa.
As you can see from the graphic on your screen, up next, hatch close. Again, first, successful suit leak checks we have to see. We have to successfully check the seal around the hatch, and then they will close the hatch, and that'll be the last time they open the hatch until it splashes down,
exactly,
right?
Yep. Yeah, that hatch is not the same one they use for docking on the space station. You can't actually see it in this particular view. It's on top of the spacecraft. in this configuration. But yeah, you're exactly right. This is the same one. A lot of the same people, actually, too. A lot of these ninjas will be the ones that are on the recovery boat about 6 months from now. So you can see he's got like a little lint-free cloth there that he's dabbing at something on the seal.
Such meticulous work has to happen.
Dragon showing 4 good leak checks.
That's the call to 4 good leak checks, so that's a good sign.
Copy, Dragon. We see the same, 4 good leak checks. At this time, the closeout team is going to hop back in the vehicle for final closeout steps before exiting the capsule. Your go for Section 4.
Section 4, thank you.
So now that I know the suits are good, that what he was talking about, the SpaceX folks will come inside, basically do a once over the inside of the capsule, make sure, there was nothing, nothing accidentally left behind, nothing out of configuration, kind of one last check if all the straps are tight. The crew is, because now they've done the leak check, what can happen is that suit expands, it loosens the straps, and so just making sure everything is still as it was.
And as they continue to inspect the seal, let's talk a little bit about the comm checks that are coming up. So checks through the umbilicals, that happened, but we still have other checks. Can you talk us through the different ones and why there are several ones?
Yeah, sure. There's different methods, or what we call RF chains or radio frequency chains, or you may call them loops, or they may also call them dragon to ground, space to ground. But it's just different ways of referring to different pathways that the RF flows. So you mentioned TDRS earlier, which is the tracking data and relay system. So that's one way. There's direct like radio comms. And so basically what they're doing is trying and making sure all those pathways work on the ground before they launch. And the other thing they do is talk to different stations. And so there's both the loops and the way the electromagnetic, all that flows. There's also within the control rooms different subloops of lots of
Vamos
people
aí aguardando o
talking,
momento do
but the crew
fechamento
only
da
hears a very
escotilha da
small
Dragon.
subset of that through what either the Capcom or the
Agora
core
são 22
relays to
horas
them. But there is for launch
e
the ability
27
of some key
minutos, né?
people to be able
Virando
to
aí
talk directly to
27
the crew if
minutos.
there's an off-nominal situation. So they're going to check all those relay paths. So you'll hear like the voice of the CE, the chief engineer, the LD,
Está então
launch
acompanhando a
director. So you'll
cobertura
hear some of those
completa
people
aqui da
make
missão
sure that they have
CREW-8,
a
da
path that
missão
goes all the way
tripulada aí
from
da
the chair they're
SpaceX,
sitting in and the console
NASA
they're on,
e
all the way to the
Roscosmos.
crew in the vehicle.
And that's a good awareness for our viewers as well. They're hearing chatter on the loops, but there is a lot more that's going on in the background to make sure that everything's working properly. And
yeah, the crew is not hearing the vast majority of the back chatter. You're right. The average controller probably has like 14 or 15 loops that they're listening to and talking on and having different conversations. And then there's a long tradition in spaceflight that comes from aviation that only one person actually sort of filters all that information and then passes it up to the crew. And so we call it the Capcom in NASA speak, or they call it the core in SpaceX at MCCX. The same thing both here and then on the ISS we do the same thing. Artemis, it's been that way since Mercury and beyond.
can you break down those acronyms for folks?
Sure. Capcom's Capsule Communicator Core.
Crew Operations and Resource Engineer.
There you go. So that would have been one for someone to ask me on social media. They would have stumped me. But you had it.
2 horas, 25 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos aguardando só o momento do fechamento da escotilha da Dragon. Para que possa, então, iniciarmos aí o procedimento aí de pressurização da nave.
They're monitoring everything, essentially.
Right, so that
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Copy loud and clear. That was over the TDRS network. That's the launch configuration. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD.
Check.
Dragon DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear. How many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon to ground, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD! Dragon loud and clear, we're excited.
Agora eles estão aí verificando os sistemas aí da Dragon. Vamos
Dragon,
acompanhar.
LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Dragon, Frank, we got you loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear.
And Dragon, that'll do it. Launch configuration comm checks complete.
Então a configuração aí para o lançamento concluída.
Matt, pretty excited to be talking to some of those folks. I mentioned families earlier, and that's just another piece of the family. There's the Dragon family, there's the ISS family, the Houston family, there's the F9 Kennedy family. And so about a year prior to launch, the crew first starts actually interacting with the same folks that are on the loops with them this evening. It actually kind of worked out good last night as I got a chance to meet my CE. And so it was really interesting. You heard the familiarity in the voices, which is a really big part of the team building. So even though Jared, who's my CE, had grown out a beard and his hair was longer, as soon as I heard his voice, I recognized him immediately, even though he looked different. And just, you learn over time, and after multiple sims of hearing the intonation in their voice, and just like the crew learns to work together, you learn to work with those people and all the controllers and
2 horas
hear things in their voice that give you an
minutos para o
indication of
lançamento.
what's going on. Some of those voices
Agora,
are coming
pelo
from
horário
here
de
at Kennedy,
Brasília,
some were
são
coming from
22 horas
Hawthorne,
31 minutos.
and then we're also tied into
Lembrando que
MCC
o horário do lançamento
Houston,
está previsto para
so
acontecer
we've got
aos
3 different
53
sites.
minutos.
And you mentioned some of the loops that we're not hearing.
Aí do dia
It's not just
4
whether they're
de
tracking,
março.
but there's all kinds of things about are the recovery
E aí
ships
agora
ready to go,
estamos vendo aí,
are
então,
the
a sala de
DoD forces
controle
that are ready for
na
off-bomb, are they ready
Califórnia,
to
da
go?
SpaceX,
So
e a
it's an
sala de controle
amazing
da Estação
orchestra of
Espacial
stuff
Internacional
happening
em
in Houston, the
Houston,
front rooms,
Texas.
Hawthorne on the left and Houston on the right, and there's a bunch of back rooms for each of those positions. There's a whole lot of another team of experts that are feeding information up to them.
Yeah, it takes a lot of people to send folks to space.
It's super humbling to be the astronaut that just gets to be the tip of the spear that all those folks are supporting, and it's a amazing job to be able to do that. And it sounds like Matt and his crew are ready to go and excited.
We are now at 2 hours, 22 minutes from the liftoff of the Falcon 9 from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CREW-8, you see them there, currently inside Dragon Endeavour. We have 3 first-time flyers on this mission. We have Commander Matt Dominick and Mission Specialist Jeanette Epps and Alexander Grebenkin. As for pilot Michael Barratt, who's seated second from the left, this will be his 3rd visit to the International Space Station.
Yep, and they're excited to go up there. Actually, I was after
E aí temos
yesterday.
o momento
I was
do fechamento da
able to message back
escotilha
and
da
forth with Charles and
Dragon.
Laurel and pass the word on to them. So they sent me a
Vocês
pretty
podem
awesome picture
acompanhar ali
of
no lado
their
direito
sad
da
faces.
tela.
that
dividida.
the 3rd turtle wasn't going to be up there for a while, but they're
Estamos
ready
nesse momento, então,
to
no
catch
fechamento da
Endeavour when it
escotilha
shows
da
up in dock
Dragon.
with the space station.
Yeah, Andy Mogensen launched on CREW-7, and he wrote on Twitter today that we should say CREW-8 is crew late. And they're all excited to see them.
Yeah, it's weird. What's weird when thinking about it is you train a lot together, and then all of a sudden the crew in front of you is gone, and the next time you see them, it's in space, which is a pretty surreal place to have a reunion.
So we have the split screen, obviously, of our CREW-8 astronauts inside of the Dragon capsule, and right outside, again, the white room as they work to close the side hatch there. But so far, we are running ahead of schedule, actually. Astronauts have completed their comm checks, their different ones, as Raja mentioned, to make sure they can communicate with the teams here on the ground. They can communicate through satellites around the world. They can communicate with each other. Their seats have rotated from upright to their reclined launch position, which allows them to see and access the display panel, which you can see both Mike and Matt. It's off camera, but you can see them touching display screens in front of them. They also have completed their suit leak checks to make sure their spacesuits are working properly. And again, now the closeout team will verify that cabin environments are stable,
todos os momentos
and
aqui
they
ao
are working to close the side hatch.
Estamos aí aguardando então o momento do fechamento da escotilha da Dragon.
Check the seals and like we mentioned, when they're getting in, they're holding their helmets to make sure they're not going to get scratched. So they're pulling off that equipment. And yeah, the side hatch and the side hatch leak checks are the next big technical piece of the timeline.
Lembrando então que para segunda-feira teremos aí missão Transporter 10, né? Lembrando que esta missão, a princípio, não terá transmissão ao vivo, né? Isso se mudar o horário, né, do lançamento. Depois teremos também no dia 4 a missão Starlink. Dia 5, na madrugada, a partir das 3 horas da manhã, missão CREW-8, chegada na Estação Espacial Internacional. Também teremos mais uma missão Starlink durante essa semana. E no dia 9, sábado, missão aí com a Rocket Lab. Caso aí sábado de manhã.
So yeah, now all the padding is gone.
Yep.
Now, if you've been watching us since we came on air at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz with NASA astronaut Rajachari, who commanded NASA's SpaceX Crew-3 mission. The two of us are providing audio commentary right now, but we plan to expand our coverage about an hour before launch. We will come on camera and invite additional commentators to walk us through today's launch and ascent. Let's now take another look at the crew going into space today. Commander Matt Dominick, born and raised in Wheat Ridge, Colorado.
Então, a apresentação da
Married to
tripulação,
Faith
né, nosso
Dominick.
comandante,
They have two daughters, again the youngest one. It was her birthday on Thursday. Matt earned a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School. He was designated a Naval Aviator in 2007. Made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea, flying close air support missions in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He has more than 1,600 hours of flight time in 28 different aircraft, 48 carrier-arrested landings, and 61 combat missions. And this is the commander's first spaceflight.
And as you heard, he's excited to go. Definitely hear the excitement in his voice doing the ground checks. And then super excited to get to see Matt lead his crew up to the space station.
You know him well.
I do, yes. Matt and I have, I've started together in 2017, so it's been a great journey and always a joy to work with him. He makes every class, every training event fun and always, it's one of the favorite things he likes to say is so many questions. So he's a bit infamous for always having lots of questions for the instructors, but I think both they and us come away learning something new that we never expected every time.
That's right. There's no bad questions.
There is no bad questions, yeah.
We also have...
Only unasked ones are bad ones.
Exactly. We have Dr. Michael Barratt, Crew-8 pilot.
E aí temos aí nosso piloto, Michael
by NASA in 2000.
Barratt.
He's the only one of Crew-8 who's been to space before, the only veteran. He was part of Expedition 1920 in 2009
Nosso
and
piloto aí então da missão de
STS-133
hoje.
in 2011. In total, 212 days in space. He is board certified in internal and aerospace medicine, has been awarded a bunch for his contributions to space medicine research. He lives in League City, Texas with his wife Michelle, and they have 5 children. I'm told that he's the one who's going to make the best meals for the crew once they get to the space station. 1, for experience, he's been there before, but 2, because he likes to cook in weird places, apparently.
Yeah, as you heard him kind of express in his video earlier, he's got some really unique experience with space and in terms of having been part of the team that assembled the space station, having lived on the space station, and now getting to see it in its in an expanded form. So I think it's going to be really cool for him to get to see how it's grown and how the science has really matured, and it truly is an orbiting national laboratory, and all the research that's going on, which is near and dear to his heart. So it's, I think, a really cool circular journey for him to have started being one of the leading, flight med and science researchers at NASA, now an astronaut, and now getting to go actually do the science and add to that. Like I said, he's written the book on space medicine, so he's going to have some more hands-on experience to add another few chapters.
As we continue to monitor the closeout team working to close the side hatch. Let's take a look at mission specialist Jeanette Epps. Also a first-time flyer from Syracuse, New York.
Astronauta da NASA,
She was a NASA fellow
Epps.
during graduate school and then worked for Ford Motor Company, where she received a U.S. patent for her research into auto collisions and countermeasure systems. And then after that, she joined the CIA for 7 years as a technical intelligence officer before becoming an astronaut in 2009. She has a Master of Science and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering. And we saw a picture of her twin earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, that was very cool. Just like I had not seen young pictures of Mike, I had not seen a young picture of Jeanette and Janet, which, as she mentioned, if being a twin's not confusing enough, having almost the same names. But yeah, so excited for Jeanette. Like I mentioned
Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 22 horas e 40
I mean,
minutos.
everything from Ford to
Faltam
the
então
CIA,
2 horas,
it's a
13
true
minutos,
expanse, I think
30 segundos para o
very analogous
lançamento.
to her career here at NASA, of having seen different vehicles and having that unique insight, and taking that to the space station, and her
Estamos
deep
aguardando então o
technical
momento
knowledge
do
and
fechamento da
understanding, as you
escotilha
heard
da
in her video,
Dragon.
she's very excited to be part of the scientific research and payloads and experiments going on up there. So it'll be fun to watch her in her element.
And on the far left of your screen, we have Alexander Grebenkin,
E
mission
agora vamos ver
specialist,
pouquinho
looking
aí
really
também
relaxed.
da nossa segunda
as they
especialista da
await
missão,
side
cosmonauta
hatch
russo,
closure.
Alexander
He is also a
Grebenkin.
first-time flyer, graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering Institute in 2002, where he majored in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow Technical University of Communications and Informatics, graduating with a degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television. He was accepted pretty recently into the Cosmonaut Corps 2018, and he'll be the flight engineer while on board the space station, which is what you served as.
Exactly, yep. So Alexander was essentially in the equivalent class of the Turtles. We were 2017, and he was in the 2018 cosmonaut class. They're offset a bit. Also great to see the members of their class going up to the space station, working with us side by side, and continuing the partnership.
Lembrando que ainda para esta semana,
and the US
né,
launch vehicles.
eu prometi para vocês, né, que teremos aí o nosso programa retrospectiva mensal, né, já está tudo pronto, né, para gravação aí, né, só falta gravar e terminar a edição e subir aí pro canal. Né, então, esta semana, sem delongas, né, teremos então nosso programa retrospectiva mensal, né, o que aconteceu então aí no mês de fevereiro.
And kind of talk through those again. So that when they talk internally the capsule, that doesn't go outside, so they can be having conversations on the intercom that we don't hear and the ground doesn't hear. It's only when they push the button on their hand rest that it goes out. So most likely, as you can see Matt scrolling there, they're going through just all the different scenarios and kind of what we call chair flying it. Basically mentally prepping for what's going to come. So when it's later and you don't have time to talk about it, you've done all that now.
Right. Yeah, a lot of things happening in the background, and as we, again, continue to monitor what's happening around Dragon Endeavour right now, we do have another question from social media. This one is Vava on Instagram. How did you get a job at NASA, Raja?
Well, so the first step was apply. So we applied through USA Jobs. And as we mentioned before, the FLYs, which is the 2021 class, is graduating here in a few days. So I would expect we will soon be hiring after that for a new class. So, the initial step is through USA Jobs. If you go to nasa.gov, or just Google nasa.gov or how to be an astronaut, it actually lists some of the requirements there, but essentially have a master's degree in a STEM field, be a medical doctor, are kind of the academic baseline requirements. And then from there, it's about a 1.5 year long process. You apply initially online. We review those applications and then eventually narrow down the field and do 2 rounds of interviews to eventually select a class that starts ASCAN training.
And I do want to point out, because we do get this question a lot, you don't have to be someone in a STEM background to get a job at NASA. We have a wide variety of jobs that support space exploration. So just because maybe math and science aren't your favorite subjects,
Yeah, absolutely. You saw all those rooms, like I mentioned, and all those people sitting in those control rooms, all the people that work to support the people in those control rooms. It's a huge community. I mean, if you mentioned the virtual passport, if people have actually got to visit Kennedy Space Center or Johnson Space Center or Marshall, any of the places, any of the centers, they're all almost little cities in themselves. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. It takes a whole community to get humanity to space. And yeah, whatever your talents or abilities are, we can definitely use them. Because the challenges for Artemis are many and difficult. So we can use all the help and talent we can get.
Of course, Artemis, NASA's campaign to establish a long-term presence on the moon. And then what we learn from that, we can further explore Mars. So Roger, walk us through what's happening in the White Room right now. It looks like they're back to inspecting the seal.
Yep, yeah, so you can see you've got like the high-density light out there. And so checking there's two surfaces. There's the capsule side and there's the hatch side, and both of them have seals, so they have to check both of those. And then amongst the seals, there's actually dual seals, a primary and a redundant seal. So it's essentially 4 sets of seals that they're checking.
Wow.
And so sometimes what can happen, it's pretty common on the space station, maybe there's like a discoloration or a divot. You can kind of see Maddie's iPad there. There's like pictures on the right side. So some
e aí,
of what
neste
they're
momento,
doing
agora
is
sim, estamos
making
com o
sure
fechamento
that,
da
as you
escotilha.
saw him doing the photo documentation before,
Aí
like
sendo
let's say there's like
realizada
a
neste
place where it's a
momento,
slightly different color. They'd
faltando
want to go
2
back
horas e 8
and
minutos
make
para o
sure, is that
lançamento.
new or is that an existing documented thing? So that takes a little bit of time to cross-check those things, which is probably what's happening now, just making totally sure that there's no new damage is the wrong word, but no things that you're visually seeing that's different than it was already documented or already known.
Yeah, like we said, CREW-8, a hair
Yep.
was in the seal.
And
that is
it's
unacceptable.
worth putting a lot of time into this because it is a pretty big time hit if you fail the hatch leak check. And that's built into the timeline. You'll see if it all goes well, we'll have some more time. But that's one of the the suit leak checks and these leak checks are both very important because problems there can very quickly delay things.
And again, we are still ahead of schedule in the timeline, the mission timeline, as we count down to liftoff. The side hatch close is set for T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes, so we still have some time.
So about 10 minutes ahead.
Yep. Still have some time to get that done.
Lembrando que tivemos também no lançamento, né, tripulado. Agora não lembro qual que foi, não sei se foi na demo 2, não lembro qual que foi. Tivemos também um problema aí na hora do fechamento da escotilha, né, que não estava selando, né. E aí tiveram que adiar o lançamento por conta do problema da escotilha, né, naquela oportunidade. Né, que puder ir reforçar aí, né, qual foi este lançamento, qual foi que deu esse problema, né, agradeço bastante. Mas já teve esse problema anteriormente, né, com o problema com o fechamento com o selamento da escotilha, em um lançamento anterior.
So we are counting down with 85%
2 horas e 6 minutos para o lançamento.
Dragon, SpaceX for an update. Team still working towards side hatch closure and being extra cautious about some hairs they found on the seals. Not a concern, and they're just being cautious.
Tracking copy, thank you.
Então, como vocês puderam observar, então aí as equipes ainda estão aí trabalhando, né, e para o fechamento da escotilha. Estamos aí com problemas aí para o então da selagem, né, da escotilha, né.
A hair, clean it off, and then probably photo documenting where the hair was at, and making sure that the act of wiping the hair off
Eles estão
of
com
that
dificuldades
cloth
aí
didn't
na
do
parte
any
então
damage or even any
do momento aí de
residual
selagem
oils or anything like that
da
behind.
escotilha,
So
né.
that's,
Vamos
the other reason
aguardar.
wearing gloves is just the oils of your skin touching those seals can degrade them.
Aguardar então para ver o que está acontecendo.
So meticulous. They have to be so careful.
O cara bateu ali com a cabeça ali, né? topo ali.
So it looks like they're closing the hatch
Então, fechamento
now.
agora. Vamos
Happy
tentar
with what
fechar
they've
aí.
gotten for pictures and documentation. And like you said, the next big thing here is still about
Nesse momento, a escotilha fechada. 2 horas, 4 minutos e 30 segundos para o lançamento.
We have a lot coming in for you, Raja. This one is from Leslie on Twitch.
Escotilha
asking, how
fechada.
come launch is so late in the day? Why not earlier?
Well, Leslie, it's just driven by the oral dynamics. Sometimes they are in the day, sometimes in the
Então, nesse
evening.
momento,
So
então,
it's purely
estamos aí com a
driven by
escotilha
the
fechada.
phasing.
And Dragon, there's hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. And then note for you, ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
E agora eles estão aí fazendo o procedimento aí de selamento da escotilha.
Dragon.
Yeah, so it's completely dictated by the orbit of the space station. So that's the ultimate target of where Dragon's going. So based on where the space station is and the days you're trying to launch, that's what drives the window. And you're trying to minimize the amount of propellant essentially that you want to use to do that. So you have you save opportunities for backup rendezvous. You heard the call there about monitor for state.
Você está então assistindo o canal UPTV na cobertura aí da missão tripulada CREW-8 em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional, agora pelo horário de Brasília, 22 horas e 50 minutos, horário para o lançamento, 53 minutos, aí do dia 4 de março. Faltando agora 2 horas e 3 minutos para o lançamento, vou fazer então um pequeno intervalo. Já voltamos, mas vocês ficam aí com as imagens.
This would not be the time for Mike to get out a pocket snack. So you'll see that at this point, pretty much everything they have is either going to be attached to them with a lanyard or stay on their leg, just so that there's no chance of it falling. And the reason that's a problem is it's not so much a FOD issue or affecting something mechanically in the vehicle. It's more what's called a flail, or if that loose thing were to start flying around the cabin during ascent. Worst case, like if it were to strike a visor or something like that, so and cause damage. That's was under. You asked about G loading before, so although if you were to drop an iPad on your toe now, it wouldn't hurt under 5 Gs. That would be 5 times the weight, and so it could potentially hurt or damage something.
I mean, most of us can think of it as if we were flying on a commercial plane, right? And during takeoff, we're told to stow our belongings.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
So right now, they are crouched by the side hatch. Are they about to perform the pressure check, Raja?
They are. So the 17's blocking. You can't see in front of them, but there's a panel that they'll eventually cover up before they launch, and they've got some test equipment attached to that. So they're basically checking to make sure that now that the hatch is sealed, in theory, if the seal is good, it should be holding. You can add basically what's called positive pressure to the vehicle and make sure that it's not that value is holding. It takes a little while because you have to account for the effects of the temperature difference. So people who are maybe probably in high school would understand the gas laws and how pressure, temperature are all related. So you have to account for that and give it time to be thermally stable. But that's essentially what they're doing right now, is making sure that if you add pressure to the vehicle, it's not going to escape somehow.
Got it. So yeah, essentially the same thing as a suit leak check, but for the entire capsule.
Yep. And the reason that little panel is off is that's where they run the equipment through to basically add the air and then check the values.
And so for those who've been following along with our commercial crew launches, you know that every Dragon astronaut crew brings a stuffed toy with them to space as a zero gravity indicator. When that toy starts floating, the crew, as we've seen, who've been strapped into their seats, that's their only visual confirmation that they've reached microgravity. So for the previous crew, Crew 7, that launched August of last year, they brought a stuffed sloth. And moments after reaching microgravity, Crew 7's pilot, Andy Mogensen, revealed that his family inspired the toy's selection.
They say I'm the slowest person alive, which is also why it's a 3-toed sloth, not a 2-toed sloth, because apparently that would be too fast for me. So welcome to space, Sasha the sloth.
And Raja, this is video of your crew's zero-G indicator. You guys also had a very specific reason for choosing this one, right?
We did, yeah. So ours was a blend of all the parts of our crew. So clearly it's a turtle, since Kayla and I were lucky enough to be turtles in space together. We named it FAO, which is German for turtle, since Matthias Maurer was our ESA astronaut with us. And it's actually specifically a peacock turtle, because Tom Marshburn, the pilot, their class is called the Peacocks. So it represented a piece of all of us. And you can see we even had a little space helmet for a turtle, so it could do EVAs with us.
Dragon SpaceX, clock ticking past T-minus 2 hours. We're going to step into a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, and then we'll be back in pad hatch closed.
Checking.
And we'll talk a lot more about the launch escape system coming up. But really quickly, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's basically the system, once there's propellant on the rocket, that if there's any kind of problem that the crew needs to immediately get away from the rocket, that it will propel the Dragon capsule separate from the F9 and bring it back on its own. So the health checks, you talked about the reason they're giving that heads up. We mentioned the flight computer state that they're watching, and so they're seeing, they're giving that word so that when they see it change to something having to do with the launch escape system, that's a known planned event as opposed to anything wrong with the launch escape system.
Right. So just checking that real quick. A critical piece of equipment that's obviously needed to make sure that in the event of an unlikely emergency, that the crew is safe.
Estou de volta agora pelo horário de Brasília, são 22 horas e 55 minutos. Faltando então aí 1 hora e 58 minutos para o lançamento.
Any insight?
No, it's a very close-held secret.
It is. If it's well done,
Estamos então acompanhando a cobertura aí da missão tripulada CREW-8. A direção à Estação Espacial Internacional, onde ficarão por 6 meses. E ficarão no lugar da tripulação da CREW-8. Eles farão então a integração aí entre as expedições 70 e 71.
You are pretty sure you're in space because you get this sort of feeling with your internal organs starting to move around, but you didn't actually move as you're strapped in so tightly.
Right.
So one way to know for sure, other than the fact that you can see the telemetry, a good mechanical analog backup is if that thing is floating, you are definitely in space.
Yeah.
Então, aí como vocês podem observar, as equipes da SpaceX estão trabalhando ainda no selamento então aí selamento e pressurização então da Dragon, da escotilha e pressurização da Dragon.
Also a nice thing for the whole team to do. Again, like they design their mission patch together. They pick a zero-G indicator.
Lembrando que o horário do lançamento então está previsto aí para aos 53 minutos do dia 4 de março. E se tudo der certo hoje, a chegada então da tripulação na Estação Espacial Internacional se dará na terça-feira, dia 5 de março, com transmissão iniciando a partir das 3 da manhã. Lembrando que a gente está acompanhando desde o início, desde ontem, com a nossa cobertura especial aí, desde ontem, quando tivemos aquele problema de scrub, devido a ventos e elevadas altitudes. E hoje também, desde o iniciozinho aí, desde o momento em que eles estiveram então fazendo os testes aí com seus uniformes, e até esse momento da fechamento da escotilha.
All right, as you can see from the clock on your screen, we are now under 2 hours.
1 hora e 56
minutos. The liftoff
minutos.
of NASA's SpaceX CREW-8 mission. You're seeing 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut.
Então lembrando sempre aí que eu peço, de deixar o seu like, de se inscrever no canal, bastante importante aí que vocês se inscrevendo, deixando o like e de compartilhar, poder compartilhar,
to conduct science experiments and technology demonstrations. You know, and speaking of their 6-month trip, Raja, it's going to be a really busy one. First of all, a lot of visiting vehicles, including the first crewed flight of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft.
Yeah, it's as I mentioned, Jeanette's had the opportunity to kind of see that. Matt actually worked on the commercial crew program and worked with the Boeing Starliner, so it's pretty exciting to have to be this close to having 2 vehicles that launch from the U.S. taking astronauts to the space station. So it is always busy during launch and landing time, but yeah, we're all looking forward to Butch and Sunny, who are the primary crew flying the Boeing Starliner, heading up there soon.
Yep, it'll be a crew of 2, as you said, NASA astronauts, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore. The mission will be NASA's Boeing crew flight test, and that flight would move Boeing's Starliner spacecraft one step closer to certifying it for regular crewed trips to and from the space station for NASA's Commercial Crew Program. And so while CREW-8 is up there, that's one of the visiting
SpaceX,
vehicles.
good side hatch leak check.
Excellent news.
Então, aí, fechamento da escotilha concluída, né? Está tudo em ordem.
See them closing out that access panel now. The leak check's done. They'll put the panel back on there.
So in addition to CFT, we'll also have another cargo launch. Another NASA astronaut, Tracy Dyson, she's going to arrive to the space station aboard a Soyuz
23 horas
spacecraft.
pelo horário de
A really
Brasília, menos de
dynamic
1
time
hora e
for CREW-8 to
53
be up
minutos
there
para o
and
lançamento.
doing work.
Yeah, so I think as the space station has now fully completed, it has constantly got traffic going and coming from it, bringing new science. So when CRS-30 shows up there, it's always one of the highlights of the times for the crews up there, because there's so much science that comes with those cargo vehicles, whether they're CRS, whether it's Cygnus, it brings up new payloads, and that's how we refresh and keep changing out what science is up there and always cutting edge. And then you mentioned, TC showing up there in the next Soyuz. She'll replace Laurel, who'll come back down, and continuing that flow. So CREW-8 will get some overlap with Crew 7, with Laurel and her Soyuz crew, and then quickly they'll be the ones running everything up there along with TC.
And CREW-8 is also going to perform at least 3 spacewalks, looking at the summer-spring timeframe. One is going to remove radio frequency hardware, another to prep for the installation of 2 new iROSAs, and then the third to install a new HD camera.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of work out there, a lot of work to be done, and that'll keep them very busy. But I think spacewalk training is definitely the hardest physical and mental thing of the training flow for ASCANs and in the astronaut program, but it's also one of the most rewarding things. And definitely, we try to do as much as we can in space using robotics or automation, but sometimes, just like if you had something broken on the outside of their house, the only thing you can do is go out there and fix it. And so they'll be doing that with the radio frequency hardware. Is an S-band antenna that has been having some problems, and so unfortunately it can't be fixed on orbit, so it has to be brought inside, brought back down on the ground, fixed, and then sent back up. And then the iROSAs, that's another acronym, but basically
you're right.
improved rollout solar arrays, I think. And so the space station's been continuously occupied for over 25 years, which means we've got better technology, more efficient solar panels. We're putting more science on board,
Tá
and
chegando
that
a hora
science needs more power. So we'll be installing
do lançamento do
2
Falcon
new sets
9,
of solar
com a
panel
Dragon
arrays. And
Endeavour.
it's pretty ingenious how they came up with the way.
Hoje está com a
Those
missão tripulada
people who've seen the
CREW-8 em
space
direção
station
à Estação
online or
Espacial
pictures know the solar arrays,
Internacional.
they're called the SAWs, the solar array wings, are massive. They're huge, and so if you'd had to take
Escotilha
those apart
fechada
and
e
add new
pronta.
ones, it would be very technically
Dragon
difficult.
então está
So
pronta
these
aí para o
iROSAs actually go on
lançamento.
top of the existing ones. They roll out on top, as that
A
rollout
escotilha
name
fechada,
implies. It's a pretty ingenious
pincelada
solution.
e também pressurizada.
And so most
A
of the
nave
spacewalk involves rewiring those new ones into the existing electrical system.
Lembrando que
and then
hoje, então, para o
actually
momento do
physically
lançamento,
deploying
estamos aí
that
com
rollout system.
85% para o lançamento, né?
So again, they're on the space station
do
for
Falcon
6
9
months,
com a
all
Dragon.
those visiting vehicles, all those EVAs, and then CREW-8
Tudo
will
pronto
also
aí.
do a lot of science, as we've been saying. One of the main reasons why we have the International Space Stations.
Eles
They're going to
removeram
help
então a parte que
facilitate
conecta
research,
a plataforma com a
including
Dragon.
whether algae may improve spacecraft life support systems.
Agora eles vão fazer o recuo
Many of the research
ali do-
conducted in microgravity
do
have
telhado
applications
removível.
here on Earth that improve our everyday lives.
da cobertura ali
Yeah, and I
removível.
think that's, at least for me, Megan, the most exciting thing about work on the space station. I mean, that's why I became an astronaut to begin with. I mean, there's the exploration piece, but it's really about changing lives here on the planet. And so I think the most exciting research we're doing is things that helps us get to the moon, helps us to get to Mars, but also changes how we live here. So whether it's clean water technology, carbon dioxide scrubbing, both those things, we need them to live on other planets. But more importantly, those are technologies that would change the way humanity lives here on Earth. And so that's, it's so amazing to know that you're a small piece of the program, a small piece of the research that does that. It's really an honor for the astronauts to be able to be a part of that, and knowing that the teams they're supporting is part of the research and science that happens on the space station. You can see them removing some more of the parts and pieces that connect the white room and that clean room. So now that the hatch is closed and that cover is on,
agora nesse momento eles estão iniciando o procedimento aí da remoção aí da parte aí removível, né, da passarela que conecta aí a Dragon.
Seems like a good time now to take another social media question. This one is from Mars06 on Instagram. What does it feel like to travel to space?
I think the best analogy, I kind of feel like a superhero, is the ability to float. So I think that's the thing I miss the most, is being able to just float around. It takes a while to adjust. You heard Jeanette mention in her video that after about 2 weeks she'll be a little more acclimated. That's probably accurate. A few days to a few weeks to really.
Estamos aí até o momento indo bem aí, né, com o procedimento então para o lançamento.
Great questions. Keep them coming.
Agora eles vão remover a parte que conecta em cima.
Really any platform that you enjoy watching us, but we know a lot come through YouTube, X, Facebook, and Twitch. Use the hashtag AskNASA, and Raja will try to answer them, as many of them as he can.
I'm sure there's many more that I'll get to.
E aí eles vão agora puxar aí a parte que conecta. Então aí esse pequeno todo, né? Conecta então aí na plataforma com a Dragon.
And they're basically taking off, like I mentioned, taking the seals off, because again, up until now, this has been a completely sealed-in environment. Now, as they take these seals off, you actually are getting the ambient Florida air into that cavity. But now that the hatch is closed and we know the seal's good, none of that's actually getting inside the spacecraft.
Okay, T-minus 1 hour, 47 minutes and counting. So far, a very smooth, ahead of schedule countdown. Right now, again, as Raja said, you are watching the closeout team on the pad in the white room, preparing for the crew access arm to retract.
SpaceX for the big picture post-ingress.
Go ahead.
All right, CREW-8, timeline is ticking down to launch tonight. We've got the side hatch closed and leak checked with some margin. Closeout team is still on the crew arm. I'll give you a further update when they depart. How copy so far?
Copy all.
All right, no significant updates on vehicle and ground systems. Dragon, Falcon, and the pad look healthy as we continue ticking down. I do have a weather update for you. It's been trending better since our L-4 hour brief. Primary watch item is still flight through precipitation further along the ascent corridor, but we're down to a probability of violation of 15%. We've got the meteorologist continuing to track the weather per usual to monitor deviations from the forecast, but it's looking good out there. How copy?
Aí temos boas notícias aí com o tempo, né? Continuamos aí com 85% então de chance para o lançamento.
That's actually all I had. How y'all doing in there?
Então aí temos boas notícias.
Love it life, hang it out.
Então aí segue tudo em ordem. Para o lançamento então do Falcon 9.
Last minute words from Rick on the crew training team. He wanted to pass along some advice specifically to you, Matt, to quote, just don't break anything.
Copy all. It's your spacecraft. We're going to take good care of it.
Some fun banter back and forth there on the mission audio loops. You were hearing Matt being told not to break anything because right now everything's looking great. No issues with Dragon, Falcon, or the pad.
Junto com essa transmissão oficial aí da NASA, temos aí também em conjunto com a Spacex e a Roscosmos.
Some rain farther along the ascent corridor, but still looking good for launch.
Então aí continuamos, né, com a previsão aí de 85% de chance, né, de lançamento. Temperatura boa aí, 64 graus Fahrenheit e também aí ventos, né, entre 7 e 12 milhas por hora. Então, o método tudo segue em boas condições, né, para o lançamento. Tudo segue em ordem.
Let's take you inside Mission Control in Houston. It's the hub of human spaceflight at NASA, as you can see there.
E aí temos aí a sala de controle em Houston, né, na Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que até o momento, né, temos 7 pessoas a bordo na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, que é a expedição 70.
Thanks, Megan. Such an exciting mission ahead for CREW-8. I am here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control Houston. Including Demo 2, today's launch will be NASA's 9th total crewed launch under the Commercial Crew Program, which has enabled the United States to once again launch astronauts from American soil. However, it's not just professional astronauts that visit the International Space Station anymore. The orbiting laboratory was recently home to the 3rd private astronaut mission, called Axiom Mission 3, or AX3, with a crew representing 4 nations. NASA is enabling these private astronaut missions to open up space unlike ever before and lay the framework for a commercial low Earth orbit economy where NASA will become just one of many customers. On January 18th of this year, the AX-3 crew launched from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, which is where CREW-8 is launching from today. The AX-3 crew spent about 2 weeks on board the station, completing over 30 important research experiments and conducting dozens of outreach activities. Accompanying AX-3 during their stay and currently awaiting CREW-8 is the Expedition 70 crew.
Né? Aí nesse caso, então, o solar, né? Então a viagem será interrompida. Aí já em relação à Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Aí não sei se há algum protocolo de emergência ou não, né? Mas provavelmente deve haver, né? Em casos assim, né? Quando que eles selam toda a Estação Espacial Internacional, que eles não conseguem aí deixar a Estação Espacial, né? Se caso acontecer uma grande explosão solar. Mas com relação ao clima, né, como eles fazem, então, às vezes o pouso na costa da Flórida e também no caso da Rússia, né, que eles fazem ali no Cazaquistão, né, então eles dependem do clima local, né, para o momento então da reentrada aí da cápsula, né. E se caso então acontecer algum problema, então sempre tem esses adiamentos, né, que a gente já viu várias vezes.
System where NASA will be just one of many customers. To learn more, let's take a look at this video.
Mas se acontecer alguma coisa, então aí por exemplo, se acontecer alguma coisa grave com a Estação Espacial Internacional, aí eles têm todo o protocolo então de emergência, né, para a evacuação. Até para quem está chegando agora na nossa transmissão, faltando aí 1h e 41 minutos para o lançamento, estamos na cobertura especial aí para a missão tripulada CREW-8, né, que vai em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional, né, com lançamento previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos pelo horário de Brasília do dia 4 de março. A tripulação nesse momento já se encontra toda ela preparada, né, já a escotilha já está fechada e selada e pressurizada, né, no Falcon 9, né, como vocês podem aí perceber nas imagens, né, lá da plataforma 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy, nos Estados Unidos, e a tripulação então está composta por 3 astronautas americanos e um cosmonauta russo. Né, então são eles, né, o comandante Dominick, né, o nosso piloto
Michael Barratt e os nossos especialistas da missão, Jeanette Epps e Alexander Grebenkin. E eles vão passar então aí 6 meses na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então já está tudo preparado, lembrando que estamos aí com previsão de 85% de chances favoráveis então para acontecer o lançamento. Né, velocidade dos ventos aí entre 7 e 12 milhas por hora e temperatura em torno aí de 64 graus Fahrenheit. Né, que está mais ou menos aí em torno de 20 graus, 20 e 25 graus Celsius. Temperatura ambiente aí. E após, então, o momento após o lançamento, né? A gente vai acompanhar até o momento então da abertura do nariz da Dragon, né? Que aí vamos aí até mais ou menos em torno de 15 minutos de missão após o lançamento. E nós vamos acompanhar o momento então da sua aproximação, né? E chegada na Estação Espacial Internacional no dia 5 de março. Aí a partir das 3 horas da manhã, nossa transmissão. Então, para você não perder, né, nenhum detalhe, né, não deixe então de se inscrever, de curtir, né, e comentar aí, também ativar o sininho da notificação. E também seguir o canal nas redes sociais, né, para que vocês não percam então nenhum detalhe aí da programação das missões, né, futuras e também dos updates, né, aí das missões. Lembrando que esta missão, então, tem aí operação em conjunto aí com a NASA, SpaceX e Roscosmos. Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 23 horas e 16 minutos. Lembrando que para amanhã, então, teremos Transporter 10 e missão Starlink. Lembrando que para a missão Transporter 10, até o momento, aí, até o momento eu não vou conseguir fazer transmissão, né? Porque durante a tarde estou trabalhando aí fora do canal. Então, nesse momento, estamos vendo aí as equipes então, da SpaceX, né, se preparando então, para fazer essa parte então, de evacuação aí da plataforma, né, e fazer então, a descida então, das escadas, descida da torre, aí da plataforma de lançamento. Então a equipe da SpaceX aí já deixando a plataforma, iniciando então o procedimento de evacuação.
Because if you have to use those slide wire baskets, you have to make sure everyone's accounted for, and so this is all that. There's a purpose to all that communication to let them know who's there, not there.
Thanks for that insight, Raja. Let's talk about CREW-8's mission patch. You know, they designed it together, and let's take a look at it now. We have the Dragon bowing with respect to the ISS.
Temos o logo da Dragon, da missão CREW-8.
Endeavour, of course, is the spacecraft that's flying CREW-8 to the ISS, therefore enabling a continuous human presence on the lab in low Earth orbit. The Dragon's tail, of course, in the shape of a number 8. The crew also wanted to highlight the international effort on the station, and that's why you see a world map in the background. And also, each CREW-8 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them for their roughly 6-month stay in space. Here's a few of the things CREW-8 says
então, você está assistindo o canal UPTV com a missão aí CREW-8, missão tripulada da SpaceX em conjunto com a NASA e Roscosmos. Lembrando que o horário do lançamento aí daqui a pouquinho, às 53 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília. Então, fiquem ligados aqui no nosso canal, que você não perde nenhum detalhe então, das missões. E tudo que acontece também ao redor do mundo.
Then we have Matt, Commander. So he said that his dad had the same style.
Vou fazer um pequeno intervalo, né? Vocês continuem acompanhando as imagens.
Gifted that watch to him. So he will be bringing that up to the space station with him. And then Jeanette, she'll be bringing up a photo of her mom. And for those who don't know this, her mom passed away 5 days after Jeanette was selected to be an astronaut in June 2009. And Jeanette says she wouldn't be here sitting in Dragon Endeavour without her mom's work ethic and the emphasis that she instilled in her, emphasis on education growing up.
Yeah, and I think there's not a whole lot of room to put things in your suit pockets, but some of the most precious things for you and your loved ones are usually what go there. So in my case, it was my wedding ring, and then some basically pieces that my children in the future use for their weddings, hopefully if they choose to do that, since they're still younger now. But that was giving them the option to have something significant that flew with me to space for their eventual marriages.
That's a really great, thoughtful thing.
It was not my idea. It was passed on to me by someone else who thought it was probably passed on to them by someone else.
It's nice of you to admit that. Again, speaking of Jeanette's...
I passed it on to Jasmine as well, so that's probably part of her answer as well.
Oh, Jasmine McBelly, CREW-7. Yeah. Speaking of Jeanette's work ethic, as we were talking about, she's probably one of the most thoroughly cross-trained astronauts in the Corps right now because, again, trained in Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon.
Yeah, it's, we said Mike Barratt has done Shuttle and Soyuz and Dragon, but unique and definitely not something that all the astronauts are doing. It's a good problem to have this many vehicles to train in, but definitely also a challenge to keep track of that many different systems and differences between the vehicles. So she's uniquely qualified, having seen all of them.
Again, a beautiful shot of the launch pad. We're flying a new Falcon 9 booster. Dragon Endeavour flying on its 5th flight. That's the most for any Dragon spacecraft. Right, Raja?
Yeah, it's the fleet leader. And the original certification done by the Commercial Crew Program, which just the fact that we were reusing capsules to begin with was, new boundary breaking and not unprecedented. So this is the fact the program and SpaceX pulled that off together. In and of itself is amazing, and now they're at 5. And so after this, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of analysis, taking a really close look at how the vehicle's actually performed over the 5 flights, and what the forward steps are. But it's pretty amazing to even, like earlier mentioned in the broadcast, like 5 years ago, just the idea of saying like, oh, it's on its 5th flight. That wouldn't have been in the vernacular, and now it's just talking about it as if it's, oh yeah, of course it's the 5th flight. What else would it be? So it's the impossible has become the common.
Right, and the plan for the Commercial Crew Program is after Endeavour flies on its 5th flight, they'll evaluate it and work with SpaceX to maybe determine whether or not it could be recertified to fly additional flights.
Exactly, yeah, and I think there'll be, like I said, a lot of analysis. You may not have to refurbish the whole capsule. Maybe there's certain key components or parts or critical pieces. But yeah, we'll really dig in with the help of the folks at Johnson, KSC, and Marshall, and really all the NASA centers that help the Commercial Crew Program to figure out how we can continue using it.
T-minus 1 hour, 31 minutes, 40 seconds and counting until Dragon Endeavour, as we've been talking about, flies its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station. The astronauts we're tracking today: Commander Matt Dominick, pilot Michael Barratt, mission specialists Jeanette Epps and Alexandra Grebenkin. A live view.
Estou de volta aí com a nossa cobertura.
Up next,
missão tripulada da SpaceX, NASA e Roscosmos. Missão
CREW-8. Wasn't sure if that was if they just got ahead of
Estamos aí ao vivo na plataforma 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy, nos Estados Unidos. Acompanhando então essa cobertura especial aí da missão tripulada CREW-8 em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. O horário do lançamento então aí previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Nesse momento então está tudo em ordem, né, até o momento, né, com a tripulação e também com o veículo, e com os sistemas e com o clima. Estamos aí com 85% de chance então de ter o lançamento hoje, né, faltando então 1 hora, 30 minutos e 20 segundos para o lançamento. Né? E agora, só nos resta esperar.
Vamos esperar porque o abastecimento do Falcon 9, né, só começa aí por volta dos 35 minutos, né, para o lançamento. Então aí, vamos aguardar. Dentro de instantes, então teremos aí o recuo, né, dessa passarela, que faz então a ligação, né, da torre para o veículo, para o Falcon 9, né, com a Dragon Endeavour.
Away from the Falcon 9 rocket at a rate of a half a mile in 7.5 seconds. So really, this system can move the crew away
Lembrando então
from
que
the rocket
as equipes então da SpaceX, né, já deixaram aí a plataforma 39A, né, já fizeram então o procedimento de evacuação.
With both the Dragon and the Starliners, a robust launch escape or system. So, like you mentioned, designed to be automated, but also
faltando 1 hora e 29 minutos para o lançamento.
The commander and the pilot who have a way to
Estamos aguardando então o momento do recuo da passarela.
Keep in mind, if it happens during launch, the rocket is still accelerating, so you actually need to accelerate even faster than the rocket to get away from it.
Lembrando então, se tiver lançamento hoje, né, eles chegarão na Estação Espacial Internacional na terça-feira, dia 5 de março, na madrugada então de terça-feira, com o início da transmissão a partir das 3 horas da manhã.
So we'll be arming that launch escape system just before propellant loading of Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes.
Então, exatamente aí como eu falei.
Going up, that means CREW-7 will be returning home. NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen, JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos' Konstantin Borisov. You see them there? They launched from Kennedy Space Center in August.
E aí esse foi o momento aí da CREW-7, né, que a gente acompanhou ano passado.
And once CREW-8 arrives, there's going to be called
que eles chegaram em agosto.
handover for about 5 days, and then CREW-7 will undock from the ISS no earlier than March 11th. So, Raja, what is
então, lembrando que o retorno da tripulação da CREW-7 será não antes do dia 11 de março. E é claro que nós vamos acompanhar tudo aqui, né? Desacoplagem e também aí o momento da reentrada e, é claro, né, o resgate aí da tripulação da CREW-7, né? Nós vamos acompanhar todos os passos ao vivo.
We have breakfast food here and lunch food there, or maybe we break it up by there's meats in this drawer and vegetables in this one. So it's kind of all those little day in the life things. And as you heard Mike say earlier, the space station
também que no dia 10 de março, né, no domingo 10 de março, iniciará então o horário de verão nos Estados Unidos, né, e aí então nosso fuso horário, né, com o horário do leste, né, então vai mudar. Aí vai ficar, em vez de ser 2 horas de diferença, né, entre a diferença então com o horário de Brasília e o horário do leste, né, aí vai ficar com 1 hora de diferença.
And one thing specific to this handover with CREW-7, I thought this was interesting. The astronauts are going to be testing new water bottles.
E aí isso vai ficar até novembro.
We'll use hopefully on future Dragon launches, potentially as part of the Artemis
program. O horário de verão dos Estados Unidos, né, vai começar agora domingo dia 10 e só termina em novembro.
Whereas a soft water bottle, you can squeeze, so you can get all the water out of it. It's a lot easier, compact, and you can refill it potentially. So on the Orion vehicle, that's also a use case as well. So definitely an improvement and trying to always come up with better and more efficient ways, because water, as it turns out, is pretty heavy to take up and down to space.
Nosso fuso horário, né, pra gente acompanhar aí as nossas as transmissões, né,
so a lot of planning and
aqui no canal.
Has to happen to bring astronauts home safely. So I want to introduce everyone now to Samantha Testa, who is a recovery director for NASA's Commercial Crew Program. that help make a mission like this possible. All right, everyone, we have another QR code for you. This one will show you how you can download NASA's new Spot the Station app. So for those who don't know, the International Space Station is the third brightest object in the sky, and this app, if you scan that QR code on your screen, will help you see it while it's orbiting the Earth at over 17,000 miles per hour. The app can send you push notifications. It'll look just like this. You see on the top there of upcoming viewing opportunities based on your location. The app will also track the station location in real time, showing you where in the sky you need to look. You can also take a picture or record a video and share it to social media all directly from the app. Pretty cool. Okay, looking at the clock again, we are 1 hour and 23 minutes, 34 seconds from launch. Again, of CREW-8 to the International Space Station. Crew has ingressed, as you can see, helped by the closeout team. Umbilicals, they're attached, and those provide breathing air
pelo horário de
and
Brasília, são 23 horas 30 minutos.
Their suits were checked,
Falta então aí 1 hora 23 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aí só aguardando o momento então do início do abastecimento do Falcon 9, que será aí aos 35 minutos para o lançamento.
And we will be hearing final weather checks before a no-go, no-go poll for launch.
Estamos aguardando então aí as checagens finais, né? E aquele rate, né, do go no go para o lançamento, e para ver se vai tudo ser liberado aí para o lançamento hoje. Lembrando que aí até o momento estamos com 85% então, né, de chance para ter lançamento. Estamos só aguardando então a confirmação geral aí da equipe então, da SpaceX na Califórnia.
And rigor and analysis that goes into these crewed launches, and so we take that really seriously, obviously at NASA and at SpaceX, and so even down to the engine component. So the Merlin engines on the F9 actually have heritage from Marshall Space Flight Center, who helped SpaceX early on, you know, back when they were first developing the engines, and so we still have experts there that are looking at poring over the data as they start to the final count. Like I mentioned, you've got the folks from the Commercial Crew Program, who are called SMEs, or subject matter experts in all kinds of different systems, who are essentially also monitoring the telemetry, overseeing everything, and at all points conferring with SpaceX, consulting with them, make sure that everyone agrees that everything looks good. So it's the team has just continued to flourish, and that those partnerships have worked really well.
We have a nice shot now of CREW-8's ride to space, Dragon Endeavour. We've been talking a lot about it tonight. Again, the first time SpaceX and NASA will fly a Dragon spacecraft for the 5th time. Here's a look back at its previous flights and why it was named Endeavour.
Liftoff.
Agora vamos ver todo o histórico, né? Até agora, então, da cápsula Endeavour. Aí o Bob and Doug, aí na missão Demo 2. Né, marcando então aí o retorno das missões tripuladas aí na Flórida. E temos aí o momento da CREW-2, com a Dragon Endeavour. Então aí temos aí a missão Axiom 1, né, também com a Dragon Endeavour. E o último, CREW-6, né? Dragon Endeavour. E hoje, CREW-8, né? Dragon Endeavour, CREW-8. A gente acompanhou todas essas missões juntos aí. Só que a missão Demo 2 e Axioma 1 a gente acompanhou lá na época na Twitch. E aí hoje novamente então temos aí a cápsula Dragon Endeavour.
You can see them there. Work on their launch pad is underway as NASA prepares for their historic mission around the moon.
E o nosso momento Artemis. Então aí a tripulação se preparando, né, para a missão que será ano que vem, 2025, né, um grande momento histórico, que será também nessa mesma plataforma aí, 39A.
And next, for that emergency egress system, teams will test the baskets by placing water tanks filled at different levels so those can simulate the different weights of passengers. And once that's done, then the Artemis II crew themselves are going to practice that.
1 hora e 17 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos aí então acompanhando todos os detalhes aí então da missão CREW-8, missão tripulada aí com a cápsula Dragon Endeavour.
Configurations and permutations you could have.
Agora pelo horário de Brasília são 23 horas e 37 minutos. Estamos só aguardando então aí agora, né? Agora estamos só no aguardo ainda do recuo então da passarela, né, que liga a torre ao Falcon 9, né, a Dragon. E também aguardando o início então, do procedimento de abastecimento do veículo, né, que começa a partir dos 35 minutos para o lançamento.
In the video, EGS, the Exploration Ground Systems, all the work that we call at Stage 0 for building the pad. I'm working with SpaceX and Blue Origin on the lunar lander, which we call the HLS program. There's the rocket, the SLS, there's the Orion capsule. So there's no shortage of work going on for Artemis right now, and the astronaut office is heavily involved in helping with all of that.
Yeah, all hands on deck.
Exactly.
Must be exciting for you guys to think about that, and the speed again at which we are making so much progress in human spaceflight. You know, we are doing such great things with the Commercial Crew Program, as we've been saying since 2020. We've accomplished so much, and now we're looking ahead with the Artemis campaign.
Yeah, it's a great time to be working at NASA, and so many, you know, whether it's thinking ahead to Mars architecture, the moon's sustainment and how we get there, stay there, whether it's operating, living, doing amazing science on the space station. There is really no bad place you could possibly be working or supporting right now within the agency.
And for Artemis updates, you can scan the QR code that we're going to bring up on your screen. You can also screen grab. I don't know if you knew that, Raja. If you were watching it on your phone and you see a QR code like that, you can't scan it. So you could just screen grab it, and then from that picture, just click on it. And it'll
então, agradecendo, né, todos os likes recebidos até agora aqui no canal, né? Quero agradecer. Também as inscrições, né? Já passamos aí 2.260 inscritos no canal. Muito obrigado aí pelo apoio.
Lembrando que você também pode ajudar através via PIX, né, aí com sua contribuição, né, para que o canal aí possa continuar crescendo, né, e melhorando aí também os seus equipamentos. Ou se preferir também, né, aí tem a nossa lista de desejos aí da Amazon, né, nossa wishlist, né, para que a gente possa também aí contribuir, melhorar aí os nossos equipamentos.
The 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut will be the latest crew to fly as part of NASA's commercial crew program, which uses private companies to
toda a
transport
arrecadação,
people
né,
to and from
aí
the
recebida,
orbiting
né,
lab
será para a melhoria então
from
dos
right here on
equipamentos,
US soil.
pagamento aí de internet, né, das
You can see the
contas
crew
aí.
there. They are flying on board a SpaceX Dragon named Endeavour.
Neste momento, então, eu só estou fazendo, por enquanto, a transmissão somente aqui no YouTube, né? Mas futuramente, né, com a ajuda de vocês, né, aí eu poderei fazer transmissões em múltiplas plataformas, né? YouTube e Twitch, né, principalmente.
Raja, it's been a great countdown so far. Oftentimes we are ahead of schedule. Weather was the big watch item for us, but right now
E aí, para isso, né, estou aí na busca, então, de um novo computador, né? Para que a gente possa então conseguir fazer esta múltipla transmissões aí em plataforma.
The excitement is really picking up here as we get closer to T0, right, Raja?
Yep, it's definitely palpable. This is probably one of the
Agora,
most,
pelo horário de Brasília, são 23 horas e 41 minutos. Né, estamos aí seguindo aí com a contagem regressiva. Faltando então 1 hora, 12 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. Estamos então acompanhando a cobertura especial desde ontem e com a missão tripulada da Spacex junto com a NASA e o Roscosmos.
Re-emphasizing everything one more time.
And for those who might be setting an alarm,
até agora tudo em
so that they
ordem.
don't miss tonight's launch. T0
Estamos aí
is
com 85%.
And 38 seconds Eastern Time.
Estamos aí com 85% aí para o lançamento, né? De chance. Então, o horário do lançamento é previsto para aos 53 minutos do horário de Brasília. Dia 4 de março.
Who's been doing a great job. And actually, somebody recorded a video for you. So, yeah, this will be cool. So, this one is actually from a former NASA engineer turned STEM influencer on social media. His name is Mark Rober, and he was here visiting Kennedy Space Center recently, and he had a question that only an astronaut can answer.
How's it going? Mark Rober here.
It was pretty surreal. I don't even know how to put it totally into words. In fact, Tom Marshburn, who was the person on our flight who had flown, his whole goal on the ascent after we'd unstrapped was to actually just to watch us looking out the window to see our reaction and just the joy that we had and the joy that brings to another person seeing a human have that much joy. I think you're absolutely correct. The stars look a little different, but I think for me at least, what was even
lembrando que aqui também no canal nós temos aí conteúdos de matemática e programação em Python, né? Então vocês aí têm conteúdos variados, né? Além, claro, das transmissões das missões. A gente acompanha aqui também. Temos aí então esses conteúdos de matemática e programação em Python. Lembrando que nos conteúdos de matemática, né? Aí vem desde toda a parte aí de ensino fundamental, médio, também aí de cálculo. É parte universitária aí também.
Where we obviously all live, but it gives it the sense of it. You're looking at like a completely different planet just because you're not used at all to seeing in that orientation. It's such a powerful visual experience. And for me, just emphasized how.
Menos de 1 hora 10 minutos para o lançamento.
Wow, that was a beautiful shot. Timed with your beautiful answer again of the experience.
Então, belíssima visão aí do helicóptero.
Thank you for that question. And a quick note. If you're in Brevard County here on Florida's Space Coast,
estou fazendo sobrevoo aí na plataforma
no
Centro Espacial Kennedy.
That you see on your screen. I think I would mess those up if I were to say them out loud.
Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 23 horas e 44 minutos. Estamos aí acompanhando então a missão tripulada da NASA, em conjunto com a Spacex e Roscosmos, aí a missão CREW-8. Né? Lembrando então que temos aí a tripulação formada por 3 astronautas da NASA e um cosmonauta russo, né, da Roscosmos. Né, que são eles, Dominick, né, o nosso comandante, Barratt, o piloto, e os especialistas da missão, a Jeanette Epps e Grebenkin. Então nesse momento aí vamos aí entrar também agora em conjunto, né, com a Spacex e a Roscosmos.
If you're just joining us, welcome to live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's rotational flight of 3 NASA astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Rajachari, who's been gracious to spend the last 3 hours with us as we count down to the launch again of CREW-8. With just about an hour left, Raja, talk to me about how you're feeling. How has this count been going?
Yeah, it's been going great, which is the way you want it to be. I think we've seen lots of times tonight where the crew's ahead of timeline, where the launch control team's ahead of timeline, which is always a good feeling to have. And we've talked about, the things they're doing in that free time is configuring the vehicle, going through, talking amongst the crew. So we're not hearing all that intercom.
Menos de 1 hora e 8 minutos para o lançamento. Agora é só aguardar, né, dentro então de instantes, né, a partir então dos 35 minutos para o lançamento. Teremos então o momento do início do abastecimento do Falcon 9, lembrando que o Falcon 9 então aí, como você já conhece, né, um veículo então de 2 estágios, né, 9 motores no seu primeiro estágio, um motor no seu estágio 2 e incluindo aí a nave Dragon Endeavour. Então aí temos aí as condições climáticas para hoje, 85% então de chance para ter lançamento, temperatura 64 graus Fahrenheit e velocidade do vento aí entre 7 e 12 milhas por hora. Então em condições aí até o momento boas para o lançamento, né, estamos aguardando apenas aí a confirmação do range, né, do go no go para o lançamento, né, lançamento então previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos do dia 4 de março, aí, pelo horário de Brasília. E se tudo correr bem hoje, né, a chegada na Estação Espacial Internacional será aí no dia 5 de março, com o início da nossa transmissão a partir das 3 horas da manhã. E lembrando que o retorno também da tripulação da CREW-7 será então não antes do dia 11 de março. Então aí, né, o nosso cronômetro, né, aí faltam então menos de 1 hora e 6 minutos para o lançamento. O cronômetro aí batendo certinho, né? E após o lançamento, né, a gente vai acompanhar até mais ou menos em torno de 15 minutos, né? Aí vamos acompanhar então até o momento da abertura do nariz da Dragon. Só estamos então aguardando o momento então do recuo aí da passarela que liga a torre ao veículo, né, que vocês estão vendo aí no topo da imagem. E aí temos a apresentação então da nossa tripulação, né, astronauta da NASA, Dominick, comandante, piloto, Barratt, nosso piloto aí da missão.
He is board certified in internal and aerospace medicine. Next up, mission specialist Jeanette
Epps. E a nossa primeira especialista da missão, da astronauta da NASA, Jeanette Epps.
And once worked as a CIA intelligence officer.
E o nosso segundo especialista da missão, da Rússia, o cosmonauta Grebenkin.
And this will also be his first trip to space. So 3 first-time flyers and 1 veteran.
Yeah, and what a great veteran to take them up there. Mike Barratt, such a great mentor, such a great leader in the office, has got so much experience. And you saw just a a really cool span of those different pictures of all the training that goes on, whether it's at Hawthorne. You saw Jeanette down here at Kennedy Space Center practicing with the egress system, using those Humvees that we saw in the
E aí a gente tá acompanhando, né, tudo desde o início aqui da nossa transmissão, né, aí ao longo dessas 4 horas, né, 3 horas aí já de transmissão. Estamos acompanhando desde o início aí da jornada, né, no caso desde ontem, né, quando tivemos então o nosso primeiro evento de Scrub, né, devido aí. Então esses foram os momentos que aconteceu no início da transmissão, né, que tivemos então aí a parte da checagem dos seus uniformes, né, aí para ver se está tudo em ordem, né, aí no momento então que eles jogaram cartas, um momento de descontração. E aí no momento então da saída, né, aí da tripulação. E aí o encontro então com seus familiares e a liberação então para a ida para a plataforma 39A. Levou cerca aí de 30 minutos. E aí ele chegando na plataforma, né, então foram momentos que aconteceram agora há pouco, antes então de agora. E aí estamos aí com imagens ao vivo aí do Falcon 9 com a Dragon Endeavour, se preparando então aí para o lançamento, aguardando então o começo aí do abastecimento do veículo, e será em torno aí do tempo regressivo em 35 minutos. Lembrando também que vocês podem estar seguindo o canal, né, deixando seu like. Também não se esqueça de seguir o canal nas redes sociais para não perder nenhuma transmissão futura, né, e também ativar o sininho das notificações.
Movements out or get yourself comfortable, make sure everything's fine, you've got everything configured the way you want, and it's also the time they'll do all their scrolling on the displays to go through the procedures, because again, once the launch escape system is armed, they will try and minimize the amount they're moving around other than going through those displays. So it's good.
Agora nesse momento estamos só aguardando o tempo passar, aí para aí acompanharmos então o momento do lançamento do Falcon 9. Lembrando que este Falcon 9 então de hoje, ele já participou aí a Dragon Endeavour, né, já participou de missões aí da Demo 2, Cruz 2, Axioma 1 e Cruz 6. Né, e após então a separação para o estágio 2, né, esse primeiro estágio aí do Falcon 9, né, ele vai fazer então o pouso na zona de pouso número 1, no Cabo Canaveral, na Flórida. O lançamento está previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília, aí às do dia 4 de março. E aí agora estamos iniciando a nossa transmissão em conjunto com a SpaceX neste momento.
Thanks, Megan, and hello to each and every one of you joining us today. I'm Sandra Jones with NASA Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a Manufacturing Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. Sandra and I are joining you today from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, as we count down to liftoff of Crew-8 just about an hour from now.
Of course, Crew-8 is our 8th operational mission with SpaceX flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station. Crew-8 will have 3 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut.
Today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endeavour, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Crew-2, and Crew-6 missions, in addition to AX-1, the first commercial astronaut mission to the space station. For those of you following along, Endeavour will be the first Dragon spacecraft to fly 5 times.
It's also been 5 years since the Demo 1 mission, which was the first demonstration mission of NASA's commercial program to the space station.
And Dragon, we saw good feedback from all the valves there. And at this
time, duplicado o som lá.
When ready, report go for launch.
Tava duplicado.
Copy, section 5, we'll go.
Aguardando então o momento do recuo da plataforma, da passarela, né, que liga a torre ao Falcon 9, Dragon.
So far this year, we've launched 2 missions to the space station. Crew-8 will be our second human spaceflight mission so far this year, following Axiom 3.
1 hora para o lançamento, faltando 1 hora, 60 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos nos aproximando então dos momentos finais.
And just last month, we launched our first commercial lunar payload services, or CLPS, mission to the moon for NASA, which we'll talk a little bit more later in the program. All of these missions we just mentioned continue to bring us closer and closer to our ultimate
SpaceX
ambitions of going further into space.
Copy, Crew-8, go for launch. Let's do it.
Crew-8 liberado para o lançamento. Crew-8 liberado para o lançamento. Boas notícias. Crew-8 liberado.
It's such an exciting time for all things space. History is being made every single day. It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time launch, as we just heard. Coming up
Boas
at
notícias aí, então Crew-8 liberado para o lançamento, hein?
Load with a final go, no
59 minutos.
So in the meantime, NASA's Rebecca Turkington is going to help us take a closer look at where the crew is headed tonight. Rebecca?
Thanks, Jesse and Sandra. We are back in the International
E agora estamos aí novamente aí na sala de controle da Estação Espacial Internacional em Houston.
Low Earth orbit, which you may hear us refer to as LEO. This is classified as orbits around Earth that are 1,200 miles
Então, para quem está chegando agora, foi confirmado então o momento da Crew-8, está liberado para o lançamento. Então, Crew-8 liberado, né, tudo em ordem.
250 miles above Earth, but varies based on its apogee or perigee, which stands for the highest and lowest points of its orbit. As we discussed earlier, the orbiting laboratory was recently home to the third private astronaut mission called AX-3, with a crew representing 4 nations. NASA is enabling these private astronaut missions to lay the framework for a commercial low Earth orbit economy, where NASA will become just one of many customers. The AX-3 crew spent about 2 weeks on board the station, completing important research experiments and conducting outreach activities. They also took some beautiful shots of the Earth, like this one. AX-3 mission commander Michael Lopez Alegria took this photo of the moon peeking out from one of the space station's solar arrays.
E aí a foto da Lua tirada
is
pelo
currently on board
astronauta
the
Michael
station
Lopez
and has also
Alegria,
captured some
da
amazing
última
shots
missão
recently.
Axioma 3.
NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli took this photo of rare
Aí temos a
noctilucent
foto aí tirada
clouds,
pela
which form in the Earth's
Jasmine
mesosphere
Mogbelli.
about 30 to 50 miles above the Earth. These are the highest clouds in the atmosphere and are made up of ice crystals, whereas other clouds are made up primarily of water droplets. We cannot wait to see what Crew-8 captures. As we get closer to launch, let's take a look to see what's in store for Crew-8 while on board the International Space Station.
57 minutos para o lançamento. Cinquenta e cinco minutos para o lançamento. Agora, pelo horário de Brasília, são 23 horas e 59 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando a cobertura completa da missão Crew-8, né, em conjunto aí com a SpaceX, NASA e Roscosmos. Então, nesse momento também, aí estamos já com a transmissão, né? Iniciando aí com a Roscosmos. Deixa eu conferir aqui. Não, ainda não. É só 00:10 que eles vão fazer a transmissão. Ainda eles não começaram lá, não.
Continuing to build, test, and fly Starship, the world's most powerful launch
temos aí o
vehicle ever
nosso
developed.
Starship.
It's a fully reusable transportation system and
Né,
will
nesse momento, então, o
transform
Starship,
how
né, ele
we
se
access
encontra
space because it's designed to
montado,
carry
né,
a massive amount of
junto
cargo
com o
and large
Super
numbers
Heavy.
of people to Earth orbit,
Lembrando
the
que o seu
moon,
voo
Mars,
então está
and
previsto
beyond,
para
which will
acontecer aí
help
dia
continue
27 de
driving down the
março.
cost per launch. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 150 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers. We're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high
E
cadence,
temos
full
imagens
system
aí do
reuse,
que
and
aconteceu
on-orbit
então no segundo
refilling are
teste de
key
voo
priorities.
integrado ao
We're
Starship,
also building
ao
a
Super
second
Heavy.
Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before the Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since
pelo horário de Brasília.
1972.
Né, estamos então acompanhando a cobertura completa aí da missão tripulada CREW-8 aqui no nosso canal WillPTV. Lembrando então que o lançamento previsto está para aos 53 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos então na segunda-feira, dia 4 de março.
That's right. On February 15th, as part of a commercial mission by the company Intuitive Machines, they sent a lunar lander to the surface of the moon. NASA was one of several customers to hitch a ride on the lander to deliver science and technology demonstrations to the moon's south pole. And it's part of the agency's Commercial Lunar Payload Services initiative to learn more about the moon before returning humans there under the Artemis campaign. Shortly after separation, Intuitive Machines captured this picture of its lander named Odysseus as it flew away from Earth. And then it took another photo 6 days later as Odysseus entered lunar orbit with NASA's 6 science instruments. And on February 22nd, Odysseus soft landed on the moon. NASA worked with Intuitive Machines to gather as much data as possible from its 6 payloads until the lander's solar panels were no longer exposed to light.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in. This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. Right now we're getting ready for the 3rd test flight down at Starbase, Texas. Every launch and mission yields critical data for continuing to improve and pave the way for our future in space.
And we look forward to eventual human missions to Mars, but right now we're paving the way with today's exciting mission, which will conduct over 200 scientific experiments and technology demonstrations, including new research to prepare human exploration beyond low Earth orbit and benefit humanity on Earth. But for now, I'll send it back to Megan and Raja at KSC.
And since we're hoping to go farther into space than ever before, NASA is in the process of gathering as much data as possible to understand how long-duration trips to space affect the human body. For more on that, let's go out to NASA's Jasmine Hopkins, who's at a nearby launch viewing location here at Kennedy.
Thank you so much, Megan. Yes, we're joining you from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, which is one of the main VIP viewing locations here. And joining us right now is Kristen Fobb from the Human Research Program at Johnson. Thanks for being here, Kristen.
My pleasure, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about the Human Research Program.
Exactly. So I see the excitement.
Tá chegando, hein? Tá chegando a hora.
What do you guys do?
Well, it's really all about the human. So we really focus on the risk and how do we reduce risk for humans in space flight.
50 minutos para o lançamento.
So stress or sleep, physiological
Agora,
changes,
pelo horário de
bone
Brasília,
muscle,
são
how
4
does
minutos.
exercise impact that?
Estamos
Nutrition,
acompanhando
food,
então a
medical
cobertura
capabilities,
total aí da missão CREW-8, né, missão tripulada aí com a SpaceX, NASA e Roscosmos. Onde estamos vendo aí então na sua tela o Falcon 9 no complexo de lançamento 39A, no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos. Lançamento então previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos e vai em direção então à Estação Espacial Internacional, onde então a nova tripulação, né, CREW-8, ficará por 6 meses. Nós estamos aí então desde o início acompanhando então todos os detalhes, né, desta missão. E vamos seguir então hoje até o momento então da abertura do nariz da Dragon. Né, então já tivemos a liberação, né, aí confirmada então a liberação para o CREW-8, né, para o lançamento da CREW-8. E se tudo correr bem, né, aí até o momento, né, a chegada na Estação Espacial Internacional será no dia 5 de março, amanhã, terça-feira, na madrugada, com o início da transmissão a partir das 3 da manhã. Estamos aguardando só o momento então do recuo ali do braço, né, da passarela, né, que liga a torre à Dragon. Lembrando que o nome então da Dragon hoje é Dragon Endeavour. E ela já participou das missões, como por exemplo a Demo 2, for us to understand microgravity, the changes in the vestibular or sensory motor function, that motion sickness. CIPHER is really helping us to understand a lot more about all of the changes to microgravity, so we can start actually using STATION to really help us get ready for those exploration missions and really help reduce those risks.
Yeah, there's a lot that's going into this and a lot that the Human Research Program is doing.
Então a Endeavour já levou para o espaço, então, né, para a Estação Espacial Internacional até o momento 14 astronautas.
Thanks so much. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a commercial sales manager here at SpaceX. We are coming up on just about 47.5 minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the process to liftoff. A lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire earlier this week. Now, as Megan noted at the top of our webcast, we did stand down from a launch attempt yesterday due to weather. But for now, everything looks great for launch tonight at 10:53 p.m. Eastern. Now, next up, in just about 2 minutes, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load and for launch. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they're go by voting electronically. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director and NASA launch manager to make sure they're ready to move forward as well. And as Jesse mentioned earlier today, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. On your screen right now, you have that beautiful nighttime view of the Dragon spacecraft with the white crew access arm still in the service position. Right now, CREW-8 is on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow that arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Once the launch director gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft. The range also continues to be go for launch tonight, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad, as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor. At Kennedy Space Center, weather is looking good for launch, although we are continuing to monitor some potential inland storms that could trigger our anvil cloud rule. And if you're joining us on the Space Coast, you know it's about 64 degrees outside with light ground winds. So overall, we're looking good for launch in just about 45 minutes, with again less than a 10% chance of weather violation. Downrange landing zones, if needed in the event of an escape, are also go. Our teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control to monitor Dragon, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to CREW-8's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts come back home. On console and mission control, which you have a view of on your screen right now, there are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the Core. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Now, apart from Mission Control, our Falcon 9 team is also currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X. Now, with less than an hour until T0, all teams are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and liftoff.
Pull is complete.
Again, right now we are standing by for that pull from our
retract. Both launch control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain in their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and the approve board in the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch out sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch trajectory whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
Aí vimos aí então o procedimento, né, para o lançamento. Está dando as orientações.
We are moving forward toward launch. Propellant loading will begin in about 10 minutes and crew access arm retraction has begun. So in the meantime, let's check back in with Megan and Raja.
11 minutos.
Now the countdown clock is continuing to tick.
Nesse momento, então, o recuo da passarela que liga a torre ao Dragon. Começa então neste momento.
260 statute miles over the southern Arabian Sea, southwest of India. Now the crew access arm will retract from Dragon. That is what we are looking for now. Actually, it is happening right now.
Faltando aí 42 minutos para o lançamento.
It is, and yeah, so the next big thing will be launching.
Dragon SpaceX for countdown timing.
Go ahead.
All right, Matt, we're looking at one closeout photo of the side hatch, doing some analysis on it, and are going to be looking for you to be crisp with the launch escape system arming. Team is under a bit of pressure here to get a call in.
Dragon.
So just the word there.
Passarela recuada.
So now that the arm is out of the way, the next big step is to arm the launch escape system. You heard the MD asking that they keep it crisp, just because they've worked some time constraints on the analysis from the side hatch photos. Yeah, a pretty key thing here, the launching the arm, the launch escape system. The crew will actually hear a number of valves, thunks and thuds, as the super Dracos we talked about earlier. The valves that supply prop to them are actually open, so you can actually hear that and feel it, the vibrations in the vehicle, and that's part of the training flow. There's actually a thing called Sounds of Dragon where you listen to those sounds at that Buck High Fidelity trainer out in Hawthorne, so you can hear those before you're actually sitting in the capsule. What you can't simulate fully is the actual vibrations. You can actually feel the capsule vibrating as those things happen.
Now, the launch escape system obviously built into Dragon to remove the crew, to pull the crew away from Falcon 9 either on the pad or during flight if there were to be an issue. Why isn't the launch escape system armed sooner, Raja?
So you want to wait until you don't really have any other alternative, and that we wait until we start loading prop. Because once there's prop on the vehicle, it's essentially alive in terms of there's fuel and oxidizer, which is what generates the thrust for the rocket, but also essentially could cause a hazard. And so at that point, you want that ability to immediately clear. There still always is the possibility of defueling the rocket if there's some problem. And in fact, if there was a decision later to scrub, that's what they would do, is to defuel it and then swing the arm back out. But once there's prop on board, you want the ability to get off quickly if you have to. And like we talked about, it can be an automated system. It can also, the crew can initiate that. And before they arm the system, they're actually going to pull up a screen, and Matt and Mike will be able to see the parameters that trigger an automated escape, and they'll make sure that everything is within limits before they activate the
Já vimos aí o
system. What
recuo
we
então
want
da
to do is activate it and
passarela
have it immediately trigger.
que liga
And so right now, the
a
only
torre,
way
então a
off
Dragon.
the capsule is the launch escape
Faltando aí
system,
40,
right?
40
At this point, they can
minutos
still do
para o
this two
lançamento.
ways, exactly. So there's a command called emergency egress that initiates the crew access arm to swing
Dentro
back,
de instantes,
and
a
then you
partir então dos
unstrap normally and get
35
out.
minutos
There's also
para o
the launch
lançamento,
escape.
teremos o
You
início do
always retain the
procedimento
ability
de
of
abastecimento
emergency
do
egress, because
Falcon
there could be a
9.
case.
Dragon SpaceX, expected decision at T-minus 37 minutes. At this time, you're go for viewing Section 6 of the procedure. You are not go for arming the command. How copy?
Dragon copies. Can we preemptively close visors?
Yes, sir. Go for that.
Can you walk us through that call out?
Right, so
Closing visors.
we talked about there's steps and procedures. They said you can review but don't execute. So he's looking at the steps to arm the launch escape system, but what they've told him is to hold off until another few minutes here to actually get the call to do that. And you heard him talking about the
Lembrando que ainda não se inscreveu no canal, né? Se inscreva, deixa o like e compartilhe. E também não se esqueça de se inscrever também nas redes sociais, né? No X e no Instagram. E também de acessar o nosso blog, né? Onde lá você encontra a programação, também aí os links aí das transmissões e as notícias aí do que aconteceu, né? O resumo do que aconteceu aí durante as transmissões.
Pause and think about that now, because like we've talked about, once you arm the launch escape system, then now you're sitting on a armed set of prop in that Dragon. The Super Dracos are active. And so right now the closeout crew.
Lembrando que este então é o lançamento de número 20 da SpaceX deste ano de 2024. Estamos aí então com o Falcon 9 levando a nave Dragon Endeavour, né, com a tripulação aí formada por 4 astronautas, sendo 3 da NASA e um da Rússia. Né, então sendo eles o Maxwell Dominick, o nosso comandante, o Michael Barratt, o piloto, Jeanette Epps, nossa primeira especialista da missão, né, os 3 astronautas da NASA e o nosso segundo especialista da missão, o Alexander Grebenkin, da Roscosmos. Né, eles ficarão então aí por 6 meses na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, e aí nós vamos acompanhar também a sua chegada amanhã, dia 5 de março, com transmissão a partir das 3 horas da manhã. Lembrando que após então a separação, né, este primeiro estágio do Falcon 9, né, fará o pouso na zona de pouso número 1 no Cabo Canaveral. Né, está acompanhando então a cobertura completa então, da missão tripulada CREW-8.
At this time, your go for 6.4 arm launch escape system. Team is confident that we understand the issue well enough to proceed into LES arm, and it's within existing analysis.
Dragon copy. Go to close the visors. Visors closed, so we are arming the launch escape system.
Copy.
And with that call out, again, arming the launch escape system, one of the major milestones.
Então, os sistemas estão sendo armados, né, para o lançamento.
From Kennedy Space Center here in Florida to send 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. This is the CREW-8 launch, and you're watching the live broadcast of it.
Né, lembrando que também que esta nave Dragon Endeavour já participou de missões anteriores como a Demo 2, CREW 2, Axioma 1, CREW 6, né, levando então aí ao todo 14 pessoas aí na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então nesse momento aí estamos aguardando o início do procedimento aí de abastecimento do Falcon 9. É na marca de 35 minutos.
Safer because you have an alternative if there's something wrong with the F9 rocket. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. You wouldn't want to have to use it, but the fact that we built that into these commercial crew vehicles is a huge safety improvement over the past. And it looks like they're starting loading prop now, which is the next major step. And so now that the launch escape system is armed, they can start putting the prop onto the vehicle. You'll start to hear calls And again, the crew can actually feel some of these things. They don't actually have direct insight into the actual fuel levels inside the Falcon 9, but they have a timeline inside the Dragon that gives them a sense of
35 minutos para o lançamento. Nesse momento, então, estamos iniciando o procedimento de abastecimento do Falcon 9. Falcon 9, neste momento, aí fazendo o início do abastecimento neste momento.
The launch escape system armed is pretty much in flight mode. So, you know, they're watching the timeline and will be monitoring the calls they get from the ground as that kind of layout if the prop loading is happening according to timeline. And then for us watching on TV, a really super easy way to see how full it is just as the condensation comes off the rocket. That gives you a sense of how far up the fuel has filled inside the tanks as the cooled fuel and oxidizer go into the tank and then evaporate.
Yeah, right now we have RP1 or rocket grade
então aí agora é só esperar.
Going in, and also liquid oxygen loading on the first stage.
20 minutos pelo horário de Brasília.
And again, the reason, just like with the LES arming or the launch escape system arming, as well as the prop loading, they make those calls to the crew so that when you hear these clunks and thuds and kind of ringing of the vehicle, that you know that was supposed to happen, as opposed to, you know, without a call or without the timeline they have. If you just hear a very loud thud, it's kind of just like in your house. You're like, what was that? So this just kind of keeps everyone in sync as to the things they're seeing, feeling, and hearing are normal.
So inside Dragon Endeavour right now, we have Commander Matt Dominick, born and raised in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, married to Faith Dominick, and they have 2 daughters.
Mais uma vez, a apresentação da tripulação de hoje.
He has a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School, designated a Naval Aviator in 2007, made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea. He has more than 1,600 hours of flight time in 28 different aircraft.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, want to get back with you and chat about that LES arming time pressure. Summary, we saw a small crack on the side hatch seal at the top of the hatch. Main concern is re-entry heating soaking through a damaged seal. We do believe the crack is small enough to be bounded with margin by existing analysis. But the team is still working it and double checking. How copy?
Checking copy.
So here's the call there, essentially saying they gave them the okay to arm the launch escape system, but that does not necessarily mean they're totally comfortable or have finished the analysis for what they saw in those hatch seal photos. So just giving the crew the update that clearly they're not going to let them launch if they're not confident, but it sounds like they believe, based on the analysis they've done so far, they have margin for the worst case, which is another word for bounding scenario. You heard him mention that. But basically what they're doing now is prop loading in parallel with that.
Right, because that call-out gave us some insight into why there was a delay in arming the launch escape system. They basically said there was a small crack in the side hatch seal, and the concern of that crack would be during re-entry.
Correct. Yeah. So I think obviously, like we've talked many times throughout the broadcast, you've got some of the best experts in the world on both the SpaceX and the NASA side looking at the data. I think it really shows the importance. You know, early on we were ahead of time. But all the pictures and photos they were taking of the hatch seal, and this kind of demonstrates exactly why they do that, because now when we don't have access to the hatch and we can't just open it up and take a look, we can pore over those photos, go back to the SMEs, the REs, as you heard them called, the responsible engineers, the subject matter experts, and use that photo evidence,
faltando menos de 31 minutos para o lançamento, 23 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos então acompanhando juntos a missão tripulada CREW-8.
Stage 1 cryo helium loading.
Stage 1 cryo loading, as you said.
Cryo-helium.
Yeah.
So helium, so you mentioned before, there's RP1 is the fuel, and then liquid oxygen is the
como vocês podem observar ali, né, o oxigênio líquido já começa a ser abastecido.
So not only do you have
aí
to load
também,
the
né,
fuel,
com
the
o propelente.
oxidizer, but you also have to load gas
Aí
to
no
then
estágio
push those fuels into the engines.
T-minus 30 minutes.
30 minutos aí para o lançamento.
To T0. As Raja was saying, propellant loading is happening.
E nesse momento tem o abastecimento do veículo, né, começando, tudo em ordem.
Still in review, which is a small crack in the side hatch seal. The team briefed the crew just a few minutes ago, saying that they are reviewing it, but they believe it is small enough to fix. And that is why propellant loading continues.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, so at this point, the crew is kind of just going through procedures and talking through the ascent. Again, the next big point for them will be at about T-minus 10 minutes where they'll start, again, talking back and forth to the ground. Sounds like maybe they might get an update as well, as my guess. They'll probably get an update about that point from the ground control team.
And as we wait for updates, we recently got to ask the CREW-8 astronauts why they believe human spaceflight is so important. And here's what they had to say.
Everything we
Tá faltando pouco, hein? Pouco tempo aí para o lançamento, menos de 28 minutos e 10 segundos aí para o lançamento. Agora pelo horário de Brasília são 25 minutos. Estamos aí então no dia 4 de março de 2024. O abastecimento do Falcon 9 segue em ordem. Aí com o próprio leite e o oxigênio líquido.
Bill Nelson and Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy.
Thank you so much, Megan. As always, it's an honor to have our NASA leadership here for our launch. And of course, we know there's a couple of watch items right now with CREW-8, but both of our leaders right here have been to space before. So actually, can you guys talk about why safety is so paramount in human spaceflight?
Well, you're dealing with a very unforgiving environment with a lot of explosive power. And you're defying the laws of gravity. And as a result, everything has to be right. So you don't launch until it's right. Now, Pam is an astronaut space shuttle commander. She's flown 3 times in space. I've flown once. And you've been through this
Faltando aí 26 minutos para o lançamento.
Have as many scrubs as we had on ours. We got in, strapped in, ready to go, and scrubbed 4 times over the better part of a month. But that pretty well tells you you don't launch until it's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right, Bill. I had several scrubs of my own, delayed 6 days for my first flight. 3 days for my second, had a couple of strap-ins. You're right, not as many as you. But I think, it's important to remember that the crew is very focused on their mission on the space station, and it's not like they're saying, hey, I've got to get home for something. They're going to wait until they're safe, and that's
Stage
the way
2,
we feel too. As Bill said, a lot of things
Nesse
have
momento
to go
estamos
right,
iniciando o abastecimento também no segundo estágio.
Right. Thank you so much for mentioning that. And of course, we're on our 8th rotational flight with SpaceX. It feels like just yesterday, Like just yesterday, Demo 2 launched. So can Bill Nelson, can you speak to the progress of the Commercial Crew program?
Well, it's unbelievable. Just think how much the cost of launching has come down as a fact of reusing the rockets. And just the Falcon 9 has been such a proven workhorse. This past year, they launched Falcon 9s, if you can believe it, 96 times. This year, they're going to launch 146 times. And next year, 200 times. Wow, it's a workhorse.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. And, we've had a lot of success with SpaceX already this year with the launch of PACE to help study our climate. We also had a successful landing on the moon for the first time in over 50 years. So, Pam, can you speak to what's next for SpaceX and NASA together?
Well, Jasmine, it's amazing what's coming up. First of all, the crew is going to have a very exciting increment. They have over 200 science experiments that they'll be running, including several medical experiments that will benefit all humanity. But while
Neste momento, 30 minutos pelo horário de Brasília.
We're really looking forward to seeing Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore launch on the
Então,
Boeing
faltando menos de
Starliner
23 minutos e 50 segundos para o lançamento.
Lembrando
que tem um pequeno delay entre a nossa transmissão e a transmissão da NASA, mas o horário do lançamento está previsto para os 53 minutos. Então não se esqueça, né, de deixar o like aí na transmissão. E também de se inscrever no canal. Lembrando que em abril também teremos aí o eclipse total, né, solar. Para o dia 8, que irá cobrir aí 3 países, né? Canadá, Estados Unidos e México.
Also have the X-59, our new X-plane, quiet supersonic boom coming up. And then, of course, the Artemis 2 crew, you're going to be seeing a lot of them down here in Florida as they're training for their mission next year. This is a pretty thrilling year. We got a lot going on.
It really is. There's so much going on, but of course, we still want to keep our eyes right now on Crew-8. So thank you so much, Bill.
Cobrindo lá dia 8, né? Dallas, né? Texas vai ser o Space Day.
As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew-8 to the International Space Station tonight. Sitting atop the Falcon 9, the Dragon spacecraft and its trunk stands over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus one under the nose cone.
Temos aí o nosso infográfico aí
after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells which power Dragon while it's in free flight. The trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo.
E a parte da cápsula, né, onde fica então aí os astronautas.
That can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
For those of you following along, you'll know that the Dragon spacecraft has played a significant role in advancing our future
aí,
in
né,
space by safely transporting crew
as
to and
missões
from the space
anteriores,
station.
né?
There are currently 4 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight
Endeavor,
missions
né,
that have docked to the station. Endeavor, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom.
Crew-8 will fly aboard Endeavour tonight, which previously flew NASA's SpaceX demo mission 2, Crew-2, and Crew-6, in addition to Axiom's first mission, the very first commercial astronaut mission to the International Space Station. Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft has completed 7 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and visited the space station 38 times under NASA's commercial resupply and commercial crew programs.
As always, Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, which provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Once the first and second stages separate, these engines are also used to help land the first stage. The first stage will perform 3 burns as it makes its way back toward Earth today. First is the boost back burn, and that's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite to help flip the first stage around to head back to the launch site. The second burn is the entry burn, and that's where a single engine will reignite to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to enter the Earth's atmosphere again. Finally is the landing burn, and that's where 3 engines will slow down the rocket enough to perform a precision landing back down on landing zone 1.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues to orbit, powered by one single Merlin vacuum engine,
Então,
with
lembrando
over
que o primeiro
220,000
estágio, né,
pounds
do
of
Falcon
thrust.
9, né,
The
temos aí
second stage will secure Dragon's entry into low Earth
o estágio está com o propelente concluído. Abastecimento
And
então
we
com o
did just
propelente
hear that
concluído,
call out
então no
that
primeiro
stage 1
estágio.
RP1 load is complete. That's great. We're continuing to check through these milestones now, almost less than 20 minutes
Né,
until
então lembrando
tonight's
que
launch.
no primeiro
So
estágio,
again,
né,
the
temos
second
9
stage will
motores
continue to
Merlin
secure Dragon's
e no
entry into
segundo
low
estágio
Earth
temos um
orbit
motor
before
vácuo
separating,
Merlin.
leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station on its own thrusters.
Né, ao todo então de
40
altura,
seconds after
Falcon 9
separation,
então aí com
Dragon's
a
nose
Dragon
cone
tem em
deploy
torno de
sequence will
70
begin,
metros de
which
altura,
exposes its guidance
em torno aí de
navigation controls
3,5
that
metros
help Dragon
de
autonomously fly
diâmetro.
to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just about 19 minutes and 30 seconds, our teams at the Cape and Hangar X are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready. Let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update. Ronnie?
Thanks, Jesse. We are still looking good for an on-time launch about 19 minutes from now, and we'll keep monitoring all the vehicle systems as we get closer to liftoff. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. So as we
chegando,
continue
hein?
to listen and watch
19
the countdown,
minutos.
our teams are continuing
Menos
to prep
19
the vehicle
minutos
for
para o
flight,
lançamento.
and propellant
Agora,
loading
pelo
of
horário
both
de Brasília, são
RP1 and
35
liquid
minutos.
oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is now armed. The range, which is monitoring keep-out zones, among other key flight requirements, also
Então, nossa
continues to
próxima
report no
etapa aí
issues,
para o
as they are
lançamento,
go
né?
to support tonight's
Aos
launch.
4 minutos mais ou menos aí para o
Weather also
lançamento,
looks
teremos
good,
aí
and we
então
are
o
still
recuo
tracking less than a 10%
do
chance
suporte
of
de apoio do
violation at
Falcon
our
9,
target liftoff
né?
time.
Depois 3
As
minutos
a
aí para o
reminder, today we
lançamento,
do have an
a
instantaneous
confirmação
launch
então do
window,
abastecimento
driven by the orbital
concluído
mechanics constraints
do
of
primeiro
two
estágio.
spacecraft meeting in orbit.
Depois, aos
The
2
technical term
minutos,
for that meeting
né,
is
teremos
called
a
a
confirmação
rendezvous.
concluída para o
The
segundo
reason we need
estágio,
to launch at a specific
né, e a
time
liberação
is
então
because
para o
Dragon is basically
lançamento,
trying to catch
né,
up to
aí
the
na marca de 1
ISS,
minuto.
which, as we speak, is
Também aí
orbiting the
teremos
Earth at more than
o momento então
17,000
do
miles per
startup,
hour.
né, que é o modo
That means we have
automático
to
para o
deliver Dragon
lançamento,
to the
né?
correct orbit, and we
E
also
aí,
need to time
né,
its
o
trajectory
e
relative
T0, né?
to the
Nós
orbiting
teremos então aí
laboratory
o
so that they are in the same
lançamento.
place in orbit at the same time. A precise liftoff
Né,
is
e como
crucial
então
for
o
achieving a
Falcon
timely
9, o
rendezvous
primeiro estágio
between
do
Dragon
Falcon
and the
9,
space
então hoje vai
station.
fazer
So at this point,
o
if we
pouso
hear a hold call
lá
for
na zona
any
de pouso
reason,
número 1,
we will
né?
have
Então
to stand
teremos aí o
down and
recuo,
target our backup launch
né, do sul
opportunity,
do
which
primeiro
is
estágio,
tomorrow
né,
at
quando assim
10:31
tiver
p.m. Eastern.
a separação entre os
So with all
estágios, né,
systems
teremos
go, I'm
então o
going to turn it
recuo
over to Rebecca
do
for a
primeiro
status
estágio,
update from Houston.
né, onde então ele seguirá para a zona de pouso número 1.
Thanks, Ronnie. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are ensuring the space station is ready to receive
E aí
Dragon.
seguiremos aí
They're
até o
also
momento da
checking that
liberação
all
da
the
Dragon, né?
communication
Então,
links
12
between the
minutos,
station, Dragon,
né,
and the
42
ground are
segundos.
working properly. Right
Aí até
now,
o momento
everything
então
is
da
proceeding as planned.
abertura do
The
nariz
teams
da
here in Mission
Dragon.
Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of Dragon on Tuesday when they enter joint operations, which happens when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid,
Então,
which is
lembrando
an
aí que
invisible boundary that helps
a
us
Dragon
monitor
tem que conseguir
spacecraft
viagem,
arriving and
né,
departing.
até amanhã,
After docking, the
onde
crews will
Dragon
perform a series of
SpaceX
leak
for an
checks
update.
and then
Teams are
work
still
to
working. Expect more words here in a few minutes, shooting for T-minus 10 minutes to get you a brief.
And we just received an update that we are proceeding towards launch. Once the crews perform those series of leak checks on board, they will
se
work
caso
to
tiver
open the hatches
lançamento
both
hoje,
on the Dragon side and inside the
né,
station's
aí teremos
pressurized mating
então aí
adapter.
a
We
chegada da
expect hatch
Dragon
opening to
amanhã
take
na
place
Estação
about an
Espacial
hour and a half
Internacional.
after docking.
Aí
Once
por
on board, the
volta
astronauts will be
das
greeted by the
início
space
da nossa
station
transmissão,
crew
né,
and will then
às
join in
3
for
horas.
welcoming remarks for the
Então temos aí o
Here
início
in
do
Mission Control, Flight
abastecimento
Director
aí
Garrett Hain is on
do
console
oxigênio
overseeing the
líquido
team
para
for
o estágio
launch,
2.
and Paul Kanya will be on console on Tuesday for docking. That's it from here in Mission Control Houston. I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Megan, how's it looking?
Thank you, Rebecca. If you're just joining us, we are now at T-minus 16 minutes, 7 seconds and counting from the 8th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Rajachari, commander of the SpaceX, NASA SpaceX Crew 3 mission here with me. And Raja, we just heard a call out saying to expect another crew brief at T-minus 10 minutes about the crack that the teams are currently monitoring in the side hatch seal.
Parece que na escotilha, né, parece que tem uma pequena fissura lá na escotilha, quando foi fechada lá, né, parece que houve uma pequena fissura no momento então, do fechamento da escotilha, e aí eles estão avaliando, né, para ver se vai continuar, né, o lançamento ou não. Então eles estão avaliando, então novo update, então aí será aí aos 10 minutos para o lançamento, né? Então aí temos que aguardar. Então aí talvez, né, por conta desse problema aí, desse crack, né, essa pequena fissura aí na escotilha, né, que foi identificada aí através de imagens que a equipe da SpaceX mandou, talvez aí possa ou não, né, adiar o lançamento. Temos que aguardar os updates aí na marca de 10 minutos na contagem regressiva.
International Space Station, they will be greeted by 7 other crew members, including NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. She's been on board since last September and delivered this personal message to her soon-to-be new crewmates.
Hey, CREW-8. I'm so stoked for your launch and to welcome you on board the International Space Station. I very vividly remember my first few days on Space Station, so I'm looking forward to getting to relive those days through your eyes, and I'll try not to laugh too much. Matt, it's been an amazing 7 years so far. It's going to be really special to get to fly with you, such a good friend, and I know this is going to be one of our craziest adventures together yet. Mike, can't wait to share this boat with you. Jeanette, looking forward to continuing the good times that we had in Star City together. Sasha, there's no ice rink on board, but we have some other games planned up here. I hope you guys have a beautiful launch. I hope you enjoy the special time that you're going to get to have in Dragon together orbiting Earth. And we'll be on board waiting with a big meal prepared with all the foods that we don't like. So with that, safe travels, and I'll see you on the other side of the hatch on Space Station.
I like that she said she'll try not to laugh so much as we're inviting 3 new first-time flyers onto the space station.
Yeah, Laurel is infamous for easily getting cases of the giggle, so it's awesome to see her. It's been so fun to watch her and the current ISS expedition crew loving working in space, and so I know she's excited as well as the rest of Crew 7 to see CREW-8 and Laurel's time, but she'll eventually get replaced by TC. We'll be launching later in March from Star City on the next Soyuz up to replace Laurel. So we'll be tuning into that just a few weeks from now on March 21st.
T-minus 12 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We are counting down really to a T-minus 10 brief with the crew to talk an issue that the team is working. Roger, can you talk to us about that? What are your final thoughts as we approach that?
Yeah, so I mean, we got to see, I think we kind of had an inkling just watching, you even brought it up as we were watching the hatch close out, just a lot more time taking pictures. And as we talked about at the time, the reason we do that, and they mentioned even back then, they said they maybe saw a hair. And so as they go through and analyze those pictures, it sounds like, at least from what we could hear on the loops we can hear, and there's probably a whole bunch more going on in the background, that they're doing some analysis to see that a crack they saw in one of the photos, it sounds like. Whether that case and the analysis shows that we have what's called margin, meaning there's not any concerns for the worst case scenario of a re-entry, as it sounds like what they're calling the bounding case. So that analysis I expect will be ongoing. It would not be unusual for them to tell the crew, even at T-minus 10, like, hey, we're still working it. We'll get you an update prior to launch. Because again, the more time you buy the team to do the analysis, the more conclusive of a recommendation they can come to. So I would expect them to be poring over that data, and like we talked about earlier in the show, that's why we have all these teams here looking at the data.
Sure.
There's no more important thing than the human and human space flight, and so we want to be absolutely sure that they are good to go on their way to the space station.
And when we take that wide shot of Falcon 9 on the pad, we see a lot of venting happening. Again, propellant loading continues.
Dragon SpaceX for a follow-up.
11 minutos.
All right. We are confident that we understand the issue and we can still fly the whole mission safely. We're comfortable proceeding because the condition is bounding by existing analysis, as already mentioned. Additionally, we expect the gap created by this crack in the seal to close as the material will swell with re-entry heating. And finally, it's on the lower
heating side of the vehicle during reentry. The engineering team here is comfortable proceeding. How copy?
Dragon copies.
Okay, so
with that, CREW-8, confirmed displays are configured for launch.
Então, boas notícias. Então, aí deu procedimento para a continuação aí do lançamento. Né, procedimento aí, continuação aí para o lançamento, 10 minutos.
It's time for CREW-8 to relieve you of the watch of the International Space Station. SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for you to cast off the strong back and launch Dragon Endeavour on its 5th voyage.
10 minutos para o lançamento.
In this final stretch of the countdown, we're going to turn it over to Sandra and Ronnie at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, to take us through launch and ascent.
We copied all. Godspeed, CREW-8.
Thanks so much. So with that and CREW-8 sounding excited for liftoff, our next major countdown event will be around the T-minus 9.5 minute mark, when the Falcon 9 launch commit criteria get checked by computers. So right now we're listening in for that call. The launch commit criteria are specific thresholds and pieces of information about the entire Falcon 9 system needed to make sure that the rocket is healthy. Of course, we have many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight, now that we're approaching terminal count. Our teams are performing all those final checks before launch.
Back in Mission Control Houston, there's a variety of systems and console positions that are also being worked in tandem and monitored by the team. These include cameras aboard space station, reboost capabilities, as well as a console that monitors trajectory to ensure everything is looking good. It'll be about a 9-minute ride to orbit today, and that's about the time that we'll see second stage cut off. A few minutes after that is when we'll see Crew Dragon separate from the second stage. And along the way leading up to this, you'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into the final countdown, and then after liftoff as well. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and key milestones. But there are some other calls you'll hear the crew make as well after liftoff. The crew will report out number and letter combinations, which mark different abort zones throughout the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two, 1A and 1B, have that name because they're in the first stage, and that will last until they're up to the very north of North Carolina. The next are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in. That takes us from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. Diverting a little bit from the other naming systems, you will hear the call
então eles ficaram
na
Estação Espacial Internacional por 6 meses, né, com a sua chegada, então, dando procedimento aí com a sua chegada no dia 5 de março, amanhã, com nossa transmissão iniciando a partir das 3 da manhã. O lançamento então previsto para acontecer aos 53 minutos pelo horário de Brasília, e nós vamos aí até mais ou menos em torno de 15 minutos, né, quando temos aí com a conclusão então é da abertura do nariz da Dragon. Né, estamos aí com a nossa transmissão já, além das 4 horas, né, de transmissão aí, né, para vocês, né, lembrando que o retorno então da CREW-7 então será não antes do dia 11, né, de novembro e março. 7 minutos.
Engine chill had
started. There we go, right on time. Now, we do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen is really, really cold. And we use this process to bring the engine hardware down to a cooler temperature before flowing all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight.
Lembrando que estamos aí então no complexo de lançamento número 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos. E quando tiver então a separação entre os estágios 1 e 2, aí então o estágio 1 terá o pouso na zona de pouso número 1 no Cabo Canaveral.
So with that engine chill now underway, we're looking ahead to the call out that RP1 load is
Estágio 1 com o propelente concluído.
RP1 is densified
6
kerosene
minutos.
or rocket fuel that will propel the crew into orbit. All of that RP1 is now loaded into the first stage, and we did hear that the second stage was completed a short time ago as well. We're still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. This is the oxidizer needed to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished up loading. Coming up, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power. Then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, adding some additional rigidity and structural support as we get ready for the strong back to retract. At first, it will move just a couple of degrees, and then we'll see it swing open completely the moment of liftoff. That strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for both prop load and the different gases being loaded on board. We'll continue to check through a couple more fueling milestones, including one around the 2-minute mark before flight, where we will hear that the liquid oxygen is finished on board the second stage.
Tem menos 5 minutos.
Dragon is then configured for terminal count.
Falcon 9 tanks pressurizing for strong back retract.
Estamos aí nesse momento iniciando o início do recuo do suporte de apoio do Falcon 9.
The onboard computers now are taking control of this spacecraft. The first stage will finish liquid oxygen loading in about 3 minutes, followed by completion of second stage LOX loading 1 minute later.
Strong back retract has started.
Iniciando então o procedimento de recuo do suporte de apoio do Falcon 9.
There's a call out over the nets that we are moving forward into strong back retract. The next thing you might be able to see on your screen is actually going to be the clamp arms opening up around the base of the second stage. That will allow the strong back to recline about 2 degrees away from the vehicle. And because we've now begun pressurizing Falcon 9, we know that it's strong enough to stand on its own. That TE will throw back all the way to 45 degrees at liftoff. The strong back is part of the transporter erector,
Lembrando sempre então de deixar o like aí na transmissão, de se inscrever no canal e de compartilhar.
There you can see those clamp arms have fully opened around the base of just the
comenta aí
trunk
também,
of
tô lendo
Dragon on
todos os
stage 2.
comentários.
And so the next major milestone that we're tracking today is stage 1 LOX load being complete. We expect that call out at about 3 minutes when that first stage LOX load will be completely finished. So all those white clouds of vapor you see on your screen right now are normal, and we'll continue to see them build up as we get even closer to launch. Because liquid oxygen is super chilled, it boils off a little bit in the warm Florida air. In for the call out that stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Stage 1 LOX load.
Estágio 1 com abastecimento concluído. Tem menos 3 minutos.
There's the confirmation that we have completed loading liquid oxygen on board stage 1, but LOX will still be loading for about another minute on board stage 2. Then we'll prepare to vent down the TE, which is going to produce another white
Dragon
cloud.
is in terminal count and is on
You may
internal
also
power.
hear. There's
Estamos
confirmation that
prontos
Dragon
aí
is
para o
on
lançamento.
internal power.
Lembrando que daqui
You
a
may
pouco,
also
dentro
hear
de
an
2
announcement
minutos,
to the
teremos a
crew about that
confirmação
venting
do
procedure.
abastecimento concluído para o segundo estágio.
So everything continuing to go as planned this evening. We are now 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the launch of CREW-8. Standing by in about 15 seconds, we should hear the call out that the second stage LOX load is complete and that Dragon is in auto idle.
Tem menos 2 minutos.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
Estágio 2 com abastecimento concluído. O Falcon 9 está 100% abastecido.
And with that, you did hear that LOX load is complete. Gas closeout has also begun, so we're now isolating all the
Válvulas de abastecimento estão sendo
from
fechadas.
the Falcon 9 rocket. They'll then get great news, continuing to move towards launch, and you could even hear some of those gases being vented over just shortly. And you can hear it even better now.
Vamos entrar agora no minuto final, hein?
So Something else you might see here in a few moments is water being poured onto the pad because rockets are super loud. The sound can impart loads back on the rocket itself, so that water helps absorb and prevent the sound from hitting the structure and reverberating back onto the rocket.
Minuto final, Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown.
50 segundos.
The flight termination system is armed and we are in
Dragon,
countdown.
SpaceX, go for launch.
Dragon SpaceX, go for launch. Liberado para o lançamento.
Go for launch.
Reports go, crew reports go. Now
30 segundos.
3 seconds away from liftoff.
Tá chegando. $20 segundos. 15 segundos. E agora vamos entrar na fase terminal na contagem regressiva em 10.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
Ignição e lançou aos 53 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Lançou o Falcon 9 com a missão CREW-8, missão tripulada que vai em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. O complexo de lançamento 39A na Flórida, nos Estados Unidos. Vamos ouvir.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Nominal power and telemetry.
And we are getting good call-outs on propulsion. Falcon 9 engines now throttling down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
E já estamos em max Q.
With that call out, we know that Falcon 9 is now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Stage 1 throttle up.
1 Bravo.
So with that call out,
Copy 1 Bravo.
we know that Falcon 9 is throttling back up, and that 1 call out for 1 Bravo means that we are in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance from Falcon 9. Now at this point, the crew are already pulling over 2 Gs.
Normal.
And with that call out, we know that that engine chill for MVAC, which is our second stage engine, has now also begun. That also means we have a couple of events that are going to happen in rapid succession. First is that chill on the MVAC engine, and then we'll have main engine cutoff, or MECO, where the main 9 engines on the first stage of Falcon 9 will cut off ahead of first and second stage separation. Then the Merlin vacuum engine on board the second stage will ignite and carry the CREW-8 astronauts to orbit, while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth.
Então do lançamento aí da Falcon 9 levando então a Dragon Endeavour.
At this point in the flight, the 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down, and we're standing. There's that call out for throttle down, and we're standing by for MECO.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
Separação entre os estágios 1 e 2.
MVAC ignition.
E ignição do estágio 2.
Copy 2 Alpha.
So those incredible views on your screen, and of course the cheering behind me means that we have had successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and ignition of our MVAC engine on board stage 2. We are also in 2 Alpha for the aborts if needed.
Lindas imagens.
Of course, that second stage is being illuminated on the right-hand side of your screen by our single Merlin vacuum engine on board stage 2. Now, the next milestone we're tracking is the stage 1 boost back burn on the left-hand side of your screen. And we are expecting completion of that burn in just
Lembrando
about
que
10
como hoje
seconds.
não tem compartimento de carga, né? Hoje é só a cápsula da nave Dragon, né? Então nós vamos acompanhar até o momento da liberação da
CREW-8 is
Dragon.
now traveling at over 4,000 miles per hour. We're continuing to get good call outs, everything going really smoothly today. That second stage will continue firing until
Então,
we
o
reach
estágio
about
2 aí
8
segue aí
minutes into the
tranquilo,
flight.
né?
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Ambas as trajetórias normais. Lembrando então que o
Good
primeiro estágio do
performance on the
Falcon
lone
9 de hoje vai
Merlin
fazer o
vacuum
pouso
engine on
na zona de pouso
On
número
the
1
second
no tráfego
stage,
canaveral.
the crew's G-load dips right when we hit the separation event, and it's going to continue to build up now. Again, we just heard another call out for nominal trajectory. That
Estamos aí
was
com
the
4
guidance,
minutos de missão
navigation, and
percorrida.
control officer stating nominal
Lembrando que a
trajectory,
liberação
or
então da
everything is
Dragon,
looking good.
né, será
Dragon
então no
is
tempo
pointed
de
in the right
12
direction,
minutos e 42
continuing
segundos,
its
né, mais
flight
ou menos por aí.
uphill.
E
This second stage
logo
will
depois
continue
então a
to
abertura
fire
do
until
nariz
a
da
little over
Dragon.
8 minutes into the flight, accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000 miles per hour and placing the crew in orbit. Right now, the crew is traveling at
Ambas as
4,500
trajetórias
miles
normais,
per
né,
hour
dos
and is over
veículos estão
93
com essa
miles in
trajetória
altitude.
normal e estão
That single Merlin
aí com a
vacuum
pilotagem
engine can
calma.
produce over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space, and you really
Então,
see
o
it doing
lançamento
the heavy
aconteceu
lifting
agora há
right
pouco, à
now.
meia-noite e 53 minutos, né? Lembrando que a gente tem pequena diferença,
So
então,
while CREW-8 continues on
dos
its way
segundos,
to the
né? Aí
International
com a
Space Station,
transmissão
the first
local lá
stage
da
booster
NASA.
is on its way back
Né,
to
então aí
Lançamento.
foi aos 53 minutos, né? Pelo horário de Brasília.
Confirmation there that the trajectory for both vehicles is looking
Então,
good.
ambas trajetórias normais.
Now the first
Né,
stage
levando
has a
então a
couple of
tripulação
events
CREW-8
itself
para a
in order
Estação
to land.
Espacial
At
Internacional.
T+6
Lembrando,
minutes and 16
então, que no dia
seconds,
5
stage
amanhã,
1 will begin its entry
a partir das
burn,
3
which will
horas
be
da
the
manhã,
first of two
teremos
burns
aí a
prior to
nossa
landing.
cobertura com a chegada
During this
então da
burn,
Dragon
Falcon 9 will ignite
na Estação
only the
Espacial
center engine for
Internacional.
about 10 seconds in order to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. That will be followed by the landing burn at T+7 minutes and 21 seconds. This time we'll light 3 engines, and the burn will last for about 20 seconds, ending just about a minute before we expect Dragon to be inserted into orbit.
And so we did also hear a
Aí não se
couple of
esqueça de
different
deixar o
ground
like na
station
transmissão,
call-outs, like Bermuda.
né, de curtir, comentar e compartilhar. E de se inscrever
That
também
is
no
one of the
canal.
ground stations that we're receiving telemetry from, and everything
Lembrando então que o
continues to
pouso
look really good with the
do primeiro
trajectory. The
estágio
crew now traveling over
vai acontecer na
6,000
zona de
miles
pouso
per
número
hour.
1. Dentro de instantes, então, teremos a reentrada do primeiro estágio.
Again, this second stage will
Reentrada do
continue to
primeiro
light for
estágio.
a couple more minutes before second engine cutoff. At that point, the vehicle will coast for a few minutes before separation. And it looks like we're starting to get some views of the Florida coast there on the first stage as it continues to make its way back to Earth.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Ambas as trajetórias normais.
Continuing to get good call-outs, everything going smoothly.
7 minutos.
Now almost 7 minutes into the flight of CREW-8.
So the next milestone we're standing by for is Stage 1 landing burn start. Again, as Stage 1
Lembrando
approaches
então
the
que daqui
Space
a pouco
Coast
então
to
teremos
touch
aí
back
o
down
pouso
at
do
landing
primeiro
zone 1.
estágio na zona de pouso número 1. E aí, portanto, pouso.
Stage 2 FTS is safe.
Aí pousou o primeiro estágio do Falcon 9 às 1h01
And it is great to see that first
pelo horário de
stage back on
Brasília.
Earth. Coming up,
Pouso realizado
on
com
the second
sucesso.
stage is second engine cut off. You can hear some excitement here at
Vocês
Hawthorne
aí
at
puderam
SpaceX
ouvir
headquarters
pum,
as
né,
that first stage successfully landed
do
back
pouso aí
on
do
Earth.
primeiro estágio.
So second engine cutoff will take place here in just a couple of minutes. Once the lone Merlin engine cuts off and stops firing, the second stage will continue to coast for about 3 minutes until Dragon is commanded to separate. At this point, Dragon will separate from the second stage and will fly free with CREW-8
Então
still
daqui a
on board.
pouquinho aí
and
teremos aí o
orbit.
momento do desligamento do segundo estágio e a liberação da Dragon.
Shannon!
Copy, Shannon.
And that call out for Shannon, indicative of Shannon, Ireland, the very last abort zone in the second stage.
Desligamento do segundo estágio.
The Merlin engine is about to shut down. You just saw it there on your screen.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
E estamos em boa órbita.
Hearing good call-outs following second stage cutoff. The crew is in a nominal or as expected orbit. That is great news. That launch escape system. And we are getting our first view of CREW-8 inside Endeavour. 3 of them in space for the very first time. So again, we'll continue to coast for these few minutes after that second stage just shut down. This helps to allow rates and motion to settle out. There are actually small reaction thrusters on the upper part of the second stage that can be used to counteract any residual motion, basically making sure that we're in a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon. We expect that separation here to occur at about the 12-minute mark into the flight.
Lembrando que a separação então da Dragon
com o segundo estágio, This is the crew in microgravity, 3 of them for the very first time, all good call-outs.
So right now, the second stage is performing a series of checkouts as we prepare to separate Dragon from stage 2.
And so we will see that separation coming up in just a couple of minutes, after which a number of activation checkouts occur automatically. First, we'll be checking out 12 of the Draco maneuvering thrusters all around the service section of the Dragon spacecraft. And then we'll also begin to get ready for nose cone opening. Nose cone stays closed for the flight uphill to help protect all of those guidance, navigation, and control sensors. It also covers 4 of the Draco thrusters that will be used for the majority of the different phase burns, requiring Dragon to catch up to the International Space Station. So we are standing by for Dragon separation to occur here in just about 30 seconds from now.
Of course, the view you have right now on your screen. Oh, actually, now that our view has transitioned, you're getting a great view of Dragon's heat shield. This camera is on top of stage 2 and looking up into Dragon's trunk.
Aguardando então o momento da liberação da Dragon.
We had a successful launch of CREW-8. They're on their way to the International Space Station. The first stage has already returned to Earth and landed successfully, and the second stage has shut down, and we're awaiting separation, and you see it on your screen right there.
Às 1h06 da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília.
Dragon and Endeavour now flying free.
Dragon, SpaceX, this is your launch chief engineer. Welcome to orbit.
Dragon SpaceX está nesse momento em órbita.
To launch you into space. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we trust that all the science and work you're about to do will continue to move humanity further towards the stars.
Estamos agora aguardando o momento da abertura do nariz da Dragon.
Please send our regards to Crew 7 and make sure to remind them you just wanted to be fashionably late. I'll hand it off to the launch director for a few words.
Dragon LD, I hope the ride was as awesome as a Cybertruck. Have a safe journey to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX, oh my goodness, what an incredible ride to orbit. I'm both glad and not glad that you don't have a copy of our ICS. The cheers the whole way up were incredible. A big thank you to SpaceX for incredible instructors. Tyler, I'm talking to you and your team right now. Incredible instructors, engineers, and operators. They're the reason we are now safely in orbit. A thank you to NASA, Roscosmos, CSA, ESA, JAXA, who work together to make the International Space Station work for us all. And, of course, big thank you to my family, friends, and mentors who are the reason we're here today. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, hey, it's just to let you know, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride with a bunch of really excited teenagers. Just want to mention the NASA community is just a really warm but steely-eyed family that does amazing things, and it kind of hugs you, but it pushes you into the unknown while watching your back. It's really been an incredible place for me to grow over these past 30-plus years, and now I'm really honored to fly this new generation spaceship with this new generation crew. Thanks to my own family for tolerating my otherworldly habits. Thanks to NASA for being the backbone of exploration that we are. And just thanks so much to our friends and colleagues at SpaceX for the awesome ride. It's great to be back in space again.
And I would like to second Mike and Matt's words. I'm super excited to be here. And, I need to hear, and the words that come to my mind is that I'm so grateful and I'm thankful for everyone who got us to this point. There's no way we would have been able to do this without all the people, from all the instructors, from all the people supporting on the ground, to the folks in the kitchen who kept us fed, and Liz out at SpaceX. I'm so grateful for everyone, and I just want to give a big thanks to my family and friends who came from all over the world to see this. Thank you for supporting me through all the days of waiting to get to this point. Thank you for everything, and I want to give a quick shout out to my sisters who couldn't make it, Brenda and Patty, and then I also want to give a nod to Syracuse who supported me through everything, and I am in a New York state of mind right now. It is amazing. Thank you for everything.
Warm greetings to everyone from the orbit. I would like to express huge gratitude to Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA teams, and all who took part in preparation and implementation. A separate shout out to my family and friends. Thank you for your support. My sons, Serежа, Vlad, Sasha, be good. Кузбасс от Москвы. See you soon. Всех тепло приветствую с орбиты. Выражаю огромную благодарность коллективу Роскосмоса, НАСА и САДЗАКСа и всем без исключения причастным к подготовке и реализации нашего полета. Отдельный привет передаю своей семье и близким. Спасибо вам за поддержку. Сыновьям Сережа, Влад, Саша, будьте молодцами. Кузбасс, Москвы, до встречи.
E ouvimos aí então as falas de agradecimentos aí da tripulação então da CREW-8, né, por todo o apoio, o suporte, né, e dizendo aí também que eles na Estação Espacial Internacional, né, que eles estão chegando lá.
Nose cone opening is in progress. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section.
Então nesse momento eles estão aí com o procedimento já iniciando de em progresso então da abertura do nariz.
Travelers to bring a small token, a zero-G indicator, if you will, to clearly demonstrate the free-floating nature of objects traveling in orbit around the Earth. And I wonder if you've brought anything fitting that description.
Well, you should ask. Oh, man. So per tradition, we, of course, have a zero-G indicator. Who's already been deployed. The significance of our zero-G indicator is not actually what it is, but who chose it. Many parents around the world have jobs that take them away from their children and families for long periods of time to serve their communities, their country, and the world.
Lembrando então que amanhã, então 3 horas da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília, voltaremos então aqui pela missão então CREW-8. Então iremos acompanhar o momento então da aproximação e acoplagem na Estação Espacial Internacional. E logo mais, então, pela parte da manhã, eu publicarei aí os melhores momentos e tudo certinho, tá? Para vocês aqui dos melhores momentos, então, da missão. Do lançamento, então, pro 8. Então, aí temos um momento aí da abertura, então, do nariz da Dragon, aí para vocês.
No worries, big.
Estamos aí acompanhando ao vivo, né? Todos os detalhes estão da missão CREW-8.
So right now on your screen, you do have that initial video of nose cone deployment. And again, the nose cone is opening to expose those 2 sets of hooks that Dragon will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. Of course, loved hearing that crew's description of their zero-G indicator, and we're standing by for those views. Zero-G indicators really do become an important symbol of microgravity flight and the communities behind each mission. So for those of you following along, you'll know that our first zero-G passenger was Little Earth on demonstration mission 1. Here's Little Earth on board Dragon on that DM-1 flight, and later on board the ISS. Today, just 5 years later, we've reached 50 people flown to space. From 0G to 50 in just 5 years is pretty incredible. And of course, here in Hawthorne, I actually have the real Little Earth that went to space safely back on Earth with us here in Hawthorne. Little Earth is a celebration of zero-gravity indicators, an essential component of space missions that help mark the transition into zero-G. From Yuri Gagarin's famous pencil to modern indicators like Little Earth and demonstration missions to Tremor the sequin dinosaur, zero-gravity indicators have become a way for all of us to connect with and celebrate human spaceflight. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years. SpaceX has launched 9 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and 4 commercial astronaut missions. That's a total of 50 crew members to space since 2020. 34 on behalf of NASA and their partners, and 16 commercial astronauts, including the first all-civilian mission to space and the first all-private passenger mission to the International Space Station.
Acoplagem, então aí aproximação e acoplagem.
In addition to flying people, SpaceX also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit.
Espacial Internacional.
SpaceX and Dragon carried over 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station, and transported over 300,000 pounds to and from the station since 2012.
Vai deixando então
Researchers
like lá, né?
around the world use the space station to address complex human health problems on Earth,
sininho da
studying disease
notificação.
formation, testing drugs and diagnostic tools,
Tá lembrando que mais tarde,
the
então aí eu colocarei tudo para vocês.
At any one time, the station hosts hundreds of investigations spanning every major scientific discipline from physics to microbiology.
Tá tudo direitinho, bonitinho e organizado. Também lembrando que esta semana ainda teremos aí o nosso programa, né? Aí recap de retrospectiva aí do mês de fevereiro, tá? No nosso canal.
That will benefit life on Earth and be needed for future long-duration exploration missions.
GPS and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts, and we see an upcoming burn in 23 minutes, 2-3.
Então lembrando que o nariz da Dragon, então aí já foi concluída a sua abertura, tá? Estamos aí com 22 minutos de missão percorrida. Lembrando que ainda teremos aí missão Starlink, teremos missão de transporte 10.
Getting great views of CREW-8
mais
on
outras
board their
duas,
capsule there
mais uma
and
missão
standing by,
Starlink
hoping we might get a
e a
shot.
missão com a
There is their
Rocket Lab no
zero-G
sábado.
indicator. Loved hearing the crew's description of who chose this animal and why, and everything that it means to them, to their mission, and obviously the community standing behind each of these 4 astronauts.
And in addition to that, we heard some great words from the crew expressing their thanks and excitement to be on orbit. Really great to see them successfully on their way to the International Space Station. We had a successful nose cone deploy as well as those Draco checkouts. Everything continuing to go really smooth. So for now, we're going to end our coverage from here in Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage in about 26 hours.
So for now, we're going to hand it back over to Megan and Raja at Kennedy Space Center to wrap up today's launch coverage.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just watched
E aí, então estamos já encerrando então aí a nossa transmissão de hoje, né, com o lançamento então da missão tripulada CREW-8, né? Quero agradecer então aí a todos pela companhia, né, durante essas
SpaceX cabin environment looks good for suit doffing, and we'll take the camera external here in just a sec. Your go for 4.012 suit doffing.
And that's the question we were just talking about before we got back online was when are they going to actually start docking?
Go 4.012, seat docking.
And so you heard the calls there. So first they wait for the nose cone to system, and then once they've verified the cabin atmosphere is good, that's when they can take off their suits. And as you heard them say, they're going to take the cameras.
Mais uma vez, estão agradecendo a todos pela paciência, pela audiência, né, nessas quase 5 horas aí de transmissão, né, na nossa cobertura aí com o lançamento então da missão tripulada CREW-8. Então nos vemos.
Amazing view.
Então aí nos vemos então amanhã, dia 5 de março, então aí a partir das 3 horas da manhã, para a continuação então aí com a chegada então da Dragon na Estação Espacial Internacional. Então por hora é isso. Então aí nos vemos amanhã ou a qualquer momento aí com mais uma transmissão. Certo? Então não se esqueça de se inscrever no canal, de curtir, comentar, compartilhar, de se inscrever também nas redes sociais, no X e no Instagram, e de acompanhar também tudo as atualizações lá no nosso blog, tá? Tudo tá aí na descrição do nosso canal, né? Quem puder também aí colaborar também aí, também temos o nosso PIX, né? O QR Code se encontra aí na tela, né? É só apontar o celular aí para a câmera do seu celular aí para o QR Code, né? Ou também a nossa wishlist também está na descrição aí da nossa transmissão. Então é isso por hora, é só pessoal, estamos aqui então encerrando a nossa transmissão e nos vemos então amanhã. Desejo a todos então uma ótima noite, né? E até mais.